So we'll see how it goes. But like I said, one way or another, I have plenty of stuff ready. So um, I'm going to do the recap, unless one of you wants to do it. Fred did that last time, and that was the reason. The
Look
reason
what
I
I
say that is
started.
actually when you brought up the fact that it's more like it's a good way for me to tell kind of what you guys remember. Um, I like that concept. It's very true. But if no one wants to, I will do it. I'm not like there's no
Yeah,
purpose
it
for it.
gives it
So
like you find out what the players think is actually important,
right,
right? Because that's
yeah,
that's what they remember. Um, and then the other thing I was thinking about doing when you recap stuff is bringing up old stuff too that might come up in the
yeah.
session
That's a very
to
good
kind of
point.
give people a refresher for things. But
Hmm.
in the one shot, it's not really necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Now is definitely the time too to try those different things. So does anyone want to volunteer to try and say what they remember from last time?
The important things that happened in Pluzak's mind was everything Pluzak attempted to get the um, what's his name? A new Jack?
Angajuk.
Angajuk, sorry.
No, you're good.
Angajuk.
Becky
He
Chang?
everything Pluzak tried failed. It wasn't vengeance, it wasn't love of people, it wasn't wanting other passengers, it wasn't any of that stuff. Apparently it looks like it's food. Which is the way to any man's heart is food. Um and that's
I would
and
make a joke, but I'm not going to because this is being recorded.
it's being recorded,
Oh,
yeah.
I can always
So
cut it later, Harrison, if you ask. It's okay. Just say
It
right
was
yeah.
in
afterwards.
some
Okay,
noble
cut
way.
that.
Fucking,
Can we cut
fucking the
editing?
quote. The quote. Cut
Yes.
that.
cut that.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post.
Oh, perfect.
Too late. We're already streaming. We're doing it
Ja-
live.
Yeah, exactly.
Jamie, fix that.
Oh God.
But yeah, so that all happened. We did, fish, or I should say that Kara was fishing, catching some fish. Kara did wind up talking to some of the other animals. I want to say they were dolphins,
There's
um,
belugas.
belugas,
Hmm.
very close, not at
Yes.
all.
No, it's okay.
Um,
I could see the confusion, especially with it was a scribble. You were doing with
yeah,
a scribble.
that's right.
Weird
We had
derpy
the
scribbles.
drawings. Um, Yeah, and so he was talking to them, and they said they like food, and if we get them more food, it would be a good sign of friendship. And they told us that Angajuk likes squid, and so we all thought of different ways to get squid.
No, I thought it was octopus.
It is technically
Octopus.
octopus, I
Same
think,
thing.
but yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I think even in the recording, I said both of them almost interchangeably. So it's
Yeah.
Okay.
tentacle thingy.
Yes. Right. Many tentacles. So we all thought of different ways on how to get the octopus. Kara was fishing, of course. Um, Claude decided to metal Mario it and jump into the water and fall to the bottom.
Go and fist fight the octopus.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Not counting in that it has more fists than I do.
Right.
And it had a boxing glove on all of them
But
except
see,
for one for some
Yeah.
reason.
that's the best part. You want it to have more so that it grabs hold of you, and then we would have
Exactly.
pulled you up, and then that didn't happen.
But
Which
why didn't it
the,
happen,
the
Fred?
weird,
Do you remember?
why didn't we pull him up? Because
No,
No,
he
no,
why
cut
no.
why
the
didn't it grab him? Does anyone remember?
I do.
Oh,
yeah, because he was dodging, um,
Not
right?
only that, I shielded.
he used the shield spell.
He used shield, yeah,
Yes.
to
Uh,
not get attacked.
yep.
Um,
And then
I jumped in as Pluzak and
yep.
turned into an octopus. Unfortunately, after realizing that octopus stats are like 12 HP and a dream, uh,
Although I will
I
give
I
it to you,
realized it
little
wasn't a good
octopus,
idea.
because
Yeah.
there was a point where your little octopus definitely pulled more than its weight,
Yes.
considering.
Yes. Yeah. So when we actually found the giant octopus on the bottom in a crevice, um, Claw was able to try to reach in there, get it. It attacked. It attached to him. I attached to him, and then I started swimming away. Um,
Do you remember
What's
why?
do I remember why I was swimming away, or
Yes.
why?
Why you chose to try and do that? There was a particular thing that Pluzak knew that the others didn't. Or specifically Mace, I guess, didn't. Okay, it's not worries if you don't remember. It was easy.
No.
Kara had started fishing again, and her hook was actually
Oh, that's
you
right, the
noticed
fishing hook.
You saw the glint. Mace didn't quite, so you basically
right.
wrapped around his neck and just started pulling him in the direction of the hook. And then Kara at that point managed quite a fearsome cast and an aggressive athletics check. So she actually managed to hook one of the many tentacles around Mace and basically yanked all three of you up in one go.
Yeah, we weren't sure if the ice was going to hold underneath there.
Although, to be fair, I did flavor text it as Leif and Mallow both ran over to, of course, help her bring this
Evo.
this incredible load from the ocean depths. But yeah, you pretty much nailed the whole underwater
and then we put a net around it, right? And we kept it in the water to try to keep it alive. And
Absolutely.
I think we're gonna watch it.
That is correct. That was pretty much exactly where we ended. Does anyone else want to add anything?
We've caught 1 octopus and 2 fish.
That is definitely the correct number. Yep.
Only that as soon as Mace comes out of the water and, Kara's looking at him all, smug, he's just going to say Icewind first.
Before we go back into the full swing, though, I always hate to interrupt RP, but there was one little thing that I do want to mention, because you never know what details come back to bite you. There were the giant vultures as well.
Yes.
That once the bell was rung, came to try and... one wanted to eat you. What was it? I think Kara actually had a great line. One's fucking hungry, one wants to fuck, and one wants to fucking leave. And that pretty much summed up the existence of the three. You guys ended up slaughtering the one that wanted to eat you, only after it was made relatively clear to the one that wanted to take Kara as a mate that was not going to happen. And then the other two managed to slip away without too much more violence. But like I said, man, vulture revenge, you never know. Turns out one of those is Mallow's long-lost brother.
Yeah.
No.
Flappo.
Or the vultures start
Flappo.
to
Hex of the feathery death.
they go and find the hex, right? And they're like, he killed our brother.
Yeah, you guys are gonna find the next morning that like one of the hex fucking curses has been fulfilled on your doorstep.
Hex of chickenpox.
Hex of the fetid curse suddenly pops back in after you find a fucking. Well, actually, I won't quite say. We'll leave it up to you guys to figure out what his is when you finally learn through the rumors. But yeah, that was technically the only other detail of kind of what happened was dealing with those birds. But with that, yeah, we will technically come back in like you guys were talking about after just having fished. That does put us at about 7 p.m. So it's late enough that you might want to start figuring out what to do with yourselves. Day has ended, but you have not quite taken your long rest yet. I will definitely reposit, much to what Fred said, Pluzak. You do currently have in the water next to you a giant octopus in a net, tied up. I think technically it was knocked unconscious, but at some point, of course, that will end. So however you want to deal with that is up to you guys, but
Kill it.
that's where we're at. And like Kara said, 2 other fish as well, but I believe those are actually in hand. So
Yeah, no, I went the priest method. I caught it and I whacked it on the side of the wall until it was dead.
That's right. And actually,
That's
didn't you
priest
also...
method?
I believe that you also took the giant octopus once it was pulled out of the water and immediately went to town on it, fisticuff style.
I did.
Yeah. Classic Kara.
Why we can't have nice things.
What you all don't know is, like, she would look at the runes after, and clearly it's just like, well done, from Thor. Keep it up. Good. Doing good work, girl. Doing the Lord's work, girl. There you go.
Doing Odin's work.
Talking specifically about himself, of course. Oh, God. But yeah. So I will posit, if you guys want to do a long rest, we can, of course, just go straight into the next day. But considering a couple of you have kind of long rest mechanics that you might want to do, that's up to you. Just
I
let
have
me
2
know.
more fish to catch.
You want to catch 2 more fish? Okay. Go for it. That'll take 2 more hours, ultimately. Not too difficult to do, though, otherwise.
I have 2 more fish to catch because there were 4 whales that we needed to provide food for.
If I help her fish, then it'll only take 1 hour?
That would be true if you both catch a fish.
Oh, yeah. I'll help.
That's true, because if she
I'll
manages to fail as
I'll
well.
do some fish too.
Okay, that's fine. Any extra fishing rods that are needed would actually be locatable in or behind the little shack. I forget where. I'll look up the detail in a minute.
You want survival rolls?
Yes, I believe it is a survival roll first, but let me go find the notes on that.
That ain't happening.
Okay. There it is. Yes, it is a survival check first. Leif, you joining in?
Yeah. Da-da-da, where is survival? Oh, advantage.
There we go.
I didn't mean to have advantage on.
It's okay.
Your first
Still
roll was
got
the
the
heavy
first
roll, so it doesn't matter.
If you're not 20 beats it, it's fine.
All right. So, with that, let me just check something. Yep. Okay. So with that, Kara and Leif both would need to do an athletics check now.
Oh, don't get shit.
All right. So, Kara, you catch one, no problem. So yeah, Kara, you pull up a trout, another knucklehead trout, thrashes against your line for a little bit, fighting actually decently against you, but not too much of a struggle. Leif, you on the other hand, as soon as you kind of cast your line out, you realize that the hook is sitting there for a while, much longer than Kara, that's for sure. But once a bite occurs, it's nothing more than a tiny tug at first, and you still try and set the line, and you definitely get something, but the pull that you feel is quite a massive resistance. With a 16, you actually have an incredible time struggling against this object. But eventually, barely, you finally overcome it after what feels like 40 minutes of fighting, almost. And you pull to the surface a second octopus.
Hell yeah.
What?
He nat
Giant
20.
or regular?
Giant octopus, just like the first one. Yeah, this would have him
Jeez.
catching with a nat 20 would have definitely done the same thing as yeah, Saul.
You just made this game easy mode. Like, come on.
So how do you want
Wasted all
to
that
deal with
time.
your giant octopus?
Well, I'd look at everybody and go, guys, why didn't we just catch it like this?
To be fair, Kara did. She also rolled a high enough number on the
that's
one
true.
that got pulled up.
That's true. Yeah,
And
yeah,
she
yeah.
actually rolled,
I forgot
and
that's
again,
how it
she
was.
actually rolled higher than a 20 as well, and was able to get more. So we're still canonically within the dice being where they should be. The script is accurate.
I never needed food, so my dad never told me to fish.
Do we want
What
to?
if we make a mate and then we just have an endless supply of giant octopus
Is that
or
Pluzak
Mellow.
actually
Angajuk?
saying that? Is Pluzak actually offering that up?
No,
No.
that was not in Pluzak voice.
Mello
That's
doesn't
fine. I wanted to
understand
make
how
sure.
to actually fish because his dad was never there, so he's just whipping the water with the fishing pole.
He's whipping his hair back and forth.
He's whipping his hair along.
Ara's cracking a beer, sipping one, and just like fucking
Yeah,
plebs.
okay. So, for all the good that the party is doing, though, Leif, what are you doing with this octopus? Because it is still technically alive right now.
Yeah, I guess I'll try and knock it out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we can figure out what the fuck we want to do with it.
Okay, hold on. What are you knocking it out with?
So it's just, I guess, like the hilt of my sword.
Okay.
Like the back of it.
I mean, you can still technically use the flat of it, too. You could just say use
Oh,
your
yeah,
sword. It was
okay,
just,
yeah.
I wasn't sure what you were attacking it with.
Yeah. We'll do that. We'll just
Okay, go for it, big boy.
17.
Yeah, that'll hit. Okay, not... Well, actually, you know what?
I mean, I'll
Yeah,
have
that's still not enough to outright kill it, but I'm going to change what I was going to do a little. Go ahead.
do it again.
Uh,
It's not dead, that's for sure.
Okay,
Uh,
but I'm
Fred,
not. I'm not gonna kill it though, right? I'm like,
Correct. I'm sorry. It's not unconscious.
Yeah,
I should
okay,
say. Yeah, you
okay,
said
okay.
non-lethal, and I am intending
Yeah.
it to not die. I just
I was just making sure that
it still
I
has
didn't
technically a hit
misspeak
point
something.
pool that it's
No, just-
got to get through. So
Fred, to answer your earlier question about why I mentioned a priest, there is a wiki link in the message board chat that is what I was speaking of.
I want to know now. No.
Ah,
regardless, are you swinging again? 15.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
15.
I just didn't see
No,
it.
you're fine.
That will indeed hit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, another 16 will be enough.
Okay.
Seems to you smack it a second time and it goes kind of limp. You just see your hook kind of protruding from somewhere under one of its tentacles, and it's floating in the water.
did that thing work on like bigger game?
Don't see why I wouldn't.
Well, I don't know that you would be able to kill like I don't know, a boar or anything bigger with it.
Is it blunt force trauma? Shock factor?
Yep.
Then no, it would probably not work on bigger game. You would need like something that deals more blunt force trauma usually. Yeah, interesting. Just a bash and stick. Regardless,
Bash.
yeah. So you now have 2. What do you guys want to do?
I mean,
We have a cook.
we now have enough to feed all the whales and the and Angajuk, so
I mean, you have 3 fish, right? Because they've technically caught.
we have 2 octopi and 3 fish.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone's getting something bigger than the rest, but I mean, I could catch another fish maybe.
Your call.
and
I
see if that
I was
evens
just
it
making
out.
sure that you were satisfied with the numbers that they was correct.
I mean, so you'd probably say someone gets jealous that someone got an octopus and everybody got fish, so
I'm
I'll
not-
catch another
I'm not
fish.
planning on overdoing the
I'm
friggin'
gonna try
things when they
again.
come back. You learned what you needed from them. They'll act as appropriate, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
catching another fucking octopus.
unless you'd prefer to not. I mean, at this point, you could, I guess, keep
They're just all.
you are an
getting
expert enough that you can keep the line at a higher float. You know, you've sent it deep enough that
I
you know
mean-
where octopus are. So I guess whatever you want to catch at this point.
I can throw one in too if we're going
No,
back
I'm just
at
letting
it.
Kara catch what she wants. What do you
I
want
just
on the
need to
hook?
get a fish. 4 fish. That's all I need.
You want a fish? Okay.
Yeah.
So still do the athletics check, but I will roll it for the knucklehead trout instead.
It's got a better chance of getting away on this one. Whatever. If I don't get it, I don't get it. Just,
See.
I think it's time to move on. I
Yeah,
just
I
wanted
agree
to
with
make
you.
sure we had enough.
Yeah, that's all right.
Take all the seafood we have gathered, stuff it into the side room on that little shed thing until the next day. Because
Okay.
those birds come back to poach this shit, I will kill them all.
Yep, you got another trout.
Cool.
Okay,
4
so
trout,
let
2
me-
octopi.
I
Store
gotta
all that
do
shit in
something
that
really
little
quick.
side room.
To be
See
clear,
if
are
this
we
fixes my
are we
problem.
keeping the octopi in the water, or are we taking them into the shed?
I say we get them into the shed so that those vultures don't come back and steal them. But
So
that's just me.
They're gonna die then.
Yeah, I'm concerned that they want fresh fish and not dead octopi.
Can we fill this boat up with water? Oh no, it's got
has a
in it,
hole in
That's
it.
right. Yeah.
Does anybody have like control water or something like that?
I do not.
You have nets? Couldn't you put nets all over them and let them be in the water?
I mean, that's what we did with the first one.
Yeah,
But
I mean, technically, I can create as many nets as we need. Well, I guess no, because I guess once my echo disappears, then the net would as
Okay.
well.
I wish to I just wish to store them in a way that they will not be attacked by other wildlife and taken.
well, I mean, I figure if they're in the water, the vultures aren't going to get to them.
And then
right.
I'll fix that. Okay.
Well, I mean, technically they still could.
Yeah, I mean, we could have watch as well.
Perfect.
Alright.
Okay, so it sounds like you guys at least have a rough idea of what you're going to do with them.
Yes. Keep
Okay.
the octopi in nets in the water, staked to the ice, right? So that way, somebody doesn't need to hold the net the whole time. I would say, double staked or something.
Okay, I
that-
would point out, I'm pretty sure about this, and I can go check on the YouTube video if we need. The one who I believe netted it was an Echo, which is why the Echo is currently still out on screen.
Yeah.
do you want to try and rectify that, Leif, or do you want to just try and stay close enough throughout the night? Like, you could technically sleep on this dock if you wanted to try.
No, we would probably. I was gonna ask you about that once we were finishing this, but yeah, I would want to try and switch to the real net, I guess. That
Okay.
way it doesn't disappear.
So we'll say this first octopus is still not quite conscious yet. So you just kind of finagle it out of the echo net.
I guess I could just put my net around it and then
Correct.
make my
And you
echo
can-
disappear, and then that net would
That is
disappear.
true. That would be a way to do it too.
And that'd
However,
probably be
however
good.
you would want to do it, since you came up
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that. If that's how you want to do it, then yeah, you throw your net in, you pull it tight, you make sure it's secure, and then the echo kind of gives you a nice salute and disappears. And that kind of leaves it in your normal net at least. Okay, so the next step on that, I guess, is if you guys have a concept of how you want to try and do watches or whatever, it is technically after 2 more fishing attempts, 9 p.m. So, how do you want to do a long rest? And does anyone want to spend any of their kind of passive long rest time doing anything? Furthering any
Yeah, I'm
goals?
gonna cook again. Make my 3.
Okay.
Um,
So we're gonna have you
long
do that,
rest
in
treats.
the morning, of course, because that lets you have them at the longest amount of time, right? 8 hours or whatever.
yeah.
Definitely.
I'm gonna be working on my alchemy stuff again.
Awesome. So we'll do it this way. I guess I'll ask it this way. Are you guys thinking you're doing watches, or are you just gonna kind of do passive stuff and then go to bed as a group? How do you want to divvy it up?
No, I would recommend doing watches. Always watches.
Yeah, I second the watch idea.
Yeah, I agree.
Alrighty. So yeah,
Well, I
then
guess I'll take last watch then, so I
Yeah.
can cook.
perfect. So then what we'll do, Mallow, is whenever you are on watch, you can do your alchemy. Yeah,
Okay,
just do it as
I
part
can
of
do first watch then, just get it over and done with.
Alrighty. Anyone else want to take any other slots?
Yeah.
I mean, what's left? Because I think first and last are taken. Second
Yeah.
is as well. Are we doing
We'll
4?
we'll still give you guys one each. Do 5 watches throughout the night, because that way it gives people a little more reason to or free time to do kind of extra stuff if they need or whatever.
Or I mean, I'll take whatever is available.
All right. So I guess it's between Kara, Leif, and Mace. Leif or Kara, either you have preference?
I have no preference. No.
Kara?
I'll take an earlier watch, I guess.
Okay, so Mallow first, Kara second, and then we'll do Leif Mace, LM, and then Pluzak last, LMP.
19 for my watch.
Yeah, you're second. We'll have that in a second. Yeah, so we'll start with Mallow. Yeah, so 7 perception, and then also do me a roll with your alchemy kit. So I believe, if memory serves, it's a wisdom roll, but you also add your proficiency bonus from using the alchemy kit.
So wisdom is going to be. It's not a wisdom saving throw. It's just a
No, just a wisdom roll. I mean,
plus 20.
you could actually do a wisdom saving throw if you do you have proficiency in wisdom saving throws?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, then just do a wisdom roll and add your proficiency
Yep.
bonus on
Yep.
top of it.
So it'll be 20.
All right, 20 is a great roll. So let me just ask, what is your intention with this roll? What is it you're trying to do with your kit tonight?
Let me look at my thing again. So if I remember correctly, I had potion of healing, greater healing, and something else that I wrote down that I don't.
You have 3 of the recipes unlocked, yes.
Yeah, it was the healing and greater healing. What was the other one?
Stability.
Stability. I guess try to either continue to decipher what it is or just to continue building my proficiency with it.
Okay.
Whatever
So I
will
guess
actually-
which is your intended goal?
Um,
One or the
I
other?
wasn't. Was I actually able to decipher any of it, or was it just the lady doing it?
So she kind of deciphered stuff, but I wouldn't say that it's necessarily impossible for you to, now that you have kind of a concept of what at least 3 of them say, start deciphering stuff yourself. Because to some extent, right, if you see, okay, well, it looks like the healing potion uses these herbs that he calls these things, because it's written in common still. It's just names that you did not recognize or know. I can wait if needed.
Comes in, he's like, "Hey, Daddy, what's a corpse butthole?"
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it earlier.
What does it mean to?
Cut that. Cut that.
Got that.
Gotta add that part.
Timestamp 39 minutes in. Cut that.
Parenting.
Sorry.
No problem, my dude. So,
Yeah, just
essentially,
trying to
what I was trying to say
decipher
is,
stuff.
you know, there is a degree to which now you know his terms for certain things. So if the ingredients that are in the healing potion are in other things, you can potentially start to decipher that to some extent if you'd prefer to focus on the recipes instead of focusing on using your alchemy kit to like practice.
yeah. I think
Your cat just unfocused your camera like crazy.
I'm proficient with it at this
Hi.
point. I'm assuming
It's the cat's camera.
Proficient with what? Your kit?
the alchemy kit.
You might
I'll
be
show you
proficient
butthole
with.
now.
You are definitely proficient with the alchemy kit. I will tell you, you are not proficient at alchemy itself, at the actual production of pills, the way that Jinglong was.
Okay.
If you remember correctly, you actually learned last time that you tried to do something with your alchemy kit, that it was essentially, you would not have excuse me. You would not have succeeded on if you had been trying to make a pill when you were trying last time. I think you got like a 13 or a 14, and you noticed that would have actually failed. It blew up in your face a little. So like you are still learning information about your current proficiency at making pills, even if you're not making them. If you're just trying to like understand how to control the fire and utilize the kit for that purpose. So you kind of have
Okay.
two goals in that sense.
Okay, well then let's go with continuing to become proficient with alchemy, and
Okay.
I guess I would also need. Does that mean continuing like the aspect of controlling the key fire?
That's
and everything
exactly
like
what
that?
it is. Yeah, that's what
Okay.
that's kind of the same line of thought process. Yeah. So
Okay.
with a 17, um,
You failed.
well actually, and it's plus your proficiency.
That's a 20.
So it's a 20. That's dirty 20. Beauty. So that's
It's a
actually
filthy
this is
20.
phenomenal for you. With that, you start to control the fire like you've tried before. You're being a significant amount more cautious because you recognize that you were still being careful the first time. With a 14 or so, and it still kind of exploded on you. So you're putting extra focus in this, which we'll say is of course why you might not have been as perceptive around you during your watch, right? But you keep looking over at the squid every once in a while. And actually, let me take a step back before we go a little too far and everyone else start moving your characters to where you think you'd be sleeping, but I'm still going to continue my dialogue on what Mallow is doing. But you're sitting there and you're just, continuing to try this fire. And you basically start by, like, doing just a fire of one temperature and stopping it, and then a fire of another temperature and stopping it. You do that 2 or 3 times. And then you start trying to transition between it, and you get that to be a really natural process, and then you speed it up a little, and you can't quite get it to be like Jinglong, where he was changing it rapidly and all that, but you're recognizing you're taking steps, you're making progress, it's working. And you kind of feel very satisfied with yourself, and you realize that with a 20, you think if you had used the level of focus that you had and tried to follow the guide of what you have for making any of the potions that you had, you probably would have been able to produce at least a pill or so. Yeah.
So I know that I need to get at least a 20.
Not at least, but a 20 is in the range where you seem to feel like you would have definitely produced something should you have tried with ingredients. Yeah.
Okay, that 13 failed.
Yep. I will say, though, that the 13 failed in a way that you believe would have used all of the materials up, but it was not quite like a critical failure. I'm trying to distinguish because there's technically four levels.
I get you. I'm
Yeah.
gonna guess then it would have been like a 15 or above will pass is my guess. You don't obviously.
You're pretty
don't
close,
answer that.
but I'm not going to confirm one way or another. So.
I do not like that one. Okay.
Uh-oh. What are you drinking?
Just fucking bitch boy claws. The strawberry is not very good.
All right, perfect. So,
I wish I had my real claw.
but with that,
finger
your watch definitely comes to an end without issue. We move on to Kara next, I believe we said, and then it's Leif, and then Mace, and then Pluzak. Yeah. So Kara, you already rolled your perception. So
No.
eventually,
19.
yeah. So
No.
eventually, no. Oh, no, the dog. Gotcha.
Sorry.
You're good. So
No, he
I
didn't.
thought you were knowing Kara's perception. Like she's not that observant. I mean, usually she is though.
No, she's fucking blind. God damn it.
So with a 19 though, yeah. Mallow eventually wakes you up, and at that point, Mallow, just figure out where you would bed down for the night. Unlike Leif in his home away from home. Kara, you kind of are hanging out near the bell, looking around pretty, efficiently, doing it every once in a while. Also kind of focusing in on your runes and just generally minding your own stuff. And you just kind of get an eerie sense throughout the night that something is coming. It's almost like whispers in the back of your mind, and you realize that that might be exactly what it is. A message from your god, but perhaps you're just too far away from places that are easier for them to contact you. It's been clear that there's focal points of power that's easier for them to interact with things, right? So you maybe wonder if that's what it is. But nothing occurs during your watch, and you're definitely perceptive enough to know that if something was gonna, you would have seen it. So you just kind of sit there, worried, but nothing that you can be sure about. I will tell you it's not an atmospheric issue, though, just because I have kind of expressed in the past that Kara has, some knowledge of the weather and when things are going to turn for the worse. That's not what this is, just so you know. No blizzards incoming, per se.
I've got a bad vibe of something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a little bit of one. With that,
Mallow
though...
grows an afro. Vibes, you say?
Uh-oh. With that, though, we would switch, like I said, to Leif, I guess, next. So, Kara, you would eventually go and wake up Leif. And Leif, I guess you pop up out of this this boat that you're using to block some of the wind. And just what's your intention on how you're watching? Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to say. So, you do go near the octopus. That's good.
Yeah,
you would-
Mazzy, I gotta make sure and keep tabs on all my rope and everything.
Yeah, you're good. The octopus,
It's
you
not
would
the
you would
octopus we're
actually
worried about, it's
realize
the rope.
at this point the octopus does seem to be stirring and moving a little bit. And because you said that you're going to check on your rope and stuff, you would check the net and you start like tugging parts of it out of the water and you like get this octopus all flipped around and clearly its tentacles start lashing out and stuff. But you give it a good smack or two with your blade and it settles down and you don't see any damage on the net or anything. So you think that's okay. But I do need a perception check just for the nature of doing your actual watch. Good evening, Sarah. Let's see how many
Perception.
things you noticed during the night.
It's just an easy day. I'm gonna see it all.
How many things go bump?
You know.
Perception of 5. So you're more
All
focused
one things.
on your octopus here, on making sure that the net is okay. That the majority of your watch is spent focused on that with your back kind of turned. You do kind of look around every once in a while, and you don't see any like lights approaching from torches. You don't hear anything, and you're just like, yeah, nothing. You keep going back and making sure your net's okay and your rope is fine. So otherwise, your section of the watch passes fine. You eventually walk over to Mace, and you kind of like wave at him since technically he's always active, just staring there at you creepily.
Just looking
Actually,
at me.
there's... Oh, God, I should have... I can't believe I didn't think of this. Over Christmas, one of my neighbors put up this creepy-ass decoration. Like, it almost feels like a Halloween decoration to me. Because it's these nutcrackers, and nothing on them moves. They're kind of lit up. Except for some reason, their eyes, just every, 5 seconds, quickly look left and right. So if you're, driving towards them, if you're just walking by, right, you're like, oh, okay, cool, decorate. Did that thing just look towards me?
That's Mace.
And then it
And then
it
look
sits
away.
there, and then it sits there not doing anything for another 30 seconds, and you're like, okay, I guess not. Oh God, did it just do it again? You're like, it's just the right amount of time that it really catches you off guard. That's basically Mace. Yeah. So you walk over, you signal him it's his turn for the watch. He gets his ass up. So why don't you do a perception for me?
You meant for Mace, right?
Yes, for Mace.
Okay.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh
You
boy.
were
I was
confused
just
as to
making sure
perception?
before I went back
It's
to
gonna
my
be
boat.
another GIF.
Gifts are always good.
Nah, he's gonna nat 20 here.
Sorry about that.
You said perception, yeah?
Yes, sir. Just for your watch. Perception of 14. Okay, so 14 is a good one. So yeah, you kind of don't see anything approaching. You're definitely being vigilant. No issues throughout the night. But you kind
I
of
see Leif, I assume.
yeah. So Leif is the one who gets you up. From your
Oh, he
rest,
gets
quote
me
unquote.
up, okay.
And then
Okay,
he
right.
wanders back
Get
off
him
to
up.
the southern boat. And
Oh,
then
God.
I would say when like Mace came walking out, I would tell him that the octopus did wake up, but I smacked him back
yes.
to sleep.
So he would have noticed regardless with a 14 perception. But
Not
oh
yours.
no. Oh no. God, need to do a gift plus it's fucking edited. Oh Jesus, my brain. Okay, so you would have noticed regardless that this octopus woke up. Do you want to try and knock it out again? Do you want to just focus on keeping the rope safe, like Leif said he's doing? How do you want to deal with that?
So
Are we awake
he's
at this point?
he secured it, so it's fine now, or
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he switched it, so it was in an Echo's net originally. He changed it to be in his net, and then during his watch, he was kind of consistently making sure that the octopus wasn't damaging his net and was
so
still safely
at this
secured.
juncture, how long would I have been inane, I guess?
So you're on third watch technically.
Good girl.
It's about an hour and a half per watch, so 3 hours
throw it on your
of
floor.
rest at this point.
Okay. So I would I would move over to a little closer to the hole, not necessarily immediately next to the water. And I would
Pretty far away
observe
from it.
whether or not I guess the places where the net is secured, maybe thrashed a little bit or moved or something. Um, you said there's no like weird like weather or anything like that going on right now, right?
No, nothing.
So I guess I would just mostly continue on my I guess yeah, I mean I just continue on my watch, just not really doing much else, but more looking at the hole specifically.
Yeah, so paying more
Uh,
attention to the octopus.
Yes. Though by the last half hour of it, if we're doing like an hour and a half per watch,
Yeah, something like that.
um, assuming nothing had happened there, I would like to sort of like pace over like this way, more or less. Just obviously taking a look at Leif, and also just check the like get a glance at least at the to the cottage where Mallow is supposed to be.
Yeah, so do you want to check in the cottage you're saying, or?
I'm surprised
Sure.
that people
If I have the
didn't
time,
come.
absolutely. I'll,
Yeah.
I'll
So we can say it's part of your patrol. You spend a good amount of time checking the octopus, making sure nothing's going on with it. You gotta bonk it with chance once or twice throughout the night just to make sure that it stays cooperative. But it doesn't
Mhm.
seem to be destroying the net once you do. So with that, you kind of navigate your way just to make sure everyone's all right. You check on Pluzak. He's in his shell. Can't tell if he's asleep or not. You go check on Leif, and he's like in his bed muttering about his favorite Fs.
Yeah.
All 8 of them.
All 73. With the
There's
same
like an
40
echo
people.
in there just singing lullabies to him. He doesn't even know what happens when he sleeps. He just like sleep echoes.
Sleep echoes.
And then you wander over to Mallow. Mallow's you saw him walk over in here, and you open the door and you peek in, and you're like, I don't see anything in the bed. And you look deeper, and you're like, I don't see anything in this room at all. Do you want to look further?
I would go in. Yeah.
Do you
And
think you'd check any further than that room? Because once you go in, you realize the room's pretty barren. There's the fireplace in there. There's
so is
the bed,
there, I
but
guess, an indication that anything's been moved since we last
yes,
I don't think anybody else saw it.
yes, things have been in here. So have been shifted in here, I should say. So I believe Leif came in already once, or maybe it was you, Mallow. Someone came in here though.
I did.
Yeah, and basically, so you would see what looks like signs of things being routed through. Someone had walked up to the bed and threw the bed sheet back and made sure it was safe, and someone walked over to the fireplace at some point. It looked like they shift things around, and like you can see footprints in the dust and stuff. But it's enough footprints walking around in the room that you can't quite tell who went where at what point anymore. You see like two sets of
Uh-huh.
footprints to the back door and multiple sets of footprints back from it. So you can't quite
Yeah.
tell what's where, who's, or like if Mallow's even actually in here.
So in that case, could I just do a perception to see if I like hear anything like
Yeah.
snoring
You
or
can always do a
I don't know.
perception to hear something. Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it goes well.
I mean, you can even use. I was
Eh.
going to say you could even have used the 14. I would have been okay with that. But even with an 11, I would say that, yeah, at first you don't hear much of anything, and you just are kind of like standing still and being quiet, and eventually you kind of hear a shuffling noise. That you.
Does he?
Well, yeah, because you didn't do that until now. If you had chosen to do that maybe before you went to sleep for like hiding, but
I'm just
you're
messing
just
with
in there
you.
resting. So and essentially all he hears anyway is like a shuffling noise. It could be someone rolling over in their sleep. Could be someone trying to hide. You're not really sure what, but just something on the other side of that
Okay.
door. Could even be a
So
rat technically. I shouldn't say that it's someone.
frankly, I think that's where Mace would kind of drop it in a way.
Okay.
Mostly because he feels like the main like looming threat currently is one of Mallow's siblings, right?
Okay.
And if it were one of Mallow's siblings, he wouldn't have heard shit. So
Very fair. All right.
yeah,
So,
he'll
get back
just
on.
get back out, move over past Leif, say hi to his newest incarnation, and
Yeah. At that point, it's like twirling one of its fingers in Leif's hair, like patting his head like a loving parent.
just give him a thumbs up, and he'd go back to his original place.
As a parent, I don't twirl Luke's hair
That's just because
or
he doesn't
rub his
have enough
head
of
while
it
he's
yet.
sleeping. Okay. Alright. Just
As a non-parent, I'm telling you it'll happen.
okay.
As a
As someone
doggy dad.
with a lot of hair, you probably know too.
Yeah, right. Oh God. Regardless, at that point, I would say, yeah, you can pretty much choose to end your little section there if you
Yeah,
want, unless
who's the
there's
next
anything
on
else you
watch?
want to do. I think it is technically Pluzak after you. He's on the
Yeah,
last
so
watch.
I just like just like, gently knock on his shell.
You have poop
to
on your hand now.
rise him.
Yeah, you think
That's okay. I've been
some manure.
underwater, so
Yeah, he was squeaky clean until he touched you.
Yeah.
yeah. I'll be like, well,
Well, bound to happen
at least
eventually,
I
right?
have something to fling if something happens.
It smells. Yeah, your hand smells.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, I'll get
yeah,
up.
I'll rise him, and I'll just let him know. The octopus was
Absolutely.
being a little testy, but otherwise shouldn't cause too much of an issue until tomorrow morning. But
Almost
also,
morning.
I
It's already
couldn't.
tomorrow.
Well, yeah. I couldn't necessarily find Mallow. I think he's taking refuge further into the cottage. I decided not to look into it too much because I figured if something had really happened, I wouldn't even have noticed anything. I'm sure I heard something. So
You just hear in the
Are-
fucking distance just Malice screaming vibes.
Are you saying now's the time to find the rest of the party and leave?
well, I figured you'd have at least some kind of witchery, but no, I think if we were to leave right now, we don't exactly have anywhere to go that he wouldn't be able to follow. And two, I think he's still very much alive.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess my watch starts, and you want perception first?
Yes, that'd be perfect.
Okay. Boom.
14's pretty good.
14.
So you also pay attention to the netted octopus, and because I forgot to put the second token down, I did have something planned for it, but I forgot to do the kind of steps throughout the night. So I'll just let you in on what would have happened for your section. You eventually also go check on the second octopus that Leif caught, and you realize that at some point throughout the night it seems to have regained consciousness. And since that one wasn't really tied up or held in any way, it seemed to have started trying to slide back in towards this little pond, a little break in the ice. Only the amount of water that it had on it seems to have left some of its tentacles frozen solid to the ice that it was left upon, leaving it kind of stranded and trapped, and eventually kind of starting to suffocate. Do you want to try and help it at all?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Well, I guess I'll take my hmm. Yeah, I don't have anything to light on fire. I guess I'll go back to the hut, get a piece of wood, light
Okay.
it on fire, right?
So you go into the hut, and your intention is just to open that second door.
Yeah, where the wood was stored, right? Because we were told that there was wood in there.
Yeah. So you go to open the second door, and you find something is kind of leaning against it in a way that doesn't let it really open.
Um,
Like you can actually get it open a little, I guess I should say, and then it feels like you're stuck on something. You can always try and force it with like an athletics check, but currently it's not opening naturally, I should say. It's probably
okay.
a better description.
So
And that's specifically the wood closet as well.
okay. So the bed is there, right? I'm going to take whatever sheets is on that bed, and um, it's a bed made out of wood as well. I can like break out like a
Yeah,
post or something.
even the mattress is like a straw mattress.
Yeah. So that's what I'll do. I'll take some of that stuff because that will work for
Yeah.
fire, and then I'll bring it out to the octopus to try to warm it because it's gonna dehydrate the octopus more. But I'm gonna warm up the octopus to try to free it from the ice,
Okay.
and then
So, with a 14 perception, you would notice especially once you have a torch and you kind of are, not even a torch per se, but something that's on fire and bringing it closer. It's really just two of its tentacles that are stuck. So you can try and, of course, focus in more on those. But I will need probably a sleight of hand check from you, just in order to kind of handle the fire. Or I would even say an animal handling check to try and convince the octopus that your intention is good, and that would also let you it wouldn't struggle against you, so you don't have to
I
be
mean,
as
is my
dexterous.
intention good? I'm really gonna let it
Your call,
die
dude.
to a
Your intention
Angajuk.
in this instance is to save it from the ice, correct?
Yeah.
So if your intention is to try and free its tentacles, I would say, yeah, you could probably do an animal handling check to try and basically say that you're not, you're tricked with that problem. Um, and it just makes it so you don't have to be dexterous in the hand, but one way or the other, it's your choice.
Yeah, I guess I'll pretend I'm being nice to it and tell it, try to soothe it. Make it little, pointing at its tentacles, saying, "Hey, dude, I'm gonna free your tentacles here." 16.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna say a 16. Definitely good enough that you managed to convince it, and you bring this bundle of flame close by and start kind of warming up these tentacles and the ice that they're stuck to. And it definitely takes a good while. You kind of start running out of material by the time that you get the second tentacle free, but eventually you do. Now, once you do, though, I will point out that like it kind of tests all its tentacles, realizes that it's not stuck to the ice anymore, and then it just looks towards the crack, like the big break in the ice, and you can tell it intends to run. I'll let you have one turn worth of action, bonus action, reaction stuff, but its intention is going to be to book it. So
Bozak's gonna let it go.
Pluzak's going to let it go. And I'm going to let Sophia go before I continue. Okay.
Pluzak's gonna let it go with the mindset of we have one giant octopus for Angajuk.
Okay.
What is he gonna do with two?
So, having done that, this one is definitely going to slither its way over towards the water. Kind of droop itself, I should say, in, and then it'll disappear underneath the water surface. No longer seen by any of you. Well, you technically being the only one that would really see it, but yeah, this is gone. That's
I'm
fine.
gonna get rid of any evidence of lighting a fire on the ice.
How are you getting rid of that evidence? Are you just letting it burn out? Like,
yeah. So I guess I can use is thermaturgy. Is that the one that allows it to like snuff out lights, or is that
I
the
don't
other one?
remember.
Let me
Probably
look
can
here. Cause a flame to flicker, brighten, dim, or change color. Well, that's just the.
What you
Yeah, no. Okay.
Pluzak like gets rid of the residual ash, and when he comes back, he just finds like a feather waiting for him on his bed. He knows.
Yeah.
No.
I saw that. Yeah, so I'd just get some water from the hole, pour it on to whatever's left that's there, and then
Alright.
anything that's left over.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, and I would check the one that's in the net and make sure it's still there too.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, okay.
So the net itself is fine. This thing is struggling a little bit more, but much like, well, actually, I guess the others are generally a little more willing to be violent. If it's struggling at all, it seems like it's starting to try and break the net a little. How would you want to deal with that problem?
I cast Speak with Animals.
Ah, yeah. Okay, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I cast Speak with Animals on myself, and I would tell the octopus that I'm sorry, but this is the way of life, and it's the circle of life, and you have been captured by a more powerful being, and you will be sacrificed for another animal to be able to survive.
It would stop struggling as soon as it kind of acknowledges that there is something trying to communicate with it. But it basically just responds with a very simplistic, "As long as I live, then I will struggle for my life."
I'm sorry to hear that. You could just go to sleep for the last few hours.
I'm starving, and I have been fighting, but I will continue fighting.
He's starving. Interesting. If I give you food, would you stop struggling?
I wish to live more than food. I can find food if I live.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. You've been bested by a better creature, and you will be food for another creature. Just as if you were swimming around and that creature had caught you itself.
But I may have food before. That is your promise? If I stop?
I can give you food, yes.
Give me food.
Okay, so, all I have are rations, which are most likely dried fish or something, I would assume.
Yeah, it's fine. It's mostly what Leif has, too.
Yeah, so that's what I'll try to feed it.
How do you want to do so?
I'm gonna try to drop it into the netted area.
Okay. So
let it know that it's coming. Like, this is the food that I have to give you.
Yeah, so you just drop it in the water, though, essentially. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it hits the water. It feels, the dried fish hits the water, I should say. The octopus feels the water, movement, and you see its tentacles kind of move and finally wrap around this thing and move it lower under the water. And you just kind of hear it kind of moving in the water. You assume it's eating, and eventually it's just says, "That was not good."
Are you going to stop fighting? Struggling?
You see two tentacles kind of come up and latch onto the surface of the ice, and it lifts itself up,
Never.
just to kind of gaze upon you. And it just says, "I wish to be freed. Can I convince you to free me?"
I have already freed another of your liking.
But it was not me. I do not care.
Unfortunate. You will not be freed. And at this point, it doesn't seem like it's liking what I have to say, so I'm gonna attempt to knock it out.
So, as you step forward to do so, you would notice that it has actually tried to recede into the water, and much like the other, has one of its tentacles frozen to the top of the ice.
Oh, nice. Well, I don't know if it's gonna like break off a tentacle. Yeah, I'd rather knock it out so it's not suffering from frozen tentacle.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to say that that's not an issue. The others were able to do so during the night without having to roll. So you just hold your staff high and apologize, and it understands because speak with animals. And then you whap it on the head, and it kind of falls unconscious, and it's just floating there, one tentacle just stuck to the ice.
Yeah, and then the other thing I would like to do
Start cooking.
before I start cooking is Druidcraft.
Okay.
And I would like to know the weather at our location for the next 24 hours.
Ah, that's a great little spell. Next 24 hours will actually be pretty clear. You do not sense that there is any impending snowstorms or even blizzards. Or blizzards or even snowstorms, I should say. Probably the better way, but
Cool. Then I'm gonna start cooking my 3 temporary hit points.
I am reading this
Yeah,
right.
thanks.
Your look. Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Okay. Yeah. So you make your little treats. So yeah, I would just ask. I guess, are you just kind of pulling mushrooms and prepping them, or are you going to find a fire again somewhere and do like an actual cooking? How does it work for you in this instance?
Yeah, can I use the fireplace in the hut?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what I would like to do, and I'll probably take apart other parts of the bed to make the fire, since the door is kind of like
Absolutely.
closed.
So you go in there and you just like start breaking the bed apart. Mallow, you are awoken to the sound of wood snapping from a room over.
I would kick the fucking door in.
So the door you would actually find is slightly ajar and is resting against you. It seems like someone tried to open it in the night and just couldn't open it past you, so they just stopped. Do you want to just
Okay.
still do the kicking the door? I just wanted to let you know where you found yourself.
And the door opens into you.
To you,
just
yes.
So, you know. So
You can still kick it out.
He could
Yeah,
absolutely.
I would have kicked the door out.
You going to
Okay.
kick the door out? Okay. So just do me. We'll have you do like an athletics roll.
Oh god damn it! It could be acrobatics.
No, that would not be for kicking a door out. That's a strength thing. That's 16's pretty damn
No,
good.
it still
So
works.
you, especially with the age of this door and it not being well kept, you kick it out without issue. And so Pluzak, a door kind of suddenly just like shatters into the room towards you. It bounces harmlessly off your shell. And then you look over and you see Mallow standing there, foot up in the air in a martial arts stance, just
Fully ready to
slowly brings it down, like, all pressed to himself. And you just look down and you're like, more wood.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. More wood for the fire.
So yeah, you got yourself some free wood. And you found Mallow.
Yeah. The others didn't know where you had gone and thought you had left.
Just so I can remember that this is not here. Let me try and...
I was in here all night. I don't understand why you didn't. No. Okay.
I didn't look for you.
I heard somebody come in.
I was looking for wood, and now I have lots of it.
I just start throwing logs into the other room, like not trying to hit him, just like yeeting logs into the main room.
So you would find as well, Pluzak, what he's throwing into the room is basically bundles of firewood that seem like they would make pretty fantastic campfires.
We have enough wood.
Continues
you.
throwing wood.
Yeah, very mellow.
I'll start. I'll start cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. You ignore him. You grab up some of the door wood off the ground, and you just throw it in the
Doesn't
fireplace.
take
Start
the
start
actual
assembling.
firewood.
Yeah, start assembling. Of course, it's Bluzak. I didn't read that wrong, did I, Fred?
Nope.
Starts assembling into the fireplace. A nice little thing, and lights it with his tinder kit, and just starts cooking away. So yeah, you make yourself those treats, no problem at all. Eventually, the rest of the crew, Mace, you kind of stand up eventually after enough night has passed. Kara, you as well awaken without issue. Leif, you start to roll over, and very suddenly you feel like something that was near you's presence is no longer there. Uh-oh. He's checking the octopus, isn't he? What are you doing, Leif?
I'm gonna come around the day. The day has begun. And I'm checking my rope and my net. And then I notice that the other octopus is gone. And so I'll ask Mace first, I guess, since he was right after me. Yeah, there was two, right? Two of these octopuses.
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 Cephalopods.
That's I think you, Claw.
Hentai machines.
I
Hey,
don't think
yo.
any of us are Japanese.
No, you're right.
Korean, right?
No, Vietnamese.
Vietnamese, I'm
Vietnamese, yeah.
sorry. I knew it was
You're
not.
all right.
I knew it was
What
not
the-
mainland major or Japan. So
It's okay, Cam. I remembered.
Thank you,
I
buddy.
did too, yeah.
Thank you.
I
Paul.
never knew. I just
That was
That's
hate.
all right.
I'm too racist to remember.
also cut this. Just,
Hell yeah.
America.
America. All right, there's the
child virus.
goddamn most red, white, and blue thing I've ever heard.
God, are you sure that wasn't the time you tried to eat fried bullets at the county fair?
Oh wait, sorry, cut that.
Cut that. Yeah.
Cut that.
Oh, God. It's gonna be a lot of holes in this episode. Anyway, but yeah, so the morning's progressing. Pluzak
Oh,
has
yeah.
his treats. You still have one octopus in the net. Mace, you were asked, I guess, if you knew what happened to the other one. I think we got interrupted or
Right now,
tangented.
there were still two when I last checked, but what was the order of watches? I think. Well, I know that Bluesec was after me, and there, like I said, I'm pretty sure there were still two when I last checked. The only odd thing was that I couldn't find Mallow, but he seems to be doing okay. So, otherwise,
Are we
I
really
have no
questioning
idea.
if the druid let the octopus go?
Are you actually yelling this across the?
Yes.
It sounds like a Mallow thing to do.
Like, really, guys? Like, I'm
Well-
not even angry at him.
I do feel like, Kara,
expected it.
you would have definitely heard them say, though, like, yeah, we lost track of Mallow, so I feel like there's some part of deep in her that's boiling right now. Like, if he remembered his goddamn password, I'd be asking him so hard right now.
Oh yeah. What's the point of passwords if we don't remember?
Dick is hard.
Oh,
Found
he
him.
actually remembered,
Yeah.
right?
cut that. Oh, never mind.
No, wait, that one's
Um,
necessary.
But like, yeah, no, he would say, well, I mean, he would actually turn to Bluesec and say, well, did you
Did I what?
let the other one go?
The other one crawled
The other
into
octopus.
the water. Nobody decided it was a good idea to tie it down.
So you just watched it. You just watched it crawl into the water.
I watched the last of it slip into the water.
And you tried to stop it,
So,
right?
Kara, before you reach to ring the bell, um, your passive perception is above 20 just naturally, right?
21, yes.
Yeah, so I'm not going to make you roll. That tingle, kind of from the night before, seems to come back for a fraction of a moment, and it stops you from ringing the bell for a moment. Not that there's anything immediately that makes you, you know, associate anything with it. But as you wait, you do notice there is kind of a sound coming from the south. It sounds like distant voices, definitely loud, boisterous, but you can't quite make out words. Not yet, at least. Do you still want to choose to ring the bell? You still can. It's just you would have noticed this beforehand.
Huh.
And I wouldn't have noticed this.
No, it's her passive that's picking
Yeah,
this
her
up.
passive is what's picking it up.
We're
Currently.
arguing.
Right, exactly.
Um,
You're yelling, the druid would have let the fucking octopus go. So no, you wouldn't have.
I would tell the party that, I think there's something coming from the south. Keep an eye out for it. But I would still ring the bell. I still intend.
So you're still going to ring the bell. Okay, perfect. So yeah, bell rings out, no issue. Yeah, that's fine. So I guess at this point, you guys would all know the bell is rung. Do you want to do anything with the currently still alive octopus? Because it is kind of blocking the hole.
Knock it the fuck out. If it's awake, knock it the fuck out.
Yeah, it doesn't actually seem to be struggling too much. You would notice that one of its tentacles is currently frozen to the ice. It looks like it had tried to almost pull itself up on the ice the night before for some reason. The rest of it is still comfortably underwater. And that seems
Yeah,
okay.
I would pull it up out of the way so that Angajuk can surface and we can get onto Angajuk if we can.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, you pull it up out of the thing, and it kind of rests along the shore. Go ahead.
I will pass off the fish that I'd collected for the other whales over to Mace and or Pluzak and said, talk with Angajuk. I'm going to keep a watch to the south. Something's got my hair raised.
So then you guys all. I'm just gonna. Mace
And,
gets slid out here, and then you guys.
I'm just going
will
to stand
be-
watch in this direction.
So
I'm
you
going.
guys just kind of pull this out here. That's fine, Kara.
Do you not want me to go with you?
You can if you'd like.
Okay. I feel like the three of them is enough, and
So have you
Well,
told us
keep
that
watch.
something's up?
Yes, I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
While
that's
you
what she
guys
was
were
just
having
saying,
that thing,
basically.
I mentioned that there was something that was giving me a funny feeling from the south, and that's why I'm standing watch.
And never mind.
You sure you don't want to let another octopus go?
Oh, I pulled this one on shore. I didn't let it go.
I would
Told
also,
you,
I'd also
it
actually like
escaped.
to point out, despite not knowing of the nightly activities, like I said to Kara, she would have noticed this thing was not particularly struggling anymore, right? So,
Is it
Oh,
conscious?
yes. I mean, actually, one of you said you wanted to knock it out. Did you ever actually do that specifically?
I asked you if I
Yeah.
could, and you did not respond.
Then yes, you
So-
could.
Well, no.
You could have. I'm sorry, I just didn't quite follow up.
I thought you said you would have no issue with that. So
Yeah,
maybe
it
you
wouldn't have
want
been
me
an
to make
issue
a
to
roll.
knock it out. It would have been fine. So yeah, it's currently unconscious then.
Unconscious on the ice. We're good. The other fish are there on the ice.
Okay. Yeah, so let me do this then. Make a little note of it. This to that. So now you can see he's unconscious. So you guys want to do anything while you wait for Angajuk then? Kara has clearly moved. Does anyone else wish to do anything?
I'm going to offer 2 pieces of food to anybody who wants them, other than Mallow.
I'm just watching whatever's going on with Kara, keeping an eye out if something's coming or not.
Okay. All right.
So, could I ask Kara? I guess like. Well, she was vague and saying, right? She just has a funny feeling. That's all she said.
I essentially that something feels off to the south.
Okay, yeah. If she said south, then I guess I would ask, can you tell how far?
DM, can I tell how far?
To the south, those voices were? No, not just off of the passive on like the little bit that you could hear. It was more. Wow, this is being kind
It
of
was
picked up for me
intuition.
now.
ESP.
Yeah, it
Carried
was.
on the
It was
wind?
more like carried on the wind is the better way to put it, which is also why you couldn't necessarily make out what was being said, right? So it was. Yeah,
Alright.
it's more that way. You do think over time, of course, so if Angajuk's spell takes 30 minutes for Angajuk to show up, you would say after another 10 or 15, the voices are definitely closer. You would believe after another 10, maybe 20, they'll be probably on top of you.
Are they going to get here before Angajuk?
You would believe either, judging by the sounds, probably, or either slightly before or about the same time as.
Okay. I mean, until whatever this disturbance is arrives or passes, I will maintain watch. I will leave the conversation with Angajuk to the rest of the group.
Why can I not move this thing?
So,
That's okay.
if we're going to put this in action format, I'm holding an action to intercept whatever is coming over the hill.
That's fine. Okay, absolutely. Well, I'm going to say that broad is tough, but you're going to have the ability to do something as soon as you see something regardless, so don't worry. Everyone else, you're just waiting for Angajuk?
Yeah. I'll let the group know that it's going to be a nice day today.
Okay, it's good of you.
It's the best day.
Ever! Okay. So,
I will move a little closer to. Well, hold on. She said south. I'm just gonna move over to here just so I can reach them with my aura in case if anything happens.
alrighty.
But that's about it.
Cool. Okay. With that, Kara, you would definitely notice coming over there, like around the southern, most hill, whatever, is the first thing that kind of breaks the line of sight. Berm, that's I think the term that my brain was looking for, I just couldn't find. You would eventually notice that there is indeed a crew of people. At first you see like one or two heads pop up above it, then another 2 or 3 behind them. Eventually it totals what looks like 9 people. However, they are also lugging with them quite a bit of luggage. This luggage seems to be kind of 4 casks or barrels, sizable, enough that you could carry probably a good amount of food or drink or whatever it's in them.
Is these
But
the same
they just
ones
kind of-
from the orcs?
From which? No,
The orc?
it is not the same barrels nor the same people. These actually are human. Kara would definitely be able to tell that at a distance pretty readily. And they kind of seem pretty unthreatening at first. You would notice that they kind of see you at about the same time you see them coming over the berm. They do seem surprised though to see a crew of people standing out in the distance in front of them. And eventually they do kind of close in, and I'm just going to put them on map here. Object layer want to go. Game want to go. I'm hitting the wrong keybind. That's why. There we go. So eventually they move in a little closer, enough so that I can at least have them on the map. If you guys want to shift yourselves a little backwards, having seen them coming and wanting to position yourself different, that's fine. It's just needed them to be visible.
No worries. I mean,
but-
I'd say I'd call out to them before they get to this.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they were
Proximity.
ultimately going to be. That's why I'm
Can-
saying if you want to back yourselves up a little, give yourselves, whatever distance you feel would be appropriate, feel free. I can't really put them any further outside the map. I'm just
No,
gonna-
I
so-
understand that.
Yeah, okay.
Can they clearly see what we look like and everything like that?
When they first come over the berm, you would believe judging by the way you can see them, that no, it's tough to make out facial appearance and things. You can definitely see them individually and count them, though, so you would believe they can do the same to you. So if there's something about your countenance that you would want to change, that's probably doable, but you don't think that you'd necessarily be able to just go and hide. They know you're there.
Oh no
already.
no no! I want to kind of change myself to look more not a decrepit old man, but an elderly person that maybe like this troop was set to help me get here or something.
That's fine. You can make yourself look old.
And just kind of get under if Kara will let me kind of like get under her wing a little bit so that a shadow is cast on me.
Sure,
So
I
just
can
move
make
yourself
the
5 feet
illusion
closer
look-
to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fine, I think. So let's do this. At this point, everybody just roll initiative. It gives us at least an order for people to do stuff in.
Okay.
We will see, of course, what these people want in a second. That's a good start for Kara. Definitely makes it easy.
Pluzak!
Where I want to be, baby.
Mallows a 15. Mace. Mace rolling high for himself.
That kind of works out nice that we're all Mace. Don't you get advantage?
He does, but he always forgets, and I'm not going to tell him anymore.
I do.
Oh shit! Every time. I don't. I'm sure there's like a setting
is
that
a
I
way
can
to
turn
There
on.
is, but it
there's a
doesn't
setting in your
always
sheet
work.
that you can do.
It doesn't always work.
That's funny. I mean, you could re-roll it if you want, and just take the higher, but it is 18. I mean, it's not like you got a bad roll.
Yeah. I'll just reload it just in case. No,
Yeah,
I
it's only
mean,
18 anyway. Still a good
It's
roll.
better.
Okay.
Claw, go over
Yeah.
to the cogwheel on roll 20. The middle box on the top, initiative styles, is set to normal. Just switch it to advantage.
it's already on advantage actually.
Ah, so it is glitched like Harrison said.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'd
No,
end
it's
up
it's
having-
rolling the 2. It's just only displaying the 1.
Ah, that makes sense. That's why I get such good initiatives.
Oh.
No, it's already doing
okay.
what it's supposed to.
Yeah, I
Yeah, it's
see.
a
Because
7
when you
plus
hover over the
18.
number, it actually shows both
Ah,
results.
very nice. Okay, good to know.
So you've been
So-
double initiative.
That's okay. It's whatever. Now that we know though, that's at least helpful. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will go back into it. And I can cut all that. We can cut it, guys. So,
Cut
There
cut
we
it.
go.
Oh god. So we will definitely be starting with you, Kara. So what is it that you would like to start with? And we're a
As I
little more,
see-
free right now. Like you still be limited to like one greater action and all that. But if you want to talk for a while, it's all fine, of course.
As I see them approaching, Kara would wave, hand up, just a general hello. I'm like, what brings a group such as yourself out this far?
Yeah. So the guy who's most closest to you at the time would, hey, boss, we got people. And this guy would step forward. He seems to be dressed different than the others. A little more, they're all wearing heavy winter clothing. Fair amount of what looks like leather armor over maybe something more, but you can't quite tell past all the heavy weather gear. But this guy's got like a pretty regal-looking cloak. Regal might be the wrong term, but it's definitely got some more money behind it. Better dressed, kind of more trinkets on him and everything. It just, all right. Not gonna lie, we didn't exactly plan to see anyone out here, so, well met. Travelers? Adventurers? What am I dealing with?
A little bit of both.
Okay, I mean, I guess technically you were here first, so you get staked claim. We don't mind waiting, but we were hoping to deal with this whale thing here. Is that what you're here for?
What do you mean by deal with the whale?
Well, we were over in Bremen, at the bar there. You ever been to the Black-Bearded Brother?
Sounds familiar, probably, but I might have been blackout drunk at the time.
Yeah, me and the boys got to drinking the place out, as we do sometimes, and, heard some tales that this whale out here, is pretty good at talking. Never heard of a talking whale. But, you see, we're sort of, fishermen. And, we were hoping the whale could maybe help us get at some fish that are harder to get to normally.
I'd like to insight him.
Absolutely. So you would
Not a great
believe...
insight check.
I mean, it sounds like, for the most part, what he's telling is pretty cohesive. You guys actually know as a party that the rumors of Angajuk's spell is something that people talk about in the 10 towns. Whether or not someone believes it is, of course, up to them. And, you know, from what you guys are doing, clearly you believed it, so why wouldn't these guys? You don't
So they're
necessarily...
looking to do some fishing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what his claim is, that he's hoping Angajuk could, I guess, help them somehow get to fish that are typically very difficult to get at. And you don't particularly see any reason to doubt that. So... Or at least the story sounds realistic enough that, you know, could be true.
Well, if you're here to fish with Angajuk, it might take some time. We're trying to convince him to bring us somewhere.
And how long is that gonna take?
The trip itself?
Yeah.
Can't say how long, but he's going to be away at least a 10-day. If we are successful.
Sorry.
So, do you think that maybe I could convince you to let us talk to him first? I mean, realistically, all we're hoping for is to take a little ride, maybe attach some nets to him, and just drag in a bunch of fish, take them back to Bremen, make a bit of a killing, you know, simple.
So are you telling me that you're trying to use a whale instead of just using a boat?
You see, that's the thing we usually would have done, but there's kind of an issue out on Meridal Dune right now. This big old thing with a long neck is keeping anyone that's trying to use a net from being able to do so.
So what
yeah.
I'm hearing, Sonny, is that you're just not man enough to sail the seas?
That's not the problem either, old man.
I looked at
Considering
Karen
that's
and
what I
spoke,
used
so
to
we
do.
got a bunch of pansies over here.
Oh lord.
Karen
Ma'am,
will
I'm gonna have
insolently
to
put a
ask,
hand on his
can you
grandpa.
stop the old man? 'Cause he's really getting on my nerves.
He's hurting my feelings.
He's a bit of our patron at the moment. He's hired us for this trip. So while I
Well,
would...
that means you're supposed to keep him safe, which means you might want to protect him from that mouth of his.
Kara is going to switch from pleasant to aggressive mode and be like, "Are you threatening my client?"
No, just saying people like him tend to attract a certain type of response. Here I am, being polite, asking if we could just perhaps take a couple-hour fishing trip first so you can go do your business and we can get back to ours. But instead he's here insulting us. You have to admit, that's a bit rude.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but in this particular case, we've been trying to court this whale for a few days. We're looking to move on with our own business. We're on a schedule of our own. So while I understand your issue, it cannot supersede mine.
Well, if we have to wait, then we have to wait. Are you using the little hut over there? Can we start at least making a base camp, since we're going to have to be here a while?
Grandpa here has been using the shed for the little shack to sleep in. It wasn't in the best of conditions, so we've done our best to patch it. It's not really the...
It doesn't really
greatest
matter to
of
me. We just
shelters.
need somewhere to store some of our shit outside of the wind. We can at least make our own sort of camp later. My issue is, if you're going to be on for a 10-day with the goddamn whale, then yes, I need to at least find some place to start doing that. Is that okay? That's all I'm asking.
Kara will look... Is this alright with you, Grandpa?
Before anything else, can Leif and Pluzak hear the conversation?
Yes, everyone can hear this.
Okay.
More importantly, can they smell me?
Probably.
The interesting thing is,
Definitely.
you would think that some of these guys probably wouldn't be able to smell you past themselves.
Okay.
Oh man, they're worse than Bluzak. He should be looking for samples.
I might have.
Wind is blowing the wrong way.
Pluzak only wants
When-
specimens from things that are like interesting life forms. These guys seem more
Yeah.
like the dregs.
Mallow would look up to Kara and just look at her and dearie, I thought that soup was pretty bad last night that we had. And you
Lord.
would just see the weight fall on the ground from my chain and sickle.
Did Gramps over there just drop a shit? What is that? What just fell out of him?
Kara will just look at him. You're sure?
Oh, it tasted like shit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you gotta go to the bathroom or something, that's fine. I just, what is happening now? Can we go set up camp? What are you doing?
Okay, here, I'll come
The code word has given. He's onto something that I'm not aware of.
I mean, he hasn't done any sort of insight checks. It's not like he's doing anything different than you. Just strike you down, Mace? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you have a relic apparently on you. You could ask.
Well, I'm gonna wait to see if the thing's legit before I ask any favors.
Can I use insight too? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, you can absolutely insight check.
Oh damn it, a 10.
Okay. Yeah. So no, not quite. You would. Well, I shouldn't say not quite. What I should say is you would understand it to be much like Kara, a statement like all things considered, you are, being mallow about it, but realistically, their story, just like her, is not something that is unheard of. You might think like, man, they really came out here on kind of like a shot in the dark, right? Because if the whale doesn't help them catch fish, it seems like they're really wasting a lot of time getting out here. But at the same time, there's nothing about what they've said that, especially considering what you have heard so far, right? Like, thinking back, and this goes for you too, Kara, with your earlier insight. They mentioned something attacking nets in Mer Daldun, which is definitely real. Like, you guys would know very distinctly what that is, considering you caused it. And so what he said about potentially coming out here to catch fish in nets and bring a whole bunch back to sell in that town, I mean, yeah, they could theoretically make a killing if they're the only ones that are doing that. So their story lines up. There's truth to that you can find. So that's
I haven't
essentially it.
questioned their story.
No, I understand, but that's kind of what it's getting at, right? You are inciting their intentions, and what you can read with your rolls, both of you, a 9 and a 10, is that the story you've been given seems legit enough that you don't currently see a reason to see anything past that or believe anything past that. It might seem sketch still to you. You can still play it that way, but in terms of reasoning, you can't come up with something more. Seems pretty legit.
All right.
Let me go grab the other dog really quick. I'll be
Absolutely,
right back.
no problem.
Kara would look back to the group after that.
So you would
Go
only
ahead.
see Mace, just so you know. I'm going to say the other two are definitely out of sight immediately for now.
Kara would look back to them, the arrival. By all means, go ahead and store your casts in the back room, but we would ask that you make a camp elsewhere for the time being.
I mean, elsewhere like where?
Over the hill's fine. You don't have to go very far.
All right, I guess. I mean, can we do it on this side of the hill? Because there's a lot of wind from the other side that it would buff it. I mean, we can still go back, but I don't know. It's better on this side.
For my own sake, it's occupational safety.
He kind of scratches his head at this point and just, listen, lady, I'm trying real hard here, okay? I'm just trying to do what's best for my men, too. I want to keep them out of the bad weather, all right? I'm already willing to at least back off, let you guys have first shot at the whale. Can you please give me something here, too?
We are. You're able to store your stuff in the shed.
I'm not putting my stuff in the shed if you're making me go to the other side of a hill.
Because we're clearly going to run off with whatever that
You
is.
might. You're about to take the whale. For all I know, you could put more stuff on it and go with the whale to wherever the fuck you're going. I don't know you. I don't know what you're doing. I'm trying to be nice about this.
Tell them that your throat's been slit one too many times.
I really don't think they need to know how many times people have tried to kill me, not
I mean,
succeed.
I'm sure that I have just as many scars if that's what we want to argue over. It's not. I'm just trying. Okay, you know what? Just kind of pinches his nose at this point. He's just, I'm just going to take my boys. We're going to go build a base camp right there. And he points back to the berm. On this side of it. You got a problem with it, you can come argue. We're giving you your shot with the whale. You fuck up, we're taking next. You get your shot, we'll wait a 10-day. And he
That's
starts kind
reasonable
of
to
waving
me.
his men to do so, but he is mostly standing there still kind of staring at you.
Did we come up with whether we want to mess with them or not?
It would be about this point as well, I should say. Angajuk pops himself on out of the water. He would see at this point Leif, you, and Pluzak. He would recognize at least Pluzak, who spoke to him the day before. And he would say, "Hello there, turtle. How are you doing today?" And at that point, of course, the captain quite specifically takes notice of this giant whale that is, bellowing these clearly common sounds. And he's, ho, 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 ho. He turns to his group. Boys, turns out this payday might be a little more real than we thought.
Oh yeah, we're fucking killing them.
Right.
I'm shadow
Can
stepping.
okay, but before he does that, can I insight one more time to see if I can discern real intention now that he's kind of dropped his guard a little bit?
I will
You can
join
definitely
that
insight again. I will tell you though, much like because they were, mentioned to be, kind of moving. That was weird. I don't know. Okay, whatever.
Just
I'm
kind
just
of
going to
hoping.
delete the barrels.
God damn it! Why is it always getting lower?
Actually, at this point,
Alright.
the majority of these guys are going to have shifted, a good 30 or 40 feet back, considering. Why is it not? Because I keep hitting the wrong buttons. That's why. He does still have, two people who are just kind of hanging out nearby, just to make sure that everything is okay. But for the most part, they are retreating, like they said. And he just kind of. You can insight, of course. With a 6, though, yeah. I mean,
I know
he
I'm not
seems
getting anything with a
again.
6.
It's the same thing where it's not like you're feeling like you're missing out on anything. Of course, it's just he seems excited. They weren't. Again, you guys have heard the same rumor that you believe that they probably heard, and now that he's actually seen a talking whale, he's just clearly ecstatic that his plan might come to fruition. That's the best you can tell. Pluzak, though, you were technically greeted by Angajuk. Is there anything you want to say in return, or do you want to just try and continue kind of hiding from these people?
No, I'll talk to him.
Okay.
Good morning. We have spent the afternoon yesterday finding and capturing this giant octopus for you.
Oh, this one is the one for me. There was one that slipped back from above the ice earlier this morning that I thought was an offering. I consumed it earlier for what Anya will have called breakfast. But this will make a mighty fine second breakfast.
Oh man, he eat more than I thought.
But we will actually say, for the moment, Kara, it is actually your turn. So let's get an actual turn out of you. We'll start going through the turn order so people can actually start doing stuff.
I don't really have much more to say. I've said my bit. I've said my piece. If Captain here or Blue Shirt Man wants to argue further, he can, but I have nothing further to add to that conversation. I will remain on the defensive, just let's say prepping a dodge action or something if they decide to do something funny, but otherwise I will wait for the rest of the party to declare whether we have a ride or not.
Okay. All right.
I'm still getting the heebie-jeebies from these dudes, but I can't prove it, so...
Also, Mallo's not doing this just because he's like, I just want to kill everybody. Mallo's doing this because he does not.
He knows the type.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I don't like the fact that they're, well, in the beginning that they were just trying to fucking pretty much extort the whale for their own well-being, and now be
Like that wasn't what your group was here to do initially.
Well, no, but we're not just like.
But we're the
doing
here.
it
Are the main
for
characters.
a very, very
Exactly,
very
Claw.
reason. It's not just like, oh, we're gonna fish.
No, I get what Mallow's trying. Mallow thinks that their intent is malicious.
Yes, and now he thinks that they're gonna try to kill the fucking whale. I knew.
I mean, there's nothing to say that we
Or
can't
capture the
warn
whale.
Angajuk as we go to leave. Like, when we're actually with Angajuk, we can let him know what's going on. So...
I mean,
That's
I
not
think
something
they're
would-
going to try to do what Mallow wanted to do, which was take Angajuk out of the sea and put him into the little pond where the
Well,
other guy is.
I
And larger
believe
dudes
that
will be fine.
I believe their intention is a lot more malicious than that. I think they're actually just going to kill the whale, but I can't prove it because I didn't get a good insight roll. So that's why I'm remaining on the defensive until.
I mean,
called away.
I would tell you even if you got a better insight roll, it doesn't necessarily mean you would know what's going on. So
No, but I could at least get a context clue. But either way, I'm going to remain silent and hold an action. Well, not even hold an action. I'm going to dodge as my action if they do anything funny, and I pass.
all right, no, that's fine. Yeah. So at this point, it is their leader's turn. And he just kind of grins at you, looking between you and the whale. Oh, don't worry. You go ahead and have yourself a fun ride. We'll wait here. Take our turn. Boys, let's set up camp. And then he just kind of turns on heel and waves the other two with him, and they're just gonna kind of, disappear with the others. Kind of go catch up with the rest of the group. So yeah, they're still visible though. They're ways off towards that berm. We'll say about 100 feet, 120 maybe. Not close enough to be able to like dash over or anything, but close enough that they're still watching clearly.
Okay.
What's up?
No, I'm just. How did they move that far? For going
They
one
won't. They
turn
won't have
over?
moved that far in one turn. I'm just saying that is was where they will
Okay,
eventually
okay.
settle, just so you have a frame of reference. But you are correct. It will take multiple turns. In this instance, though, they have walked another 30 feet away to join the rest of the crew who had already started to leave a little bit earlier. Mace, it is your turn.
Well, I was originally going to try to intercede and try to maybe scare them off, but since they're gone at this point, I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and say, well, it's rather evident that they don't have any good intentions with the whale, even if they just want to fish, which is unlikely. I think that they're going to try to mess things up somehow. Realistically, I've seen the type of people, and you don't need that many people to fish, especially not when you're riding a whale like that. My
I'm pretty
guess-
sure they're here for Angajuk.
Well, yeah, they're probably going to try to butcher it.
So I guess I should ask, how quiet are you guys trying to be? Because much to Harrison's point,
I'm
I mean,
whispering.
these people are still only like 60 feet away from you. I mean, it's
I'm whispering.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a whisper, I guess.
Okay.
So, and I'll say, now, if we want to keep it civil, I could try to lay down the law, so to speak, which, of course, can go one of two ways. I'm not saying I should go and try to steer the pot, but we can't, in good conscience, even if we go and return, leave the whale at their mercy. It's, in and of itself, a bit of a natural wonder, don't you think?
You've said nothing I disagree with.
Mallow would look at Mace and just say, I don't trust anything of what came out of their mouth. And that creature has done nothing bad and does not deserve to be killed just for the betterment of some asshole. I state what I state again. The soup is bad. We need to deal with them.
Now,
As the voice of semi-reason here, I would say that they have done nothing to insinuate that they are going to do what we think they are. If you can get them to leave without coming to blows, that would be preferable. But if they draw on you first, well,
that's exactly the thought process I have right now. My suggestion, if you'll take it, anyways, have him, as I point towards Mallow.
Stealth on your back?
Well, no. I was going to say, gather a little extra information. Maybe whatever they have in those barrels can give us a clue as to why they're really here.
actually, that's a
I-
very good question. Rick, did they store the barrels in the other room?
No, that was what he was saying. He refused to leave them in that room and then go to the other side of the berm like you were asking. So they kept all of their stuff with them.
Okay.
I understand that it's daytime, which would make things a little harder for him, but with the proper distraction, which I believe I, along with maybe someone else, can provide, we could probably give him a fair chance to figure one or two things out, and if push comes to shove, I'll try to scare him off. From there on, it's anyone's guess as to what happens.
Maybe bring Leif. I will go back with Pluzak and speak with Angajuk about what's happening.
Good.
Do you want me to hide on the back of you?
You guys can figure that part out. Rick, would I be able to move back to where they are, or is it I have to wait till my turn for that?
We're gonna do the turn order right now, so let's
Okay.
let everyone kind of get a cycle of the turn in, and then you can go ahead.
So-
just double checking.
Yeah, so I guess just to end my turn, I'll signal Leaf to just come over. And
Hey babe, my parents.
considering
aren't
that
here.
Mallow is seemingly able to just fit anywhere, uh,
I also do still look like an old man, so it's the question of, do you want me to just like seem inconspicuous and then just
well, that's actually that might actually be a good. So I mean, we would probably eventually discuss this in game, but what I really want to say is like, it's good if you remain as an old man because in case you somehow get found out, you can just act senile and think, oh, this is not the bathroom. Like, I don't know.
I pooped down.
I also point out that I did mention that he's kind of an important client, so if I'm not sticking to him, someone else has to be. Otherwise, it would.
I figured Mason Leif if I'm with them, walking in between them.
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
that's what I'm
thing.
saying. Like, we're in the camp, like in their camp, grabbing their attention, and you're in the background somewhere, like looking through their stuff. And then if they like spot you, we can say like, "Oh my God, he walked off again." Like.
Oh no, not Cletus.
God damn it, Grandpa, your Alzheimer's is flaring up.
All right, yeah. Still, that would be better with Leif and not Kara in this regard.
Yeah, let's so I'll signal Leif to go, and I guess how much have I moved? Yeah, so like I'll move up to there to try and maybe catch up to them.
Well, wait until everyone else gets there and shows up. Move as a group versus go over individually. Is
Yeah.
what I would say.
But yeah, that's
Okay.
that's all I'll do.
Yeah, so I'm just debating how I wanna. Okay.
Do you want your now?
Let me flip turn order quick just to see who's next. You know what? I'm going to let's do this. Mallow, I'm skipping your turn since your intention is to move with Mace, right?
Jesus
You
Christ.
guys were
Okay,
intending to
fine.
grab Leif as well, correct? But no one has said anything in game. So how do you guys want to get Leif to come with you? Kara, is your
Oh.
intention to send Leif? That might
Well,
be what I
I
missed.
did signal him. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to figure out. Like, even if you just waved him over, like, what's
I'm just
what's the
minor
goal here?
illusion, whisper in his ear, and just say, "Hey, Leif, Mason, I need your help. Can you please come over here?"
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, I saw he was waiting. I was just waiting for
You're
my
gonna
turn.
okay. That's
Yeah,
fine.
but
I'm
he
just
just
trying.
doesn't
I'm just,
know
all right,
what
perfect.
the
Yeah, I
deal
I'm
don't
just
is.
know
trying to figure
what's
out who's
going on.
moving with what, who, and if they were aware. Okay, so if his intention is to come with you guys, then the only person I'm up in the air on is Pluzak. What is it you intend to do here on this turn?
Talk to Angajuk. Let him know that
Keep talking.
yeah,
Okay.
the first octopus was, another one that we had caught, but it had slipped away in the
Okay.
early morning.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Well, you're gonna continue talking to Angajuk. Leif will start to wander his way over, and switch places with Kara. Because Kara, you said you're intending to go back to Pluzak, correct?
So,
The one thing I do wanna
that now,
do
or no?
Yeah. So I'm
before
flipping
Leif
you guys
leaves.
now. We're gonna switch everyone's position quick. Go ahead,
Okay.
Pluzak.
But before Leif leaves, I'm gonna point to his head, and I'm gonna say, "Make sure you use your head."
Smart of you. Okay. Yeah. So that
I'm
definitely
gonna look back
has-
at him and just say, "I'd make sure you keep an eye on that fucking octopus."
He just says, no one's ever complained.
why would you keep an eye on it? It's time for Angajuk to eat it. Fucker's about to disappear anyway. Anyway, so yeah, everyone kind of switches position. That's all fine. So here's what I will do.
I can move you back, Blake. I was just moving you up with us.
Let
Yeah, that's fine.
me
Okay.
Go here.
That was
quick.
all of my movement was to where you guys were standing.
Do
We know nothing of
this.
this.
Just adjusting another map quick. Give me a minute.
There's some big
I would,
toes for Dodo.
While he's doing that, I would when you guys, I assume because you guys would explain all this conversation that you had to me.
Well,
Or to them.
Absolutely.
we will definitely like
Yeah.
obviously hush hush because they're like what 60
Yeah.
feet away
So
from us.
I just want to say when you guys are doing that, I would just point at the slug that's on my head, and just be like, "Well, can't I just use this? Because it has the detect
thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh yeah,
Oh!
absolutely.
Whoa!
What?
It's almost like that's what Pluzak was telling you, man.
Crazy. It's crazy. I know.
Also,
Pluzak's an idiot, man.
That's and I just want to also after saying that be like, couldn't I just use this? Also, I thought of that on my own.
looks back
I'm
at
glad,
Bluzak.
Flips
glad
the
you're
ball.
taking the initiative.
Yeah, no, I
Proud of
think
you.
that's
Your daddy would be proud of you.
that's gonna be like the best choice. I'm going to like be holding on to you while we walk over there as my decrepit old man self.
So the
That's
only
okay.
thing is the I've never used detect thoughts, so I don't really know what it
Should be a saving
It's-
throw for them.
Well, it doesn't
So,
really matter
I
because
would
in
advise
the
you
instance
to-
of that item, it's really
Mhm.
kind of just replacing your telepathy from the side crystal. So for the most part, it does still do work. It still does work exactly like the item description. But in terms of if you're just trying to utilize it the same way that you would have been able to on the side crystal, then you can just kind of do so. It's not an
Okay.
issue.
So I can listen to their thoughts.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it works like the detect thought spell, right?
That's part
Yeah.
of it. Yes.
So in that case,
He can do that as part of it. Is probably the better way to phrase it.
right. I guess I would advise Leif to try to initiate that process when I start talking to them, and not
Okay.
before.
So,
because
like,
it
yeah,
might
once you
make it
start-
easier to like for you to focus on what we want to know,
Mm,
if they are at least a little bit thinking about it.
okay. Yeah, that makes
Okay. I will
sense.
also double check something quick. You guys intend to I guess let me phrase it this way. When do you intend to go after them? Are you doing it right now while they're still only like, 60 feet away from you guys, or are you trying to wait for them to settle in and do it in an hour?
No, I think the idea is to do it now, mostly because we know they're not A, settled, and B, I think they are separated at least slightly from their main group, right? Because they kind of sent him away to start setting up first.
No. So the whole group is still together. The first half of the group kind of moved 30 feet, and then the captain and his 2 guards that stayed with him moved 30 feet to catch up. They've
Right.
since moved another 30 feet on top of that, so they're about 60 feet away from where you guys all were. They will ultimately end up closer to about 100 feet away from your camp, but as it currently stands, they're not where their intended end goal is. So do you want to wait for them to get that full point and then start settling down, or do you want to go now while they're still moving? I think it sounded like you're saying go now, but just to re-clarify.
Okay, out of character, I'm thinking now, right? I don't see the point in waiting. Anyone
I
else?
mean, what is our fucking story of why we're going to go talk to them now going to be though?
Okay, so what I thought was mostly going there and saying essentially, "Hi, I know you had to deal with my companion before. I understand that she can be a little
Oh, throw Kara under
difficult.
the bus. I like it.
Go with it. It works.
Yeah,
Back
she's a
up.
Listen,
bitch.
I know that you guys are here for business and it makes sense. We're not trying to get in your way. We're just kind of
Great,
need
you know what?
to
I'm gonna
also
stand up and
deal
get
with
the
our
dogs
stuff
their bones
first."
quick while you guys discuss this, so that I get a little bit surprised anyway. I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom then, since I will not be part of this conversation anyway.
Uh-huh. So, my thought process is just going and saying like, okay, yeah, and I I've come to appreciate what that whale means. And we've actually dealt with the creature you mentioned before, the long-necked one. So, I sure hope that there's no animosity like within you for such creatures that are actually so impressive. And that's when I sort of like nudge for Leif to start probing in to see like what their intentions are or what they're here for.
Sounds like a plan then.
Uh, at that point, like during that conversation, which I'll try to drag a little bit, you would be off, sort of like looking into their stuffs. But okay,
Okay.
well, that's the thing
S-
though. I guess
Would
it
it?
would
Could
make
you
sense for them
also?
to be set up if that's gonna be the case, right?
Yeah. Could we also just tell them that we fought that creature in call it the lake Maldern or
Sure,
whatever
yeah.
Maldarden? We told like because we did kind of. Oh shit! I pressed the
What?
wrong. I pressed the wrong button. And I closed out of roll 20.
That's
Oh, that's
fine.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, we could tell them that we.
Mayor Dolodon.
Yeah. The dumb mayor. The mayor de bomb.
The dumb
Mayor
mayor.
Dolodon.
Mayor
There's the lake.
Darden. Yeah. We could tell. Yeah, we
Murder.
could tell them and see if they start like letting us in on what they're trying to do because now they don't think that we're sitting there trying to stop them. Instead of coming at them like, "Hey, we're just making sure you don't want to hurt this whale." Like, I don't know.
Right. Well, so
I could still lie.
what I thought
That's
was
true.
essentially, get them thinking about why they're here and what they want. So that you can tell me like, okay, it's good intentions or it's bad intentions. If you give me the signal of bad intentions, I try to intimidate them. If that doesn't work, we're going to combat, of course. But at that point, we've tried everything.
Yeah.
Because I have my my channel divinity.
Detect good and evil.
No, dreadful aspect. From Oathbreaker, which essentially would make, if they fail the saving throw, or hit the leader at the very least fails the saving throw, would make him afraid of me. And at that point, I feel like any intimidation attempt would be successful, or at least more likely to succeed.
Yeah. And I mean, we could. All of us are there could probably help with that, I guess.
So yeah, the idea
You
is,
also have silvery barbs. So if he passes a saving throw on Leif with detect thoughts, then you could silvery barbs it, give him a chance to fail it.
That's true. That's the thing though with silvery barbs that I always find a little strange is that do you need like a visual cue that they're trying to do something or like resisting or
Oh,
because at that point it's kind of like automatic imposed disadvantage at something, right? Obviously at a
pretty
cost,
much.
but still.
Yeah, pretty much. But
I like
you don't
this.
have to
I like
silver
this.
barbs
I'm
it.
waiting. I'm waiting for the nudge, and then I'm gonna detect and then figure out what's going on. All right, I gotta pee real quick.
I did anyone else hear the little moan after that? Yeah.
And Sarah, I'm going all like my guess is just by me picking her up because the lady didn't even fucking know what she weighed.
I'm
Wow.
not too surprised about that, like at all.
Again, fucking, I'm still pissed off at the fact that this dog was being fed the shittiest of shitty foods.
It, um, like I said, I'm not surprised. Like there's some great breeders out there, but there's also a lot of trash breeders out there.
Yeah,
So
this looks like a lady that her husband's a lineman, so it kind of just looks like she does whatever the fuck she wants, and she breeds show Saint Bernards,
air
Ugh.
quotes.
but also
Yeah.
bitches about the fact that her 6-month-old Saint Bernard won't do stairs.
Sorry.
What?
Ugh, people. They are ridiculous.
And her 6-year-old kid is fucking manhandling the dog.
Yeah, see, that's even worse because, like, now you have another sensory input for the dog that could literally fuck them up and
Mm.
have them have an aversion to children, and that's a big
Yeah.
issue, like by default.
I think
And
that's
yeah,
fantastic.
Yeah.
an aversion to children.
Yes.
I wish
I
No,
don't
all
you
want
of
want
them
the
had
children near
that.
me.
you want the aversion to those who you don't want, like that you don't want, that you can signify and just be like, oh, stale bread, and the dog just starts growling.
No, I want crotch goblin inside. It's dinner time.
Moloch.
But yeah, I think you're doing good with the 4 cups a day because, like, honestly, my guess would have been 3, and doing
She-
1.5 is annoying. So just do 2 and 2. You're
Yeah.
good. She's running around expending that energy,
Yeah.
and I really don't think she's gonna get tubby like just by that extra
She
half a
she
cup.
has a
So
she has a tubby
tough.
belly, but I think that's just puppy belly.
Puppy. Yeah.
It could be puppy belly. I would say, um, when did you schedule your vet visit for her?
We haven't scheduled one yet.
You
We
haven't
need
scheduled
to.
one.
But
Go ahead.
the thing for me is that it's not fat. Like it's just, you can feel it, and it's just guts. Like it's in a sense, it's just her insides.
Yeah,
So I think that it's just
Ugh.
being the Dane as it is. Like they're very tiny, and then it's just belly, and her belly hasn't grown enough for it to be spread.
Yes, there's that. I would also be really cautious of worms because it's super common for puppies to get worms, even if they're
She
kept in a good household.
she did say that she did just deworm them a couple days ago.
Ah, okay. So
That's a
keep
statement
an
to come
eye on
back to.
her stool.
Yeah, no, her stool's been good. As like
Well, the
she's.
worms in the stool. Like if
Yeah.
that
Has-
dewormer is, then you'll see them in the stool.
Oh yeah,
and
no, I know. I remember spaghetti noodles.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're not fun.
No, she hasn't had any signs of that. It's been like
Okay,
puppy
good.
hunger, and she has like a little bit of loose stool, I think, just from the food change, but that's
Yeah.
also because I didn't even want to continue feeding her that garbage to transition, and I know that's
Yeah.
probably not the best choice, but she didn't have, like, she had one little bit of loose stool, and she's pretty much been fine.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably for the best either way.
I agree. It's getting her off of the bad onto the good. It's sometimes just doing that immediate swap and just dealing with the repercussions is the easiest.
Yeah, a little discomfort is acceptable.
Yeah, and she's a bigger dog. Sometimes their stomachs are just a little bit stronger. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Emphasis on sometimes. But yeah, I think you should be good with doing that switch. I was trying to think. Didn't Luna was it Luna? Is it Luna? No. It is. Okay.
Not this one.
No,
The
not
other
the
dog.
baby.
Yeah.
The other one. Didn't she have a protein sensitivity, or were you not sure at one point? Because you thought she did, and I think maybe
She
she didn't.
does, like, so we had that other fish food, and we were trying to even use it as treats now.
Mhm.
she won't even eat it. She literally just sniffs it, pushes it away.
Oh, okay.
So she just doesn't like that food. Like she had some issues, but at the same point, like was also completely fine on it. So like I think it was just she had something else going on.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
she just doesn't like
Wow.
fish. But she
Okay.
likes the origin
Okay.
that has fish in it. But I think it's because it's not just fish.
Did anyone else
It's
stand
further
up, by the
down the
way?
list.
Just so I know.
Chris did.
Okay.
Okay.
Just wasn't sure. Figured
Yeah.
out. Just so I know to
I
do a
was
roll
going
call
to
later.
ask if Kara dewormed the dogs, but I guess not.
But yeah, she said that she ran dewormer through them like a couple days or like a week ago or something.
Okay, that's good.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, he can talk. He's fine.
Yeah, he's
Let
fine.
that
Just
kid
not
play.
you. We don't want to hear
He'll play
you.
a better Mala. No, he wouldn't be violent enough. Let's be real.
This one still has stuff in it, so I can only give you that one.
What's he?
Can you make sure you
Is he
shut the door?
White
Kid's a
Claws?
fucking
He's drinking.
champion.
He's drinking White Claws.
He's
Yes.
getting
What?
he's getting the last remnants out that Daddy doesn't drink. The backwash.
Hey, Dad, you got any spicy sips for me?
Ooh, there it is.
Thanks.
Now we know why the kid's so excited to run into your room all the time.
Yeah, can I have the one you didn't finish?
I don't like
All right, now, son, I'm gonna teach you how to drink it like a man. This here is what us men call White Claws.
Every
This
white
technique was
woman at a
that-
party will
my
have one
father.
in their hand. It will help you fit in.
I drink cherry White Claws, and then I drink Smirnoff red, white, and
Oh
blue,
my
because that's the
God.
color of my blood.
Ugh.
This
Smirnoff?
technique was passed
Oh,
down from
no.
my father, and now I'm
The
passing
only
down
red,
to
white,
you.
and blue thing that I ever
We
want
call
is
it
those fucking ice
shotgunning.
pops.
The ice pops, yeah.
Them pussy boys will tell you that you need a funnel and a tube to drink beer, but around here we just shove the long neck bottles up our ass, drink
Turn
it
upside
down,
down. Yeah.
do a handstand, chug it down.
Probably.
The problem
cut
is,
that.
Me talk
I
about
feel like,
corpse
yeah,
roll.
cut that. No, but
Oh no! Don't cut that.
God.
This is
the
last
problem is
hour.
now I'm
Seconds.
gonna have trouble actually cutting that initial one because we've joked
You
about
should-
it so much.
You should have a cut that count.
What I'll do is I'll beep everything instead.
Oh, that's even better.
Oh god.
Would have been funny if we did have all our cameras on and there's like hand symbols and like
Oh yes.
do it,
But
yeah,
I'm
and
not
then
recording
your
those.
legs are up and then the beer bottles in there and then,
Uh-oh.
Like in the big toes, just
what is he saying? But there's no sound.
I had my camera on in the browser.
Oh, do you?
What?
oh, I have all that.
I had
turned
it.
off.
I turned it off
Oh.
because I ate, so I'm gonna turn it back on now.
You turn it. Okay, we doing browser and not okay.
No. I
All right,
haven't-
I'm
I
back,
didn't even-
but I hope you guys
don't think I
didn't
have
wait
those
for me
turned
because
on,
I'm still
so-
bouncing back and forth between the bathroom and the chair. So
No,
don't
it's
worry.
okay. We did kind of wait for you, but it's okay. We can, knowing that, move on without you at any given point.
Yeah, I only
Okay.
really wanted to know if you dewormed the dogs.
He's
uh,
trying to do so on himself right
deworming
now, apparently.
medication doesn't exist in D&D.
Well, you know, you
so
could do it
they
manually.
probably still have worms.
Uh-oh.
Get out of here.
All right.
Or you know, ask
So-
Susa to ask the worms nicely to get out.
Oh, Carrot could do that. That's fair.
Eric could do it too.
Yeah.
This to work.
So, don't worry about it too much because I don't think I even have cameras turned on in Roll20. So I'm just gonna go. Let's do it this way because I do actually have a second map set up.
That's weird. I can't even see his. That's weird.
Pluzak, let's start with you and Kara and Angajuk. I know, Chris, are you here currently?
I am, but like I said, I'm not.
Yeah,
with
no
the
worries. If you
combat group.
disappear, it's no worries. That's kind of why if you're here, I'm trying to start with you so that if you do disappear, we can switch.
Okay.
You don't even have to necessarily partake if you don't want. It's just you are with Pluzak, so start with that
yep.
said.
So
So Pluzak, it's you
Oh,
and
she's
Angajuk.
with me.
Yes, so she switched with Leif. So it's you two together,
Oh.
and then Leif, Mace, and Mallow are gonna go do whatever they're doing. So, yeah, Angajuk, you know, he's kind of eyeing the octopus at this point. You know, you can tell he's definitely ready for it, but it's still wrapped up in the net. It's still on the ice. So, what do you want to do?
well, have you gone yet, Fred? Because if not, that's probably your move.
Yeah, I went. I told him that the octopus was the first one that fell in, had gotten away from us, and we had caught that as well. He had ate that for first breakfast apparently,
Hmm.
and then afterwards you came over.
All right.
So I'm assuming since you're over here, it's top order your turn.
That would
Okay.
be technically correct, yes. If you want to do an action, it would be Chris's choice to do one first, and then Pluzak.
Kara would walk over and say hello to Angajuk and essentially apprise him of the situation that's going on right now. Mention that a bunch of fishermen were here and they wanted to use them to go fishing for rare fish, but something about them struck us as odd and we didn't trust them.
Well, whatever is to happen. I have faced many with ill intent and can generally suss them out. Thank you for your concern, though.
And I would look to Pluzak and go, no, we haven't given him the octopus yet?
Oh, it is for me still. Thank you.
It is,
We present
But-
to you this sacrifice.
I wasn't sure how soon you would want to eat after you had just eaten.
The last
Eight.
one came into the water over an hour ago. A second would be more than welcome at this point.
Oh,
Awesome.
Okay.
Start taking it out of its net, not cutting the net.
Yeah, we know it's Slave's net. We're not fucking
He
with
cuts the
that.
net immediately.
And would let the.
It's weird because you know Leif is nowhere near you, but as soon as you go to bring a knife to the net, an echo is just standing there with the great sword raised over your head.
Kara
but
would
no,
look. Bitch, please.
you definitely can untangle the net, no issue. And the octopus was wet enough, when it first came up, that the whole icy area is kind of wet and very slippery right now, but it's not actually currently frozen anymore to it, so you can kind of just shove it towards Angajuk, who opens up his gigantic whale mouth and starts inhaling with a suction that you never would have expected possible. And you just watch this octopus. It first latches on around Angajuk's mouth and all that, and up its nose, even onto the ship a little. And Angajuk just takes its head and slams the octopus into the ice once, twice. The ice cracks a little bit on the edge, and you guys back up a little.
Wasn't
And then
it
it
already unconscious?
stops moving. No, this one was awake at this point because it was the morning of. Or even if you had knocked it unconscious before, at this point, being in the mouth of an octopus, it's going to try and fight back with whatever little bit of
Faculties it
consciousness that
has
comes
remaining.
back. But
Pluzak
Angajuk still has
understand
no
its
issue
quick
just,
speech language.
eventually swallowing it down and chomping it, getting it down its throat and into its belly, and just looks back at you guys like blood-stained jaw.
Thank you for the meal.
You're very welcome.
I would normally say that having learned so directly of how to appease me from my undersea friends was a bit of a cheap out, but having gotten me 2 octopuses, I am quite satisfied anyway.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And it may be a cheat for you, but it was still fun.
I must ask, because I will tell you they are with me. Do you happen to have any other snacks for my friends?
And as he
Kara
says this, he
will
kind
pull
of
out
shifts as much as he can. And you would actually notice Kara. Let me.
Yeah, I'm assuming they'd be there, but we did catch 4 fish, 1 for each of them.
You just kind of see one of them. Oh, hold on. I fucked up.
Did you save the drawing from last week?
I did.
Yep.
One of them pops its ugly little head up, and just having heard Angajuk, it opens its mouth for you to toss a fish in.
I will.
Yeah.
And if that repeats for 4 of them, I will
That's
do it for
exactly
all
what
4 of
happens.
them.
It dips its head under. The thing is, it dips its head under and then comes back up immediately. And it's one of those things where you can tell it thought it was tricking you into getting another fish. And you can see there's another one below it, like, slamming into it, trying to get it out of the way. And it's just like, another fish! And you're like, no, go the fuck away! You know, I mean, it's very clear.
Kara's
But
just looking at it with, like, pouting, like, are you really going to lie to me?
it's just kind of disappointedly swims away. The other one comes up. Fish. Its a mouth is open immediately for a fish, I should say.
And I will feed it.
Happens another, 2 times. All 4 are satisfied. Angajuk just looks over and
I will also tell you that would have been a satisfactory solution as well. To see my undersea friends happy is always a joy for me. Thank you for having done that.
You're welcome.
They also say thank you.
and you see like a whole bunch of bubbles being blown up. But
Kara
otherwise,
will bow slightly.
it will disappear. Angajuk's probably also going to disappear for a second, and then he will come back up. This drawings.
I mean, that's aside from reiterating our need to go to Oral's Island. I've got nothing else to add.
Okay, Pluzak, do you want to add anything?
No, I think we answered all the questions last time.
Okay. Angajuk will, I'll assume Kara said something to him about, I realize that, like, it's kind of blunt of me, but we still are technically looking for that if it's possible, and Angajuk will basically tell you,
Yes, I believe it would be appropriate at this point. Let me ask, do you wish me to remain around that area to ferry you back as well? Because
That would-
once you are there is no route out.
I do believe we would like to return as well, but I understand if you can't wait there for long.
No,
How long
I
would you be
ask
able to?
for a separate reason. If you could go into Angajuk, into the back room that he had called the firewood closet. In
Didn't
one
catch any of that.
section,
I'll tell you in a second.
in
Okay.
one section of the room, there is something buried that will help you.
And basically what he told you is go into Angajuk, go into the back room where the firewood is kept, and look around. There's something buried in there that will help with that request.
Oh,
Paolo's dead body.
That may probably make Pluzak quite happy. I should probably remove this at this point, by the way, or at least do this. But he would also, I guess, say at this point,
But yes, once you and your friends are ready, we can go. However, if you do not mind trying to determine whatever those new people you mentioned might actually want, I will be appreciative.
they
If they
are.
truly mean harm and you do not mind getting rid of them before we go, it would put me at ease.
Some of our companions are already going out to determine their intentions.
Alrighty, I will wait around here until you are ready. Ring the bell again once your friends are back.
Okay. And at that point, I am going to disappear for a little bit, just
absolutely,
because.
no problem, no problem at all. All right, so I think you guys pretty much got it there. Unless there's anything you want to add, Pluzak?
No, I mean we'll try to throw out these guys that we think are gonna fuck them up.
Okay. One sec. All right. So, for the others, I guess before I switch you to a different map, I would ask.
No way in. No
No
way out.
way
Yeah,
out.
if there's a way in or a way out. But actually, honestly, that is kind of on point. How is it you intend to approach these people? I stood up while you were kind of planning.
Yeah.
So I would just, they're going to be on a map out in the open, and you guys are kind of approaching from out in the open. So just how you doing it? What's your intention and all that, so that I know how to set you up on the next map and
So
all that.
that's how I was actually. I want to confirm first. We are approaching them before they set up, or once they've set up.
So
Before.
you guys would be walking away before all that conversation that just happened with Angajuk happened. So
Right,
you would
okay.
essentially have the ability to either wait for them to reach the destination that they kind of told Kara they were going to, or you would be able to, kind of run to catch up with them. Currently,
Right.
from where you guys are on this map, they are basically like 60-ish feet away from you. You are, well, actually, it's probably closer to 50 from where you are. Because it was from where you guys were before that they were about 60 feet away. But regardless, they're definitely close enough that you could get there with like a dash, but it's not generally there. Like maybe Mallow could catch up to him with 40 feet, but I think he's trying to be an old man, so that's his choice to make.
Maybe he's just, the cane makes him walk faster.
Right. I mean, I guess if that's how you want to approach it, that's fine. So
No, no,
I
no.
guess
it's fine.
let me be a little more
Uh-oh.
blunt. No
Yeah.
one is trying to be stealthy. You guys are not trying to find any sort of way
yeah.
of.
Not as of right now, anyways.
Okay. So here's what
So-
we're gonna do.
Do you want me to like deconstruct it for you, like we were trying to do, or?
No, here's what we're going to start with. If you are not trying to approach with stealth, your intention is not for someone to be hidden, I'm just going to switch your map.
Uh-huh.
It should be a smaller map here. You can just place yourself at pretty much anywhere along the top line. It looked like it was basically Leif, and then Mallow, and then Mace, or something to that extent. Oop,
Who am I
that's
holding
not
on
what I meant
to
do.
between the two of you?
Oh, you can hold to me.
Okay.
All right.
Mallow is using Mace as a walking stick in a sense.
So I would approach. Get as close as I can, I guess.
Okay, hold on one sec.
Jesus.
So before we get to that point, like I said, so bring yourself back.
Yeah. Okay.
So I need you one up. For
Uh-huh.
some reason I can't move Mallow's token. That was weird. So it should be. Oh, I have them set up one square wrong. They were supposed to be about 40 feet from where you guys were. So give me a second to shift them a little further. Oh, I see my issue. There we go. So let me just put them. You can still definitely, dash and get there. It's just they're supposed to be a little, just barely
A little
outside
further
reach, right? It's supposed to be a choice.
That's okay.
So
I don't think we
Currently,
need to be
though,
right up in their face, though.
totally fine how you want to do it. I mean, like you can dash, you can not. It's your choice. It was just supposed to be a choice. So with that, yeah, you guys are here. I would say if you're not trying to be stealthy at all, of course they will hear your feet crunching in the snow behind them, and generally would be aware of your approach. But for the most part, they seem to kind of be walking back. Let me see how the initiative goes here. Okay,
Does everyone
so
have at least
Mace,
30
you will
feet?
technically act first for your group, but you would notice, however, that before you have a chance to do anything, their leader once again kind of notices you guys, and he takes one step back. He he waves his men to keep going, but he very much sees you coming, and will call out to you. All right, excuse me.
All right, what is it that you're doing? Because I was pretty sure we had it figured out back there what exactly was going on.
Right. Do I get to move before I respond, or?
It is not quite your turn yet. It
Okay.
is actually his turn, which is why this is happening. So
But I do get to respond then.
you absolutely can talk, just cannot move
Okay.
yet. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Apologies for interrupting again. Just wanted to, I guess, say our piece, since, well, I understand that my friend, the lady with which you spoke earlier, can be a little,
She's a
stubborn.
bitch.
I don't want to get off on the wrong foot
Damn
here.
it, you brought Gramps.
Yeah, I apologize. I understand he gave
Listen,
you a
I'm
hard
gonna be
time
real
before.
honest with you, kid. That metal armor looks real intimidating, but clearly you don't have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. The lady was perfectly fine, totally cordial. The old asshole with you was the reason that I got a little curt and left. If you want to actually have a conversation, you leave the coot behind, okay? Now, I can tell Greenhorn that this might be one of your first times doing this, so I'll let you talk out whatever it was you wanted to say, but why don't you stay there and then fuck off back to your camp like you should have been? So he'll let you say more, but currently his, intention is not to let you move.
Oh, okay. I'll say. No, I don't think that's any way of dressing a proper traveler. After all, while you may have more experience than I do, that much I'll grant you. I'd say that there is no reason for us to get this hostile. And as you've properly pointed out, my client is not necessarily the most agreeable person, and he's asked me to personally come to you and offer a better hand in turn.
Also, Mallow's just looking around, like not in a very just like wandering sense.
I can promise you that he is not in his right faculty of mind, and that I am much more likely to reach a favorable outcome. May I approach?
What need? I can hear you perfectly fine from here.
Who
Hold
had
on, hold
a
on,
Yelling
one
is
second.
conversation
straining
30
me.
feet?
Give me 1 second.
I want all of
I
my
was gonna say, like, the yelling
conversations
is
to
going to
have
start to get annoying.
who has a conversation with somebody in a calm manner
It's like what,
30
40
40
feet away?
40 feet away.
Oh, I've been muted for so long.
I want
my
all of
God.
our conversations to be to be realistic in how loud we have to
I'm gonna
speak.
put you're
Well,
gonna be in the
here's
front,
the
front of
issue,
the house. I'll be
right?
in the back.
It's more that he doesn't care that you are that far away. He can still hear you fine. It's currently you don't really have much good blood between you and him,
Right.
specifically
That's
you,
okay.
Mallow. So he sees no reason for you to come closer. So he's just saying talk from there.
That's okay.
I would agree with you. He probably also would think it's a bit awkward to talk at this distance, but you guys already did it when he was at your camp first, calling
Yeah.
between Kara and them. So
I'll be
fuck
right
it.
back.
He's just into it for
So he's just
keeping
showboating at
himself
this point.
safe. Well, he's more about keeping himself safe. He doesn't know you guys. He doesn't know what you're about.
Safe from what?
What do you mean safe from what? The same way that you guys are being
got a
super
fucking murder
wary
hobo
about
on your
him,
back.
he can
Calm
do the
down.
same to you. He doesn't know who the fuck you are and what you're
No,
about.
of course I
All of a
understand.
sudden, you're approaching his camp after there was some sort of agreement reached in his mind, and
No,
he's
of
just
course.
like, "What the fuck do these guys want?" And that same old coot who was an asshole is still there. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, look, here's you can definitely go with that. The only argument against it I'm going to make is A, it's 9 people there versus 2 guys and an old man. 2, I made no attempt in seeming, conspicuous when approaching.
I will be fair with you there, and that was actually something he was going to say to you next. So I will just get back into that at the moment of, listen, kid, I get what you're saying. You want to try your hand, that's fine. My issue's with the old guy. And the fact that you let him be here, and he's once again running his mouth, makes it very difficult for me to keep my patience, okay? Again, you want to say your piece, say your piece. You can do it from there. So he kind of agreed with you in that sense. He was that
Right.
you were not the one his source of his antagonism. It was just
Right.
yeah.
So, okay, this will be my last attempt to convince him to let me approach. If not, I'll try something else. But what I will say is, I was raised to speak man to man and face to face. I understand that this may not be what you are used to, but if I can promise you that my client, as I'll look at him just with a moment, like just with I guess, a bit of a hostile glance, not at him, obviously, at Mallow.
Yes, Maurice.
And if my client will maintain silence and I, as noted, I'm able to speak to you man to man and looking directly into your eyes. Of course, I'll take my helmet off if that's what you wish, just to make things a little more casual. Would you allow me at least the courtesy of trying to appease the tension between our both groups?
Your language is flowery, kid. And let me tell you something as someone who considers himself more of a businessman who likes to cut to the chase. Give me a more practical reason. Maybe we can talk. 'Cause I'm never against... Well, it sounds like you're saying perhaps making a bit of gold. Coinage, at least. I don't know, however much the old coot might be offering. So yeah, a job might be something, if you want to be tangible about
Did
it.
somebody say porridge?
And keep his mouth closed, like you said.
I'm just saying this to Mace.
He sees your mouth move and
Yeah.
doesn't care.
Okay.
Can I
So-
can Leif pull out?
So I will be more clear. His intention, he's still watching you with the same kind of hawk eye.
Yeah,
You
he's
would
trying
even
to see how far I'll go for it.
Well, not even that. You would see even that his body language, just so you're aware, is like he's currently hovering a hand over what looks to be some sort of like a pistol grip on his hilt. Not that it's a pistol, but it's a hand crossbow technically, but it's just kind of
Right,
tucked
yeah.
away under a cloak. You can see enough of it that you can tell he's kind of readying himself just in case, but he doesn't have his hand on it or anything. He's kind of still looking at you in the sense that he doesn't want you to move closer, and his intention is, at least what he's trying to explain is, he wants you to give him a more specific reason than just being like, I want to come closer because we have a proposition. He wants to know what the proposition is. If it's to make money specifically, he's kind of in the idea, and he's giving you the hint on that because he's still kind of treating you as that greenhorn in his mind. Like, so his intention is, what is the reasoning? Give me something tangible. Maybe we can talk.
Okay.
Ah, fuck.
I'm gonna gamble here a little bit, which, we'll see how that goes. I think I catch his drift in a way. Or at least I'm getting the vibe of who he is as a person. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to grab Mallow and just sort of like hold him up a little bit.
Oh no.
Daddy?
And
Be gentle?
I'm going to exclaim a little more dramatically than I really should, but just for the sake of theatrics.
Yeah.
It's time to go to sleep, sir, and I'm going to pretend to put him in a chokehold. Hopefully he understands that he is meant to play dead at that point. Not play
Oh
dead,
yeah,
unconscious.
I start slowly changing my head to like blue for a second, bright red into blue, and then just kind of like put my head down.
Obviously, just unconscious. And what I'm going to do is sort of like hoist him over my shoulder. Take, if I'm like, I don't know if I can even take a step forward, just one.
Mallow only weighs like $140.
Alright, so if you're actually gonna try and like play dead Mallow?
Yes.
Okay, I need a deception check.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Leif's
Oh,
just
you should be good at those, right?
Leif's just taking a
I only have
shot
a
at-
Should be by his
score.
character backstory. I don't know that he chose that.
Leif's just taking a
Well,
big old shot at
18.
whatever liquor's in his flask.
Ooh.
I gotta look up. Okay, 18's good roll.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
take like a step forward with him over my shoulder, and I'm gonna say, "Look, clearly,
If he's on your shoulder, he'll move with
you're
you.
a very direct businessman, and while I may not necessarily come from that world, I know how to at least assimilate with it. So, let's talk straight. this man is paying us a fair amount for what we're doing, protection and all that. Now, we're mercenaries. I believe you either are working with or have dealt with mercenaries in the past. How about we talk coin? Tell us why you're here and what you're really doing, because God knows that you can't get this many men for fishing, not that far out here. So,
Problem is, that's actually where you're kind of wrong. All these boys, oh, they're fishermen. And as he says that, like, they all have at this point, of course, clearly noticed that there's conversation been occurring. They've been listening. They put the crates, or the barrels they had down, and they've been kind of standing at formation more so than moving. And they're kind of like grinning and chuckling and nodding. And one of them even, yeah, we've been fishing for years. That's all we ever known. That's exactly what we're here to do, fish. Hi, Captain. Yeah, that's what we're here to do is fish.
so
But he smirks, of course.
you don't mind me asking then what's in the barrels?
Leif, stop it. The arrow comes out. He's like, yeah, so you could say it's a bit of a treat for the whale. Trying to make things a little easier in dealing with it. Well,
You
okay,
aim
that's
to
gotta be
bribe it?
fair. Some of them are treats for the whale. We also have supplies. I will be up and honest about that. I mean, pretty sure you guys also had some, right?
Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
think I saw
we
an
went
octopus
the,
in a net, by the way. What was up with that?
well, we were using it as bait for it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, if this stuff doesn't work, all right.
But well, it's still yet to be seen whether it's gonna work or not. Realistically speaking, all I want to ask from you is,
I mean, I saw the whale literally coming up out of the hole. Clearly, the octopus must have worked. It was there. So
oh, I thought the whale came after we left.
no. So the whale came up during a point where they were there. He made a comment on it as well.
Mhm.
So he did see it, but
Okay.
he also walked away. You guys took. He. One of the first things that he said was, you guys do get to stake a claim to it being there first. And technically, when Kara made her stance that yes, you guys are going first, he did actually back off and honor that. So, he saw it though. So yeah.
Okay. So in that case, what I will say is, so now that my boss is out of commission for the time being, and we can
Right.
speak plainly.
I mean, we
Do
could
you
have
aim
before
to,
if you just left him back with the lady, but whatever.
I know, but she grew tired of him too, and someone has to watch him.
Leave him with the whale. Who gives a shit at that point?
Well, problem is we only have been paid half of it. The other half is, well, wherever he stashed it.
I hate those jobs. Gotta
Yeah.
either beat it out of them or actually finish them.
Problem is he's well connected, so if we don't come back with him, it's gonna be a mess. You know how it goes.
Oh, but it means good money. So yeah, okay. I'm starting to see the picture.
Yeah, either way. What I was really trying to understand is, well, if you say you've got treats for the whale, are you trying to bribe it? And at that point, I'm going to try to get a little closer again, assuming he doesn't like assertively stop me.
So after you step 5 feet closer instead of the full 10, and I will tell
Yeah.
you, since you're moving, it is officially your turn, so you will also have an action and all that. If
Mhm.
the two of you want to keep step with him, you can do so. Just keep track of the movement you're using. It will have been subtracted from you when you hit your turn or on this round. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
I'm
This
obviously
this
staying with them
movement
since
this
I'm
movement
knocked
now.
out.
it's all counting, but you're allowed to step with him because I understand how the group is trying to do that. But he at this point would actually pull that crossbow that he was kind of holding, or holding the action on, I should say. That was kind of what I was insinuating. He doesn't actually fire it yet. You're not quite at the distance where he would, but he's making it more of a known threat, and I'm actually going to have him roll an intimidation roll. So I need anyone who wants to go against that to do. I actually forget how intimidation technically works. What is it you roll against it?
Would that
Is it just
affect
insight,
me?
or is it?
I think
It could
Well-
still potentially.
I'm not sure because I don't know really how NPC roles work in terms of going against characters for that kind of thing. But I imagine it would probably work somewhat like Fear, where you do a Wisdom save,
Let me see.
or I can just I don't know roll against it.
I believe it's a wisdom saving throw.
I think you're correct. A wisdom check, actually.
Also, I sat back down at an intimidation roll. What happened?
Well,
I'm
trying to
I'm trying
coerce.
to intimidate the party. So I'm
Yeah.
actually wondering what they would have to roll against my intimidation DC. I think it's just a wisdom.
I think it's wisdom.
And don't worry that because this is not super. It's not necessarily going to stop you. It's just giving you a
Yeah,
frame
yeah.
of reference, a frame of mind. I just can't. Yeah, I think it's wisdom. That's what I'm seeing. So just do wisdom checks,
Okay.
just to get a frame of reference. I'll tell you where
A
you kind of
check
fall.
or a save?
Just do a wisdom check, I think, because that's what
Okay.
this said was a check, not a save. The thing that I was looking at.
Just flat wisdom then.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
Actually, you're right.
complete-
I guess if you, yeah, no, flat wisdom. I don't know. I'm kind of wishy-washy on it, but just do the flat wisdom for now.
Okay.
It's because, like I said, it's ultimately not going
Hey,
to matter.
not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Oh, flat wisdom.
Leif, I
Why
need
is
one
it
from you as well.
disadvantage? What? Oh, it's still a disadvantage with. I don't know why I did. I had disadvantage marked. I think it was for stealth earlier. I don't know.
That's okay. We still take the first number on that. It's no problem. Okay, so for the most part, he draws the hand crossbow. He stands and puffs out his chest and definitely makes an intimidating front. Leif, you actually think back to your days, on ships, and if you'd seen, a guy standing like this, usually you were kind of someone working on a deck, and that person would have been a captain. So you find yourself feeling
Go
intentioned
lay in bed like
to
Mommy
kind
said.
of feeling intentioned to kind of fall in line. Just by a natural kind of almost muscle memory, as you could, right, or as you might say. Not that that's going to force you to do anything, like I said, but that's just kind of where you're at. Is this guy's kind of got a pretty threatening stance that makes you kind of want to not quite go against him. For you, Mallow and Mace, though, as much as you see him stand true and tall and intimidating before he speaks, you still kind of feel pretty emboldened in your actions. But I would say you kind of can tell, actually, in particular, because you've seen through the intimidation. His hand is pretty steady on this crossbow, and he seems intending to fire if you do come closer. And he does kind of call out, "Listen, I'm really serious about this, okay? Me and my boys are truly just here to do what we're here to do. If you want to talk business, you need to explain what the job you're talking about is. It sounds good. Maybe I let you come closer and we actually talk man to man like you want. But I currently don't see value in it, and I need to protect myself and my boys. You understand me?" And as he says, "You
So-
understand me," he kind of, jogs the hand with the crossbow, puts it a little more, line on sight sort of thing.
So seeing as I'm not directly, I guess, intimidated by him, what I will respond is, look, I get it. You're trying to protect your interests, and I understand that you're trying to show me the right way to go about this, but all that is not really necessary. You outman us 2-1 at least, or more or less.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but you're not taking into account the fact that you guys are geared in what I would consider, personally, to be quite significantly better gear than what we have. And that's, he says that. It's definitely a truth. It's not something you have to incite. His men
Right.
are generally wearing, like I said, kind of leathers and things that are definitely worn with time. You would think that they are still armor. They would still protect quite well,
Yeah.
especially considering you can't quite tell what's underneath them. But even then, it's not like the shiny plate armor that you're wearing,
course.
or Leif's wearing, or, even Mallow, his cloak is a magical item, so clearly it's got a fair bit of panache to it, we should say, pizzazz,
Yeah, I mean, there's
so
magical items
it's still
tend
pretty
to be
clear to him, at least. You guys might just be. You said
challenge.
mercenaries earlier. You might be better mercenaries than him, but I mean, he's just kind of still being a little wary of you, for sure.
So we'll deal with mutual respect then. You understand our potential. We understand that you're here for business. I tell you mine, you let me approach.
Yeah,
We good?
just tell me yours from there first. What is the business, and what sort of reward we talking?
We are intending to go on a hunt, and that hunt requires us to travel to somewhere the whale, or that only the whale can take us.
Yeah, same.
Uh, Now, the place we're going to is not particularly hospitable, and it's further up north, so you might expect that we require stronger gear. As such, you see us here standing before you. I'll be blunt. We're hunting something that is pretty out of our league. Uh, as such, we came prepared with as much as we could, but it was still a bit of a Hail Mary.
Okay, be more specific. What the fuck is it that you're doing out here with this much gear, and you still feel like it's out of your league? You going after the
Well,
rock? Like, seriously?
Uh, I don't know exactly what it is. All I could say it's probably some kind of elemental of some sort. Uh, I can't put a name to it. I'm sorry. That said, though, um, we are still mostly burdened by the fact that the elements are going to be against us. What further information do you require for us to be on good terms?
What the fuck it is you're hunting? I mean, the way you're talking, it sounds almost like you're gonna go fight Arl or something.
That would be a death sentence.
Correct.
No, we are traveling to Orl's Island, but
Okay, that already is a hard sell. The fuck are you trying to do out there?
well, hunting, as I said.
Yeah, what? You're really making me think this rock thing that I threw out was actually serious and not a fucking joke.
Like I said, it's a
So he did
creature
say
of
rock.
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too.
Ah, this is taking too much.
Do you say that out loud?
No,
What the fuck does that mean?
This is my fourth wall like main character dialogue.
Oh, I'm actually. It's interesting you say that because I think the other two just noticed something. But all right.
Um, um,
I know it's the
but-
first time you said it. I was just muted.
Oh, okay.
yeah, no, I'm just
I'm just
going
staying
to
quiet. That's all.
Good to know you're back.
I'm just going to say we're hunting something of Orl's likeness. Let's say that. Like I
Okay.
said, I can't put a
You
name.
actually fucking are. You guys are crazy. Okay, listen. Unless he's paying you like enough that you can retire to a fucking mansion far away from this hellforsaken hole, like what the fuck is he possibly giving you to go after Arl's rock?
Now you understand our predicament.
I don't give a shit about your predicament. I want to know what he's paying you.
Well,
So
let's talk money then.
No, what
How
is he
much-
paying you? I don't care about what you could offer me. What the fuck did you agree to do that job?
Well, you know the creature you mentioned earlier, the one with the long neck?
Yeah.
Well, as it turns out, the whale is something similar to it.
Okay. In what you mean that it's a big water thing?
And it's smart enough to not let just about anyone mess with it.
Okay. A lot of whales kind of are, I guess. Depends. What are you getting at?
Well, you're here because whatever whatever fish you were trying to get, the other creature wasn't allowing it, right? That's what you said earlier, anyways.
Yeah, no, that's correct. I mean, that's legit. That's a thing. You suddenly really shifted the topic here. I'm kind of trying to follow and losing you. You're losing me, I mean.
Well, let's just say that what he's paying us is going to make those creatures look like bait.
No, the thing you're trying to kill makes those things look like fucking bait. What the hell are you talking about? I just want to know what he promised. I don't think there's any reward that's probably worth that. I mean, man.
You would think, but again, I believe I've made my point. We are motivated. You need only
Yeah,
know
but you
that
haven't
much.
said by what. I mean, I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm not joining. Good luck.
No, I'm not asking you to join at all.
That's what it sounded like.
No, we don't really expect anyone else to embark on such a thing. But I know that you may be persuaded to at least help with enough monetary incentive.
Help. How?
Let's be straight to each other here.
I've been trying to get you to do just that for what
Okay.
feels like a goddamn hour.
Are you here for the whale?
Yes, that was what I told you, and or technically the lady, I guess, to begin
Are
with.
you here to fish the whale?
I'm here to fish with the whale.
Do you intend to harm it?
I mean, that I guess depends on your definition. If we attach things to it and have it drag those things, but it's agreed to do so, is it harming it? It's technically sentient, right? Like, it can give consent. Why did you just nod? What the fuck is wrong with you, green guy? Leif. Yeah, it can.
Don't mind him. He's been through a lot. Let's just say that women are not where his appetite's at.
Did you call the whale so you could sleep with it?
I didn't not.
Hey, that was my
call the
idea.
whale.
Shut up. You're not allowed to speak. Ignore him.
Do you want frostbite on your dick again? Because that's how you get.
Listen, after the amount we had to cut off last time, he doesn't even have one left. He's just going to be dry humping. Uh-oh.
Looks like a Kendall now.
Oh, Jesus.
When he's asking him about all his intentions with the whale and stuff, can I try? I don't know how this works now that I'm, I guess, intimidated. Can I try and cast detect thoughts on him?
Absolutely. The intimidation doesn't stop you from being able to do anything. It's more to just try and help you kind of get your character's mindset in place. So, in Leif's regard, he wouldn't necessarily currently...
Like, not do that.
Right. You'd still do that. It's just you might be kind of a little more wary about getting caught, right? Because it's like,
Right.
well, I don't really want to piss this guy off further. He seems kind of intimidating, but it's not going to stop you. Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm already taking too much time.
That's
so
fine. I mean, I've let you guys
what
know because
I'm
we've
going
all
to do
kind of
is the
been doing
following.
stuff,
I'm going to keep walking as I'm talking. If he shoots, he shoots.
Okay. He's definitely going to shoot if you step 5 feet closer, I'll tell you.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna walk up till here, right?
Okay. So, just for sake,
of
take
course he's
and
going to shoot me.
yeah, just memorize that spot for now, just so that you're
Yeah.
aware. So once you reach this spot,
Mhm.
he doesn't actually shoot at you. He shoots at Mallow.
Okay.
He knows, at least from what you've said, that is supposed to be you're supposed to be guarding him.
Sure.
So his intention is, of course, to try and scare you off the best way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Mallow, remind me, does an 18 currently hit you?
I love this guy.
I think you're muted,
I love the cat.
or it's just the cat's kind of.
No. It does. Can I deflect missile?
No. I will protect him with my
You
wings.
absolutely would be able to deflect
Uh-huh.
missile. I will say.
Hold on.
I know
Claude said something.
that was what I was about to say. So, because Mace technically goes before you with initiative, I would say that if you had to decide between which goes first, he technically would be faster
Well,
on it.
even with
so.
that in general, like initiative really doesn't come into it because it's a reaction, right?
Sort of. Yes, I would agree with that in general, but I'm just saying, to have a matter of who does something first, I would have gone with whatever you were
Right.
going to say.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, so what's your intention there?
He takes his shots. I assume I block it? Question mark. I don't know.
How
Whether or
are you
not-
blocking it? What are you trying to do?
This. The wings.
Yeah, it's just not rolling. I don't see it, so I need like an AC
Oh,
increase. I
it's
think.
yeah. Okay, so no, it just adds 5 to, or rather, I think it's 4.
I thought it was a roll. You do a D roll, or is it your proficiency
Granted bonus
bonus?
to target's AC equal to my proficiency bonus. So it's
Okay,
a
so it'd be
plus 3
3.
to his AC.
Okay, so what's your current AC, Mello?
18.
Okay, so with a plus 3, it would definitely, since this just meets,
no.
it would block it. So yeah, your wing kind of darts out from behind you, and it blocks the shot. And he would kind of remark, well, that was definitely unexpected, but well,
And
you'll have to forgive
I
me.
just want to note, I do not stop at any point in time during the.
That's fine.
during
He's
this.
still saying this. You'll have to forgive me, but if you're going to be this forward, so will we. So he just kind of gets the men at attention by saying that. You can still finish out your turn as you
That's fine.
intended at this point.
I'm going to walk up to here.
Are you guys trying to
And-
stick with him still?
I'm on his shoulder, so wherever he
yeah.
goes, I
So
go.
just keep in
Yeah,
mind that
I'll stay with him.
you lose the movement from it.
But I'm not walking.
I know you still lose the movement from it. He's not physically carrying you, because if he was, then I would say that his hands are currently full.
Right. So
If
at that
anything,
point,
though,
I'm
I
kind of
would
just-
say, just so you're aware, Mace, you either have
Yes.
to choose to use your hammer or your shield currently, because if he is leaning on one shoulder, that kind of makes it so you can't really use that
Oh,
arm.
that's totally fine. I'm
I
not
mean,
going to attack.
as soon as he stands up on his turn, it's not an issue. It's just letting you know.
Yeah. So what? Seeing as well, I don't know how you're gonna rule this, but whatever. Once I reach this point, which is as far as I can walk realistically.
Right.
I'm going to sort of. My expression is going to change. I'm going to
Still have your helmet on.
sort of stand a little straighter and look at him directly in the eyes, through my helmet. And I'm just going to say, you know what we're here to do now, and you know that we are motivated. You know what we are willing to do. Now, I do not want to get my hands dirty before they really have to be. But as suave and tough as you might want to look, I can tell that you're trouble just by looking at you. So I'm going to ask politely to leave the whale in peace, and things don't have to get ugly. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my channel divinity to try and frighten him. Oh, it's 30 feet, that actually. So not only him, but all of them.
Everyone.
Yep, that's fine. What is
And-
the DC?
The DC at that point should be
He still has the
equal
same
to my
roll.
spell save DC, which is
Yes, he does. Okay.
F.
How close are they? Well, actually, if they're all within 30 feet of you, they're all within 30 feet of him. Okay. And this
Hold on,
is
I'm
your
gonna look
frightened
in roll 20.
bet. But yeah, I need your modifier.
Where's my DC? Features. I apologize. It's just I
a minute.
don't
I can.
I
also
don't know
try and
where
look
I
it up
can
again.
find my.
All right, so let's see here. Icewind Dale campaign. Let's pop Mace open.
Well,
This
spell save DC is 15. Sorry.
Channel Divinity, Dreadful Aspect. Okay, features and traits.
Yeah, it's a DC 15. I see it now.
Okay, I'm just trying to find it since I'm here. Okay, there it is as an action. Alright. Go back to that. Okay, so let's start with you. Wisdom. Okay, so green one's saved, red one's failed.
Red
They're
one's failed?
frightened. Red one's failed, green one's saved.
Okay.
So on their turn they move, correct? Is frightened by the effect? Yeah, so they're just frightened actually, so they don't even have to move currently. It's not like the frightened spell or anything. Okay. Absolutely. So let me take and do this just to make sure I have it up. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Very well done. Is that an action? Yes, it is. So is there any
It's an
bonus
action, yeah.
actions or anything you want to do?
I don't think I have any bonus actions that realistically would come in handy. Let's see, bonus action. Nope. So yeah, that's about it. I was really hoping that the leader would fail, but oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn realistically.
I honestly expected more of them to fail. The last three were just fucking phenomenal rolls.
Unfortunate.
Like I said, 19 and 20 and a 14 plus mod. Can't do much about that. Alright, so, if that's everything, at this point, it is this group's turn over here. Yeah, this group's turn. Okay, so, having seen you guys
Jesus.
move in, so what was the last thing you said? Because I lost track while I was doing the rolls. You were kind of threatening them, but were you being overt about you're about to attack, or you were just saying that you wanted them to stay away from the whale?
So I said, in a nutshell, what I said, stay away from the whale,
Right.
or things might get nasty before they really need to be.
Alright, listen here, greenhorn. I think I've been more than kind enough to you. You're coming over on us. You have not left us alone, okay? We already gave you your rights to the whale as being the ones there first. So why don't you back off and do us the favor to show that you mean the same thing that you're saying, okay? I don't even remember why the fuck you came over here in the first place.
I'm just waiting for my turn now.
Do you want to say anything back?
Surprise attack, just
Do you want to say
Oh
anything
yeah,
back
I'm
at
gonna.
this point?
claw his eyes out, just...
Are you wanting to say anything back, Mace?
No, I think at that point I'm just going to stand my ground.
Okay. I need to roll a die. Flip a coin. I have a coin, actually. Give me a sec.
So all of this has gone on just Maces and.
No, it's past Mace's turn at this point, but yes, for the most part, it is still the same first round. Okay. With that, considering how close you guys are, he actually is going to look past and see that at this point, there's actually no one left along the shore from where you guys came. In fact, he doesn't see anyone at all. He just sees kind of Angajuk, his big form bobbing in the distance. So he kind of gets a bit more of a mischievous smirk as he looks back over his shoulders and simply confirms,
At this point, they might actually serve some purpose, boys. Why don't we see if we can tie them up?
and so they're going to start surrounding you. It is 1, 5, 10.
All these guys go before me.
Yes, 4 of them do.
Jesus.
4 of them got us. So they're in 3 groups. One of the groups has a 16, which is before you, and the
I'm
captain
more
has
impressed
higher
that
than
you did individual, like, initiatives for them.
No, it's like I said, it's 3 groups. One of the groups has a 16. It's 4 of them. There's another 4 of them. They're in the little diamonds that they're in. Have a different initiative, and then the captain has a 3rd. But yeah. This one can move still. Okay. So I'm gonna start trying to surround you. Now these 2 cannot willingly move closer to you, Mace. So he's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Do either
30.
of these guys go in and out of Mace or Leif's?
Range? No. No, they're being very careful about how they're circling and surrounding right now.
Mm-hmm.
5, 10, 15. He's just gonna go over here actually, just the 10. And it's that. That's it for them. You would notice at this point that all of them, well, actually, so the two green ones are holding what look to be maces. You would know them quite well, mace. The others actually have pulled and loaded heavy crossbows and have them pointed at technically Leif. At least it looks like they're just that side. The others are all equally preparing weapons, but are not actually able to go yet. And at this point, it is Mallow's turn.
I'm gonna chain slap this motherfucker in the mouth.
Okay.
He's 17 gonna hit him.
17 will not. So actually, let me tell you, as you hit him, everyone there would be able to hear this. The chain definitely does a good job impacting his chest, and you would definitely feel a very solid hit on what feels like at least a breastplate. But considering you can't see very well beneath his cloak, you're kind of having trouble determining how much armor is down there. But it definitely seems dogs.
At the very least, a
worse,
breastplate.
more so than in first glance. Yeah, more so than at first glance. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna move forwards one and
one
punch
sec.
him with the bonus action. Actually, fuck it. I'll do flurry of blows and burn a key point.
I mean, they're probably going to bark again in a second, but what was it you were trying to do? Flurry of blows. Gotcha.
Yep, just flurry of
Okay.
blows. 24 hit.
So you have to move up for that. That's fine. A 24 will at that point hit, yes.
10 damage.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna use Crusher to move him 5 feet closer to Mace and Leif.
Okay. So do you mean like here, or do you mean like here?
Wherever. Do y'all have a preference? Probably there, so
no.
Leif,
Yeah, doesn't matter.
I think we'll have a better.
Yeah, that's probably
way-
good.
Yeah. So yeah, right there, and then one more hit.
Yeah. So you hit him and drag him, and he basically says to you, once you move his position,
Dumb idea, kid.
actually, sorry, he slings your old man.
Dumb idea,
Okay.
old timer.
And,
25 will of course hit. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Another 9.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna re-roll that just for shits and giggles. See, nope. Okay. So, yep, 9.
Alrighty. Anything else?
No,
I think
that's
that's
it.
it.
That's my
But
whole
yeah,
turn.
okay. So at that point, the others are going to start swarming in, of course. 5, 10. And this one will move here. 5, 10. And this one will move here. 5, 10. And this one will move here. This one's going to take and actually shifts himself here. So let me do them in order. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll figure that out in a sec. So let's do that in order. 1, 2, 3 of them don't have to worry about disadvantage. One of them might. So I'm just going to roll them up. I'm on the wrong thing. That's why. So this is... Okay. First one is going to swing at you, Mace. He has 2 swings with advantage. Let's see. First one will certainly miss. Second one will hit you.
Yeah.
This is another... So he only hits you for 5 damage. But he swings, hits. Next one's going to swing at Mallow. Same thing. 23 will certainly hit you with the first swing. That one is 9 damage. Second swing comes in at you. Dirty 20 will also hit you for 5 damage. The third one will also swing at Mallow.
Salty bastards.
You positioned yourself forward. It was just easiest to get at you. Especially considering their boss had kind of been hating on you anyway. A 22 at the first one will hit you. I will also tell you all of these are at advantage, of course. So, 5 more damage. 22 will hit you. 5 more damage. Or, I'm sorry, that first 5 I should have said was 7, and then 5 more after that. So, just 2 more extra of what I said. There's a modifier I forgot to add. But with that, that's the 3 of them swinging at you. The last one, interestingly enough, will actually take and pick up this barrel that is next to it. And he simply says, "So, Captain, should I?" And as he kind of, glares back over towards the captain, he sees you, Mace, and you can see he kind of like shirks away from you, and actually, if anything, he starts standing kind of closer to the barrel, kind of hiding behind it. But his captain does look over, and you wouldn't see it, but he grins again. Mallow, you would definitely notice that same kind of malicious grin.
Yeah, that'll work fine. I didn't mind sacrificing one just to get them guys under control.
And so he takes and picks this barrel up. I should say, more puts it on its side over here. And he kicks it over next to Leif. Actually, I think this way is probably makes more sense. Kicks it basically till it rolls and hits your legs, Leif. It doesn't knock you over or anything, but it is now sitting in the space next to you. And with that, that is the end of what they can do. So, Leif, it is your turn.
Kick the barrel back.
Your choice. It would be an action to do so. It took his action to roll it over.
Yeah, I'll try and kick the barrel back. Yeah.
Okay, so just do an athletics roll. And where are you trying to roll it to? Just point an arrow in the direction you want to roll it.
I want to... I'm literally just like trying to kick it like back where it came from. I guess I'm trying to kick it at this guy.
Okay, kicking it at him. So yeah, a 22 is pretty good. So it will go definitely and stop kind of right in front of him. I will make him do a little bit of a roll to make sure it doesn't like knock his legs out or something. Is it just attack rolls with fear that are disadvantage? Ability checks and attack rolls. Okay, that might be good for you. Let's see here. Ooh, yeah, the 2, that's definitely not good for him. So this guy's currently going to fall prone. Yeah, you kind of kicked it hard enough. The barrel actually will, if anything, end up on the other side of him, having knocked his legs out from
is he
underneath him.
trying to throw the barrel at me?
He rolled the barrel over to next to Leif, basically between Leif and the captain, and Leif just used his action on his turn to roll the barrel back, and he did it with significantly more force. So this guy kind of tried to dexterously keep it from knocking him over, and failed pretty miserably. So it knocked his legs out from underneath him. So he's
He went to hurdle it and just caught it.
Basically, yes,
Yeah,
that is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And he's kind of like face first in the snow right now. So you do have a bonus action left, Leif, but your action was used to do that.
Right. I'm going to just throw an echo here. Yeah, I can do that. But I can't attack with him. So I don't think I can, even if I burn.
I mean, it'll still give me advantage.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to see if I could attack with him at all.
No, your action is gone. So unless, I don't think so. I was gonna say,
Yeah, so I was trying to
gonna
see
say
that.
unleash, but I don't think so.
It
You have to have attacked.
It says you have to
Yeah.
attack first whenever you take the attack action.
All right, so I do want to posit it quick because this is the bottom of the turn order. This is still the first round of combat. Does any of you want to try and get the other party members involved? Specifically, going back up to Mace now. Just kind of throwing it out there so that you guys remember that they exist.
I mean,
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It isn't necessarily Mace's turn yet. The pirate captain technically comes first. Sorry, just accidentally gave away for the stat block I started with, but it is modified. So get fucked. So he goes before you, and he's going to.
finally get to kill that old man.
Yeah, he might try.
Oh, whatever. I wanted to move main leaf, but well, that's fine. I can wait.
I love the fact.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you still had movement you wanted.
All I was gonna do was put him down here as
Totally
well, just
fine.
around the captain.
No, you're good. That's fine.
Okay.
I just, I kind of skipped a little bit ahead on it. All right, so he will try and swing out at you with a longsword. He's going to go once at. Let me see. I'm going to roll up a little bit of a perception check actually first. Perception is int or wisdom? I don't want to look it up.
Perception.
Perception is
wisdom.
Wisdom.
Thank you. so he does have a modifier.
Come on, Levy.
Oh, actually, maybe not. Not him. The other one would have. Okay. No. Okay, so he is not super perspective on it. He's going to swing at the old man and at the echo. So let's see what happens. The echo definitely gets hit with a 22, right?
Oh yeah.
So echo is going to disappear for now. Mallow, you will get hit with a 23. So
How long does that increase to my AC last?
It's just for that hit, but I can use it again.
if
Okay,
you-
no, I was just curious.
So you will take 9 damage. Oh no, wait, sorry. That number is this one. Let me make sure I'm using the right. Yeah, 9 damage. That's correct. Sorry, got my notes.
Also, don't forget that we still get the. Well, I mean, you've already been hit a bunch, but I'm just saying we still do the whole Blessing of the Morning Lord thing.
Yes, that 10
so.
temp HP would have been there at the beginning. Yeah. Okay, so with that, his turn is done. So that it is your turn, proper Mace. Well, actually, if the echo's gone, I think he's gonna risk the opportunity attack from you.
Opportunity attacks?
No,
Okay.
no, just
He's
from
really-
you. He's only
Oh,
moved.
from me, yeah.
He's
'cause
only
just
moved
moved
5 down. He's so
Mhm.
yeah. So you can swing one, but he's still within the other's range.
I will Warcaster, Booming Blade him.
Alrighty, go for it.
Is this the one? Yeah, I think this is the one. Oh,
So 10 will not quite hit. You go to hit him with chance, but he steps back just in time, and it kind of swipes, just barely missing him, kind of catching
Mhm.
the edge of his cloak, but doing no real purchase.
Okay.
It is your turn proper, though, so you can now, like step forward and actually attack him with your action if you wish, or whatever.
yeah. I think at that point we're kind of going all out. So I will. Yeah, why not? I will use my
Power
Hexblade's
word kill,
Curse,
Alright.
which I don't think is it's a bonus action. Okay.
Yes. Choose one. Which one are you going for?
The captain.
Alrighty. So we'll put this nice little skull thingy on him. So he takes bonus damage. Any attack you make against the target is critical 20, and the cursed target dies. You gain hit points equal to your warlock level plus curse one letter. Okay, cool.
Okay. I will. Well, we're not that far from our original camp, right?
Kara,
So
you're waiting for someone to let you know.
yeah, we're not that far from our original camp? Question mark.
Yeah. So you're about, like I said, 60 or so feet from the shoreline where you first spoke to them, and then Kara and Pluzak are. I can give you a specific number, but I mean, it's close enough that you could probably find a way to yell loud enough if you
Yeah.
tried
So
or whatever.
could I I don't know, whistle or
are-
like yell out something?
So from where you were chatting, they're another 60 feet. So they're probably about 120 feet away from you.
Oh yeah, you can fucking
You
yell.
could yell.
that
You could
far.
probably yell
Easy.
something if
Yeah.
you want.
So I'll yell out something along the lines of.
Sleep is bad.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
you know what
classic.
to yell. Yeah, you know what to yell.
Soup's
Something
been
along the
spoiled by
lines of-
greed and capitalism.
It doesn't have to be that specific, Mace.
So Kara and
Jeez.
Pluzak, Kara, you most certainly hear it. You if anything, hear the venom in his voice as the soup has been spoiled by greed and capitalism! What the fuck happened to Mace?
I look down at Angajuk. I must go. My idiots need me.
You hear
They
the fucking
sound
Russian
like
laugh.
they are truly idiots.
Uh-oh, Pluzak. You think you didn't hear him with a 10? Your
I
call.
don't know.
I think you would have heard it. That's a you,
Okay.
maybe not everything, but you would have heard greed and capitalism, and you're like, I don't know what's happening, but
that.
something's going on.
We're talking about economics.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
must break
maybe
this down.
maybe Pluzak's into that. Okay, so he's gonna go check it out. Oh god.
Yeah, I am going to just
Let me
double
tell
whack him, I
you
guess.
about Bitcoin.
Oh no, Angajuk's hitting in on it. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying, Claw?
It was the corporations that
Yeah.
destroyed my land and
Anti-corpo.
made the octopus
Informal.
go away.
You were I think going to do something before your turn end though, or no?
Yeah, sorry. Whack him twice.
Okay, bonus action and action. Okay, so yeah, they will both certainly hit.
So that's a +6, I guess.
Total.
+3
Yeah.
each,
Okay.
yeah.
Are either of those? Oh, the first one would be a crit because it's a 19.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I guess do I just roll damage again?
So, you can get extra damage on it. I'm gonna say you cannot do your whatchamacallit, because I just
Hexblade Curse.
no, the Hexblade Curse happens. Like, I just feel like when you do 2 rolls and skip the one that was the crit roll.
Oh, you're talking about smite. No, I'm
Yeah,
not
I
trying
just
to.
I find it tough to do
Yeah,
retroactive
you
on that.
already
So.
established that I had to call it beforehand.
Well, not even beforehand. It's just if you do the first roll, you see it, you can get it on that one. It's the most recent roll you do that gets the smite. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I mean, if you're saying I can smite but not on the crit, then I will smite.
Correct. You could still so that is correct. You would get the extra damage from the crit still. So roll that extra damage, and then you can still smite on the second hit if you want. It just wouldn't be on the crit
So,
hit.
out of pure curiosity, then, what would be the requirements for me to smite on a crit?
Roll the first hit, see if it was a 19, and then choose to do smite then because it's on the most
I see.
recent hit.
So you're saying because
you
I
roll
rolled
the
the
attack
second
with
one,
half
I don't
attacks.
get to.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's the same way if Kara were to just roll 2 attacks and realize the first one was a crit. I'd be like, well, you didn't roll it with your bonus action thing turned on, which is why he, I think, has them all as turn-ons and can choose when to do them on which roll. So.
Yeah. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'll just smite baseline. There.
Alrighty.
If it'll. Oh, there it is.
It's coming in eventually. There it is. Okay.
Another
So,
11 damage.
Divine Smite on top of it, and then did you ever do? I do need the.
Extra
It's just a
damage.
+6.
From
So.
the other one.
Yeah, no, but I need an extra D8 from the crit hit.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Damn it. He was nice. Oh
Ooh.
shit!
Yeah, very nice. Okay, so.
3,
36. Is that what I'm reading? Yeah.
44, 40.
46. I'm reading. No, or did I
Yes.
count wrong?
No, you're right. Oh wait. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
it's
you're
like
right.
50.
No, it's not. 13, take 1 away, add it to the 14, that's
No, but it's
15. 8
plus
goes
6.
on to the 12. Oh, so then it makes it, yeah, if there's another
So
plus
yeah,
6.
it's 23, 44.
Oh,
and
oh,
then
you're
it's-
right. It goes up to 51.
And then it's 50.
51
Yeah.
because, or no, it's 3 from. It's only 3 from each
44 plus
attack.
8.
It's only 3 from each attack, though, isn't it?
God,
Because
we are
the
all
bonus
so
to
light.
damage rolls against the cursed target equals to 3. I don't think that's a die. It doesn't double when he gets the crit, does it?
No, but he got
but
no.
it's damage rolls, so it should apply to the smite as well.
Both. Yeah. Well, not even that. I'm not even applying it to smite. I'm adding it to each attack roll.
Well, that too.
He only attacked
then-
twice. He only attacked twice.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're playing it.
So 3 plus 3
Is 6.
is 6. 6 plus 14 is 20.
Yeah, I got
Plus
15. I
13
got
would
right.
be
So I was at 40.
33.
I was at 46 plus the extra
44.
plus the extra 6 is 52 is what I said. Is that where you're at?
44 and then plus 8 would be 52.
2. Yeah, that's what I said. So you're arguing the same number
so-
I said.
Yeah. But would it apply to the smite or
I
no?
don't know. It's an interesting question. That's what I'm trying to figure
I
out.
don't
But
see
I
why
was
it
trying to
wouldn't
I was trying to
roll on
understand
attack
what
roll.
Harrison was
Damage
saying
roll.
first. So give me a second. You're like arguing stuff that I haven't even decided on.
Well, no,
Give me a minute
you,
here.
people have been stating 40 something. I'm like, it's not.
No, as soon as you said that, and then we added the 6, it's fine. I'm just saying it's like we're arguing over something that hasn't even been claimed one way or another. Just give me a second.
No.
Okay. So,
Bonus damage against the cursed target.
no
damage rolls.
bonus. Bonus to
Damage
damage rolls
rolls.
against the target. Bonus equals to 3. Let me go do this. Hold on one sec.
I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. It's 3 damage difference, but still.
Well, but it does help to know in the future whether you're getting it or not, right? That's not, I think, what I'm looking for, though. It's not about whether you can concentrate on a spell with it. It's about whether it works on that spell. Damage rolls are specified. Each weapon, spell, and harmful monster ability is specified. Okay, so... Interesting. Because the argument I'm seeing here is actually the opposite. If an ability states damage roll and not damage die or dice, then it's just the overall damage that gets the addition.
To damage rolls, but you're still rolling 3 sets of damage though.
Yeah, but if the smite is technically part of the damage of the second hit, does the smite have its own damage type on it? It is radiant, and it's just additional radiant? It's additional die in, or is it its own? No, it has to be an additional die in, because it only counts if the blow hits. It's an interesting gray area. It is technically at the end of all damage rolled. So you roll the die for all the damage of the hit and then add the 3. So it technically would just be 3 per hit. So it's just the 6, not 9, from my understanding.
So
The difference,
according to what I'm
difference
seeing,
being a damage roll versus damage die.
So what people are saying that, for example, for stuff like Eldritch Blast, right? Each Eldritch Blast would get the application of the Hexblade
Does
curse.
each Eldritch Blast have to roll to hit?
Yes.
Then yes, that would be correct. But my issue here is not that you. So where did you roll to hit with Radiant, or with the Divine Smite?
Divine Smite. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But
But
it's not a
roll.
flat damage though.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
A damage roll.
It doesn't matter. No. A damage die is what it is. It adds a damage die on top of his hit. The damage roll is the total between all the damage die he rolls. That's the differentiation I'm seeing in
I
specification.
get.
I
I'm
see
just
what you're
reading
saying.
under it. You gain bonus to damage rolls.
I understand.
against cursed
That's what I'm
targets.
telling you, though. The differentiation I'm seeing is in the definition of what a damage roll is versus a damage die. He adds damage die to his damage roll using Divine Smite. But Divine Smite itself is not an attack. The only attack that happens, the only source of the damage for the damage roll, quote unquote, is the one hit. He still gets the 3 on both, but it's not 9 total.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right.
It's weird though, because
It
at
is a
that
weird
point,
gray area. I
It
agree
might
with
as
you
well
there.
just say to each
Hit.
damage. It's hit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but I would agree with that, and that probably would make it a little more clear. But I don't know. It's just that's kind of the only differentiation I'm seeing
it's your call
between
either way.
one way or another. I'm gonna play it as just the 6 for now. If I
Yeah,
find something
this
later
is-
that says
this
otherwise,
is-
it's whatever. We'll figure it out
This
later.
is stating
Sorry
what
to
you're
take enough
stating. It's
time.
important note. However, weapon damage and smite damage are single combined damage roll.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah.
Which makes sense because the smite again is it can't happen by itself. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's just extra damage on the hit. Okay, good enough. We figured it out. So it was a 52 total.
My God,
okay.
matching missile with that would be dumb as shit.
Tell me he's at least bloody.
So magic missile I guess is an auto hit and it does individual missiles. Yeah, I
Also,
guess it
no.
could, yeah.
Actually, I just read about that. Apparently, what you're supposed to do with magic missile is just roll the d4, and that applies to every single missile.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because you only roll on damage once,
Interesting.
but you can hit different targets.
That's good. That gets weird.
It definitely gets weird. I lost track of where my combat tracker was. Give me a sec, guys. There it is. So now I can put damage in. Okay. So yeah, he's definitely looking pretty beat up, very bloodied. Definitely a big hit. I believe that's all you can do though, right? Because that was your bonus action and action.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so at this point, it is going to be the turn of the crew over here. So this guy. Okay, so he's still not close enough for that. So these two, I'm on the wrong window. Of course I am. Carrot and Bluzak, by the way, once it's your turn, I will start moving you guys closer, just so you know. They will close in since they can. This guy is going to run over here, and he is going to once again try and take this barrel. He's going to just casually roll it over to here. The other two will swing, and the last guy will rotate here. He's going to have disadvantage on the attack regardless. Okay, yeah, so we'll do it that way. So he fires his crossbow. Mace.
Mhm.
19 won't hit you. Never mind. I know for a fact it won't. I saw 17 on a die and got excited, but it doesn't have much of a bonus on that one. So the arrow will deflect off your armor from behind, no issue. Let's see what happens to Leif. A 19, I believe, hits you, Leif.
Yes.
And a 16 will not, I believe.
Yes.
So one of their 2 multi-attacks will hit you. Let's take and do some damage. This should be plus that. So you take 6 damage, that's all.
Okay.
As one of them smacks you with a mace. And then that's it for their turn.
I'll
Mallow,
take that.
what do you do, an old man, Mallow? Since you still apparently are looking like an old man.
Oh fuck yeah! It does. I don't have to come out of it. It doesn't
No,
require
no, you
anything.
can lay the smack down while looking like an old man.
Dude,
I have no
it's
issues with it.
fucking great. I'm fucking. What is? Oh god, was it not King Kai? Fucking
Roshi.
Cobra Kai?
Yeah, I'm fucking Roshi, just beating the fuck out of dudes. No, I'm just gonna lay the smack down on the fucking leader.
Keep going. Alrighty.
Fucking, we're going to. It doesn't fucking matter, but we'll just chain. This will stay up with me. 22.
Yes.
Go for it. I will tell you the only spaces you could theoretically move him to if you want are behind him, though. The other spaces
Can I
are
smack him onto the barrel?
No, the barrel's taking up a space currently.
Okay, we're gonna take that 7 then. Fuck my life.
Okay.
One more chain. 19.
19 will hit, yes.
Another 8 damage.
Okay.
And then burn another key point. That's not gonna hit.
Nope.
That'll hit.
Mhm.
Another 8 damage.
Okay. Fairness.
And that's it.
Okay. It is the other crew's turn now. So, the one who has fallen will stand up. Just start with that so I don't have to worry about it later. Seeing that he sees another barrel is there already. Oh. Let me try this.
We're all gonna die here, by the way.
Oh, for
Ooh,
sure.
19. Okay, 19 on die means he passes. So he actually passed the wisdom saving throw to be able to move closer to you, Mace. So he takes a 5-foot step despite his fear, clearly overcoming some arduous worries. And he's actually going to grab the back of the shirt of this captain and just start yanking him the other direction. And he has 25 movement left. 5, 10, even... I'll give it 15, we'll say, because difficult terrain to be dragging him. But he's
So
going to
he's
try
gonna
and
take-
drag his buddy. You cannot attack his pirate captain because this is not
A willing movement.
willing movement. So they get dragged over to here. Yeah.
What?
At that point, yeah, that's actually how that works, believe it or not.
Jesus Christ. Am I Sentinel won't help me with that or anything? It says Sentinel's just for if they're taking the disengage
So
action.
hold on, was it the red
Interesting
one that
question.
dragged him?
Yes.
He
But he
saved
did
on
he
his
did a wisdom saving roll to see if he could move closer and got a 19. So I
Well-
believe that was more than the 15, right? Isn't that how it works? He has to
I'm
overcome
not sure if. I
that.
mean,
I might have misread it. But I'm
obviously
looking
it's your ruling, but I mean, regardless, they're frightened.
I
the
understand
entire
that.
minute,
I
right?
understand that,
So-
but I believe so. The frightened state itself has nothing to do with, unless I'm misreading which goes where. Hold on a sec. I might have misread which part was which. Hold on.
And also it would have disadvantage on it too.
On what?
Isn't that an ability check? To be able to
I
do
don't
it?
think so.
Or, oh, no, it's a
The
saving
save
throw.
that I was trying to do was to overcome the fear, essentially, right? So, I'm just looking now to see where it is. What was it I saw? All right. Having trouble finding it. I probably misunderstood which one was which anyway. All right. So then we'll take a step. Take that back. That's fine. It's no issue. Just change up what he's going to do in a second. Think about it. Well, actually, if he can't, I'll just have him yell out.
You meanies.
Get the captain out of there.
And the guy over here, this green one, will use his action instead to grapple the captain. And he's actually going to toss him over here. At which point the red guy will grab him and so use the action of 2 of them. Waste a little more, and start to drag him as far as he can down here.
They're just hot potatoing him.
He's pretty beat up. I'll be honest about that. But that takes this guy's action out as well. So there's only 2 left who can do anything. They're both going to swing at Mallow. Yeah, when I say pretty beat up, I mean the captain was actually, as he's being dragged away, you see him stumbling, almost falling over.
I see a little bit of large intestine hanging out.
It's very possible, yeah. It's going to be a big hit on Mallow for the first one.
If any one of them hits Mallow, I will block. Or
Yeah,
try to, anyways.
so the first one definitely hits Mallow. Do you want to try and block it?
I will.
Okay.
It's just a +3, so.
It's a crit, so at that point it's still going to hit, and you have used your reaction.
Yep.
So it is 8 damage, actually very low roll.
Oh.
It still hits, so. The second one will miss with a 14. The second guy will start swinging. Hits with a 23 and misses with a 7. So the second hit is going to be for 6 damage on you, Mallow. And that is their entire moveset. Leif.
So I'm gonna kick this barrel. Odd question, right? I thought the one guy was prone from me kicking the barrel.
He was. So it took 15 feet of his movement to stand up, which is why he could only move to here.
Okay. That's
think
more
that
of game
should have been-
mechanics. I thought it was an action to get up. That's
Yeah,
why I was
so
confused.
he moved from here to here, so it was 15.
Okay.
Which
That
is
makes
actually true, because I
everything
did forget about that the first time he moved, but the second time
Yeah,
I
'cause
realized... The second time I realized when I moved him from there to there, I would have been using too much the first time, so...
Okay.
No, he didn't move up to there. It was actually just the one square.
Then I
Yes.
guess I'm gonna
So
kick
it
this
he went to
kick
here,
this barrel.
and then to here. Actually, it was one more, but regardless, yeah. Okay, so just do another athletics check for me. That's what I've been rolling in the background for that. I'll tell you, if it's under a 10, then you're going to basically fuck up and the barrel's still there in front of you. If it's over a 10, then you're fine. If it's over a 20, it's got enough force it potentially can knock someone over. That's kind of what I've been going with.
Is it just an
Which
attack action, or
direction-
is it full? Is
Just it's his full action. Which direction are you trying to roll it in?
Like this one, I'm just trying to kick away.
Okay. So with a 14, it'll roll about 2/3 of its movement. Roughly over there. Okay.
I guess I'm going to Leaf Echo. We're gonna Leaf Echo here,
And that will be your turn.
unless
You action surge.
yeah. So fuck it, we'll do that, and then that gives me an attack or an action, which is 2 attacks.
Okay.
Back to this other one. The one in between myself and the Echo.
Alrighty.
He's gonna beat the fuck out of it.
Maybe 13.
Something like that. That will not
No.
hit.
Yeah. That's what. 14.
Jesus.
That will also not hit.
Well then,
Bro,
I guess
first time I've ever seen Leif not roll good. What is
know.
this?
then we'll unleash, I guess, because that takes no action.
That is true, and you have to have swung for it, so you've met all conditions.
Fucking
I think that's one.
come
more swing.
on, baby.
Hey, that one'll hit. You got him, boys.
And we'll
Are
re-roll
those-
that because that's all we have. Oh, nice, up to a 16.
Okay, yeah, that'll
Am-
definitely hit.
Am I just not
Oh, actually,
thinking?
that's-
So these dudes went before me, right?
The ones on your left do indeed go before you. That is correct.
Okay.
We are at the bottom of the turn order, and they just finished their turn before Leif went. So
I just gonna
'Cause
look
I
over my
thought I
shoulder at
attacked-
Mace, just be like, and today's not my day.
you attacked the captain while he was still nearby, and then
Yeah, and
after
then
your
they-
turn, they moved him out of there. Yeah.
But
What's up?
then, I thought they went before me.
They go after you. So there are 4 of them that go before you, and then there are 4 of them that go after
Oh,
you.
okay.
So, Leif, sorry, anything else you're trying to do before I go through you?
Nope. No, I'm good.
Hey, Pluzak, you around? Knock, knock.
No.
Okay,
Nope.
well, do you want to do anything, having heard yells about greed and capitalism?
Oh man, I guess I'll look over there. Can I actually see them? Or are they
So
over the
you would
berm?
see for certain that the crew who was down there have moved further away. They are much closer now. In fact, seem intermingled in the group of people who had been on the shore earlier. You can't quite tell distinctly what is occurring at this distance, but I would say at this point the ring of battle is pretty evident. You would have heard, crossbow bolts hitting Mace's armor and swords, hitting off of the armors that these people are wearing. It's pretty evident that there is sounds of battle at this point.
Then I'm going to attack the person that's closest to Mallow.
Okay, so what are you using here?
I'm going to use Guiding Bolt,
Okay.
which is 120 foot range.
What
Okay,
are
so
you doing?
they are from where
Attacking the
they
enemy
are.
closest to you.
Okay.
Which enemy is the enemy closest to him, in your opinion, Fred? I think they should still have
I
you on
would
the screen with us,
assume
right?
like this
That
guy.
one? Perfect, that's fine. So we're about
Yeah.
30 feet to the edge of this map. I believe that puts you within range. I'm going to jump back to the other one myself just to make sure.
I mean, if I have to move 30 feet closer, then I
No,
move.
I don't think it's even about 30 feet closer per se. You are kind of around the rock, so we'll say you need to walk, since you can't see it, 10 feet to your west on that map, just to get line of
Okay.
sight. And then once you do
Yep.
that, it is 50 plus 30, 80 feet. You should be fine, roughly, to that guy. So, no issue.
So, hoping for crit failure.
Because then it's not your fault. It's my fault as the DM. A
Oh,
13.
not
A 13
good.
will not quite hit, though. No.
Okay.
Do you want to
Um,
use the other 20 feet of your movement to start trying to move closer? You would still be pretty far away, just it's, closer, just in case.
What? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I'm trying to just help because I can see that map easier than you guys instead of switching back and
Yeah.
forth 80 times. All right, so 5, 10, 15. I'm just moving you 20 straight south.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. With that, we go back up to the top of the turn order, which is actually Kara. So, Kara, do you also wish to potentially join with this battle that you now know is raging?
Yep.
Okay. How do you want to do that?
Dash.
Okay. So you've got 40 feet of base, so it's 80 total, correct?
Correct.
I will tell you. So you got 5. I'll just dash you as close as I can in their direction. Yeah.
I
Because
can
it will
cover
put you.
120 if I action surge.
No, I don't think you'll need to. So I'm at 65 feet from where you are to the edge of the Angajuk map. So put yourself on the top edge of the map that we're currently on, and that is at 70 feet. So you will still have 10 feet left with your main dash, or whatever. Yeah,
Alright, so that would get me to here.
correct.
So
and-
this man would just see winged woman land next to him, and she will
I thought that guy with the armor was the scariest one.
stop and look to her left. This is where you get to choose whether you live or die. Sit down and stay here, and you get to live.
What are you gonna do?
Yikes.
Bonus action, enlarge.
Wrong answer.
So he just watches as you start growing in size after having asked that question, and as soon as you're full size, before you no, it's as far as you could have moved is from the bottom edge.
You didn't say which direction the size change can go.
But you can't physically have moved further than where you were just by increasing size. So I'm still limiting you to movement. Same way Fred made you do front edge to front edge on his thing, essentially. But as he watches you get big, he's just okay. That's what you're gonna do. But yeah, that's about it, Fred.
And then action surge.
Okay.
I am going to hurl a spear at that individual.
All right.
So, where is it? Actually, what is his distance from me? He's 20 feet?
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah, he's within your
Okay.
20. You should be fine.
I was more along the lines checking to see if it was in the recall distance of my spear. And I gotta double check that before I throw this. That's in range. Cool. So throw numero uno.
Okay. So you're hitting the guy north of Mallow, correct?
Yes.
Just making sure I'm putting the damage on the right
So-
guy.
I cannot planar warrior because I already did that, but I can giant's might. 14, 15, 29.
All right, great hit. Very nice. It's a quite a wallop on him, but
Recall the spear
not dead yet.
and throw number 2.
Mm-hmm. That does
Probably
not quite
gonna
hit. No, not quite so. Seems like he has too much armor on for it to fully bury itself deep once again. But you do know with that first one, you drew quite a lot of blood. You would estimate probably halved him, if you had to guess.
And I will recall the spear, and that would be me.
Okay. Good turn, though. Good way to catch yourself up. At that point, I believe it is the captain. Yes, it is. So he's going to...
Watch as a tree flies at one of his sailors and flies back.
He's going to hobble over here. Give him a roll. Okay, so that's probably fine, and that's one more on that, right? 2 more on that. So that's plenty good. So now once more, try and roll this one. 5, 10, just saying. He's going to hit it right here against you again, Leif. Actually, you know what? Yeah, fuck it, I already let the piece go. It's his action. He's going to do that. Okay. And just start hobbling as much as he can back this way. Yelling curses at his troop about needing to subdue you, wastes of human flesh, and feed you to the whale if necessary.
Very necessary.
Mace, it is your turn. You ready, Mace?
Yep.
What are we doing?
Well, I know that the Hexblade's curse is not a concentration thing, so I don't need to worry about that. Wait. Oh, the captain's like all the way over there. Okay. 35 feet. Oh, I can technically still reach him. Okay. And then from here... Yeah, I think that's fine. So, I'm just gonna actually go straight towards him. I'll take all the opportunity attacks. That's okay.
Okay, so hold on a second here. So the first one's gonna roll on you. It's a big hit. Okay. That's a big damage too. 15 damage. As you get clunked from behind by the north guy's mace. As you go to move from this guy's spot, I just want to check something quick. Yeah, the wording is vague enough. I think I'm just going to make it doable. The second one's going to try and use his attack reaction to actually grapple you instead of hit you. Just to try and keep you from... Because he sees that you're booking it for the captain, you know, and clearly they're trying to keep you from doing that. So he's gonna, forgo the opportunity of damage to try and grapple you.
Sounds like a good idea.
So that's, classic grapple check, just athletics or acrobatics. Your check, or your choice, I should say. That's for the right guy, right? Okay. Yep.
Right. Okay.
That's a good roll. I will tell you, he ended up with a 21, so 27 will certainly beat that.
Yeah, I will just smack his hand as he's trying to grab me.
Yep, and you most certainly make it past. So good job.
Just this little slap to the back of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I will... Is the captain? He's not prone, is he?
No.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just whack him twice. Or try to anyways.
Okay.
Once.
Will not hit.
And twice.
Second one will.
I'm assuming
13.
he's still standing after the 10 damage? Or the 13 damage,
The
rather?
13 is down to this.
+3. Yep.
And
Yep.
this
Okay. Sorry.
gets to just barely, but yeah, he is up.
I will smite.
Okay, that's fine. Still roll it for me. Yeah, had to be over a 3. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
And as I finish him off, I'm going to yell out, there goes your leadership as well as your payday. Think
Don't-
well.
That's not correct, actually. He was our leader, but honestly, at the end of the day, it just means there's one less cut.
Well, who's making the cuts,
Wrong
though?
choice.
You assholes were the first ones to make a move. We would have let you go. At this point, we're so we're so embroiled knee deep. I'm not really sure it's going to make a difference.
Fair enough.
You
Worth a
would
try.
actually notice there are a couple that don't necessarily seem to agree with that notion. Mainly the frightened ones, but
Yeah.
you know.
And we'll see how it turns out. Yeah, I think that's my turn.
Alrighty.
Oh, I do gain hit points, I think, right? From
For having
Hexblade
killed him,
Scars?
yes, that is correct. You can look up how many. Right.
Equals to my Warlock level plus Charisma modifier, so that is a total of 5.
So now it's these 4. So, how far away are you at this point? Where's my measurement tool? Okay. So, Kara, much to what you asked, this guy is going to just start backing off. He goes up here. And he's just going to kind of do his own thing for a minute. So yeah, he's fine. 15 flat, okay. The other 3 with his group. This guy will move up to here. And then I gotta do 1, 2 on Leif. 5 damage for you, Leif. Regular you. The other guy's going to swing at your Echo. He will hit with a 21, so that disappears. Considering that was his first hit, he will swing the second one at you again. 15 will not, though. So that's you, and this guy still hasn't moved. He is going to... Well, actually, all of them haven't, right? So he will step back 5, 10. These other 2 next to you, Leif, are both going to step back from you. Do you want to opportunity attack either of them? And if so, which one? You might be muted because I can't hear you.
I was very
No
much
problem.
so. The one to the east. The one
You're gonna,
next to
so you want to opportunity attack this guy. Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead and swing that. This guy is gonna 5, 10 up here. 14 will not quite hit.
Oh, I saw it.
5, 10, 15 to next to his buddy. And what you notice is the guy in red here, his fingers are still kind of trembling considering Mace is still roughly in his peripherals. But what he's trying to do, you realize quickly, is take the crossbow bolt that's on his crossbow itself, and he actually has what looks like cloth on its front, and he quickly lights it up. He takes aim with this crossbow, and he is going to fire it at this barrel right next to you. The bolt sinks in deep, and you definitely hear something inside the barrel hiss as fire, starts lapping at the surface of the barrel. But nothing immediately happens. So let's see how that goes. And then that should be the last one of that group. Mallow, your turn.
Can I shadow step with someone?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think that's part of the wording on it, is it?
It just says when you're in dim light as a bonus action, you can teleport.
Yeah, so you can teleport. I don't think you can take someone. Because that goes back to the whole how you can teleport out of a grapple and all that.
Well, I'm just gonna TP to.
Nice.
Good location.
That's the effect when he TPs. He just
just a burp.
his voice gets distorted, just like.
Can I TP to behind her?
Yeah, that'd probably be fun. 60 feet,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And then I'm gonna bitch slap this dude.
Alrighty, your call.
Why have shit rolls today?
So
Does
6 on
15
that
hit?
guy. 15 does not. No, it does not.
Oh, my first one would have had advantage anyway, so I'm dumb. Whatever.
It's okay. Too late now.
I still had whatever.
Yep.
That's it.
Alrighty. Cool. So now it's the other 4's turn.
Can I actually move him?
Yeah, I'll let you still. It's fine. Which way you want to try?
Just move him up 1 closer to Kara this way.
Alright, that's fine. Okay. So seeing as Mallow has just suddenly disappeared, this one's going to move up to here on you, Leif. This one will also move up to here. Or actually, no. They're going to go there and here, specifically. That was 10 and 10 and 10. Gotcha. Okay. This guy's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Going to go down to here. And it's those. Oh, it's this guy up here. Okay. All right. So then let's see. 2 on Leaf are gonna go for him. 1, 2 attacks from him.
The first attack that manages to strike Leif is going to get cloud groaned.
Okay, so the first guy misses entirely on Leaf. The second guy will hit one of them. Where is it going to transfer to?
It is going to transfer to the... Actually, which of these individuals looks the most bloodied?
It
That's
is.
this is the only one that got hit, isn't it?
No, there's actually one in each group that's gotten hit.
Yeah.
The one that is directly north of Leif right now looks bloodiest in the group close to him.
I can't redirect the attack to him.
It's the other guy swinging right now. It's the left guy swinging right now, so you'd be fine.
Okay, so this guy's swinging?
Mhm.
Alright, so if he's swinging on Leif, that attack and damage is transferring to him.
Okay. So we'll damage that guy. Good hit. Remind me, does it change damage type at all for any reason?
No, it is whatever the attack was, because the target I choose gets the same thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the attack is negated on Leif and goes strictly to the other gentleman.
Right. I knew that part. I just wasn't sure. Okay. And there's still one more swing this guy can do. That was the one thing I was missing. Second swing will also hit Leif. 7 damage on you, Leif.
Living my best life.
That
First
is
strike hits, and
those
they all look
two.
down like, why didn't it work? The other guy just has a spurt of blood come off his chest.
Yeah, the third mace is going to attack you. Does not have advantage for once, so a 7 will not. Some 7 plus modifier will not. He has 2 swings at you though. 12 plus modifier will not. The other one is part of the other crew. The red one is the one. Okay, that one. The one Mallow just hit is going to then take and actually step up towards you, Mallow. And because he has now blocked out line of sight to Mace, and I think at the end of this turn he can actually now do the save. Yeah, a little bit of both. Lucky him. He's going to swing at you without disadvantage for once. Let's see if he can hit. That will not. That will. Disappear, please, thing.
So I count as high cover?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, good to know.
Honestly, that's not the first time that that's happened. Is it, Pluzak?
Nope.
You get hit for 9 damage, Mallow. As this guy attacks you back after you have attacked him. But otherwise, he's going to stand there, and these guys are going to retreat 10 feet before the end of their turn. You are out of reactions for this turn, Leif, but it is now officially your turn, so you will have it back after this.
Alright. Well, it seems I'm in a fucked situation here, and I like it. Alright, can I kick this barrel?
Absolutely, if you want to. But you have to do an athletics roll, and it will take your action, just like it has been.
That's fine. I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Let's see.
I'm glad to know you're the
Athletics.
DM now, man. Takes
Yeah.
a lot off my shoulders.
Well, I must be because I keep getting fucked by all these rolls.
No, that's just called being Chris. Ooh.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh.
Okay.
he knows. He just lives that life now. He's accepted it.
I accept that I have 2 rolls.
Okay,
I
so with a
fail
15,
or I kill.
if you want to roll it in
Yeah.
that direction, you will have to, step over here first.
Oh, that's
just
what I was
to-
gonna. That's what I was gonna ask.
just
Yeah, I would
for
definitely
for
move wherever
reference.
you want.
Absolutely. So you're gonna kick it in that
Up to
direction.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
These guys.
Absolutely. So 15 will definitely roll it over there. Can't quite knock them over, but it hits this guy and stops. He looks a little panicked.
Okay. I'm also going to. Let's see. That's 5. Yep. Just gonna come up behind this guy and just be like, "Hey." That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Who's your daddy?
That's all I'm gonna say to him. Just hey.
That's all I was saying. I just hey.
He's like, I'm not looking for anyone to pick me up right now, thanks. All right. That's fine.
How you doing, baby girl?
Pluzak, what you thinking?
I'll now use chill touch on this guy here.
Alrighty. Go for it. Oh yeah,
Clicked
that'll
it. Oh, there it is. And
hit. Classic. Classic
I'm
Fred.
30 feet closer.
Okay, let me go and shift you on the other map. Bro.
Oh.
Bro rolls a
2d8.
20. 2d8.
Snake eyes.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. The next turn that you move, if it happens, will be putting you on map.
Okay, and
at this point,
if they can, which I doubt they can, they can't regenerate hit points this turn.
that is true, but yes. Okay. Kara, it is your turn.
Well, this is where Path of the Giant Berserker would have been nice, because I want to pick one up and throw him at the barrel.
I mean, nothing says you can't. It's just a different. It
No,
would be
no.
it would be a grapple check, and then you'd have to see if you could throw him with like another probably athletics check. But
Yeah, no. Of the 3 before me, which is the most injured?
I gotta remember which one's which because those are 2 separate groups right now. 1 sec.
Of Molari and Curly, which one?
Yeah, I know. I'm just making sure I'm getting right which one's which. I think it's this guy in the middle. Should be the one.
Cool. I target the one in the middle.
Okay. Yep, that'll hit.
He will take 11 damage.
And that will be enough to kill him. Anything else?
Of the 2 that remain, have neither been hit?
I think that is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so tell me if this is not plausible at this time. With my remaining action, I want to grab one and use him in place of my shield.
So you're just putting your shield away and trying to use this guy instead?
Yes.
So no matter what, at the end of your turn, your shield is going to be away. You can then
Yes.
do the grapple check to try and, hold him. Yeah, we'll start with that. Go ahead and do a grapple check.
I have advantage on those.
Yeah, so you're holding on to him. I will tell you he's thrashing quite wildly, so you would believe if you do want to interpose him between you and something else, it's going to be very difficult to get him accurately where you would want. So it will probably be some sort of a dexterity check. It won't take an action or anything, but there's a
Well,
potential.
can I argue that I'm muscling him into whatever position is possible because I have
So
to use
let
strength?
me ask you this: if you're muscling him into position, is your hand wrapped around him?
It's gripping his back.
So
or
your
I'd
hands
say.
and fingers have potential to be hit anytime that he is hit. So theoretically, you're not even really using him as super adequate shield. You would must have to certainly position him even more specifically to block it things with him. Now, I would also argue you could just be holding his clothes, but if you're just holding his clothes and keeping your fingers out of the way, he definitely has more room to thrash around. So, which way do you want to go about it? I'm cool with it one way or another, but I do think in either regard, it's not like he's a perfect shield. You're going to have to do some work to get him to be a shield. Again, it's a free action, but there's
I never
potential.
argued against that. I just argued if I could make it a strength check versus a dexterity check.
No, because it's not about you're manipulating him fine. You overcame him in the grapple check. The issue is he's thrashing, and you have to now basically be dexterous enough to control him as a makeshift shield.
Okay. Well, for lack of or success for that moment, I want to position him closer to my right to intercede with his buddy.
Yeah. So currently
pending the choices.
He'll definitely be like he is taking place of your shield right now. So whoever you would be using your shield, he'll take place of for sure.
I'll be right back. I'm going to take the dog out.
Yep, absolutely.
My shield just telekinetically moved to my back, and it's hooked there.
That's fine. So at this point, the captain's dead. Anything movement you want to do? I should ask, I guess, before we go too far. Kara.
I'm thinking. No, I'm good for the moment. I've got this guy held up, and
That's fine. So Mace, it is your turn. Anything you want to do, Qual?
I mean, yeah. I will smack the guy between us.
Go for it.
Oh, there we go. 1 and 2.
Okay. They will both hit 24.
Okay.
And that is just enough to actually kill that guy.
Oh, nice. So now I think I will move over to here, just in case the barrel gets thrown back this direction and causes a chain reaction of some sort.
Okay.
I would advise Leif to do the same, but at that point, it's just sort of like a suggestion kind of thing. Because I don't know when that is going to go off.
It's one in each, right? Yeah. And so that's everything. You good?
Yep.
All right, just making sure. Okay. It is this crew's turn. So Kara, the one in your hand is definitely going to try and fight his way. Actually, maybe not. Let me check something quick.
Oh, so good.
Okay. So he's going to definitely fight against you, but I don't think he's going to actually try to escape the grapple. He's just going to keep flailing with his mace, do what he can. So 21 will hit you. 8 damage for the first swing. A 12 will not hit you. Misclicked that. So that's it for that. And he's gonna yell to his friend down, next to him, like, "Can you help me?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, I'll try." But they're just kind of grasping at straws at this point. The next one in the crew is this guy. So Greenie here is gonna take and kind of shove his buddy 5 feet out of the way. And just try and push the barrel. Let's see how he manages. Yeah, okay. Just barely, but a 14 will be enough for 5, 10, 15 we'll call it. Good enough. Pushes it back towards you, Mace. And then it is the last guy there who looks very relieved that the barrel is no longer next to him. And then takes aim with his crossbow. He's going to shoot at you, Mace, but he does have disadvantage, so let me do that. Yeah, he will miss most certainly. His shaky hands throw the bolt so far above your head that you don't even, you're like, was he really aiming at me? However, at the end of his turn, having been a full turn since he shot the flaming arrow into the barrel, or flaming bolt, I should say, this will explode anything within 10 feet of it. You can do a dex saving throw for me.
All right.
I'm going to use my reaction to Karabardic him.
Okay. He's
Can I
already...
give him
what
Mallow
him?
inspiration?
No. That's just you calling him a dick. That's not very nice of you.
No, I'm friends with Mace.
Sometimes.
Was it a D6 or a D8? I always
It's a
forget.
D6. You can roll it if you would like, Mace. It's your choice, unless you think an 18 is fine.
Do I get to save it?
Yeah, you can sit on it.
I'll sit on it. I think an 18 should be decent.
Alrighty. Yeah, that is definitely fine. So you take half damage. It is 12 fire damage or whatever it's called.
So 6
It-
or 12?
It is 24 total, so you take 12.
Okay, 12. Okay.
Because that is, yeah, it's basically a fireball. So this one disappears into a blaze of glory. And you would definitely be able to tell from the explosion that these seem to be some sort of, like, perhaps highly flammable oil to have taken up fast enough to cause such, explosive decompression.
Oh my god, they're Japanese.
It has whale oil. These bastards.
Yeah, maybe not whale oil itself, but an
Mallow
oil
would
of
like
some
to
sort.
rage.
That will be the end of what they can do, though, and Mallow, it is your turn.
I'm gonna beat the fuck out this dude.
Go for it.
Miss.
Save the whales, motherfucker.
Okay, that one will certainly hit.
Jesus Christ.
You
No.
20 will also hit. 9 more.
Burn another key point.
Okay.
How's he looking? Like,
Very bloodied at this point.
okay.
But he was at
Maybe
two-thirds
11's not gonna hit.
two-thirds of his health before the start of your turn, so no, that will not hit. Okay. Good swings though.
Well,
Any
you
movement or
got it.
anything?
Since yep, I'm gonna go here. I'll take the attack.
Alrighty. He will certainly swing it at you. So let's see.
I will note that is the one that I have hoisted into the air.
No. This guy.
The one I picked up to use as a shield?
No, the red guy is the one that's swinging at Mallow.
He's talking about where I'm located.
Yeah, that's the one I picked up as a shield.
Yeah,
The
okay,
one
that's fine.
standing.
That's fine.
what
I
was-
thought you were
Opportunity.
I thought you were talking about the red guy. The
No,
red
no,
guy's
no.
swinging
I
at
was talking about the one he moved in front of.
Yeah, the one that's red is swinging at Mallow. He will hit you, Mallow, for next damage. That's 10. Biggest swing he's done yet. But yeah, okay. So Mallow, if you're there, yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's all you can do. It's the other crew's turn. That guy, 1, 2, 3. So he's gonna run up to here. This one is gonna kind of take cover from you, Mace, over here. Aim a crossbow at Leif and try and shoot at you. That's going to hit for sure. Let's check and see how much he hits you for. 12 damage, Leif.
Oh, well.
And then 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. The other 2 are going to swing. One is going to swing at Kara. One is going to swing at Mallow. Let's roll the 2 on Kara first. 23 will hit you with the first swing, Kara, for 8 damage. Second one, 21 will also hit you for another 8 damage. Mallow, you are going to get swung at. 15. Yep, that's definitely going to hit with the mod. 9 damage, Mallow. And the second swing will miss. That's everyone in that crew. Leif, your turn.
All right. Let's see. Let's we're gonna come up next to this guy,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's gonna meet my buddy, me, behind him. That I
Of course I know him. He's me.
That guy, yeah, I know that guy. And then I'm gonna attack him. 18.
Yes. 16.
Although-
That's this one.
Try
Here's this
again.
guy.
19.
This. Okay. Another 11. Alright. So with that, 11 is enough to carve him down. Well, 12 would have as well. Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, anything else? I think just movement left
okay.
if you want, but
Yeah, we'll, what was it, 10? I can count. 20. Yeah, no, just, we're gonna just kinda move like that. Yep,
okay.
I'm good there.
Cutting off the exit. Pluzak, you're finally back up. What are you doing? If you
Yay!
move 5 feet, then you're on the north end of this map. It's your choice.
He's here!
I'm gonna do it.
Okay,
I move 5 feet.
do it. Any north square that you want.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And that's my turn.
Pluzak waddles on up. You're not gonna do anything.
I made it, guys.
I'm here to smell the place up and take names, and I'm all out of names.
Yeah.
You see Leif flicking you off from all the way down there, and he's making like octopus sign language with his other hand.
This one here.
Fucking
Yes, sir.
octopus
Go for it.
sign language.
Yeah, he'll always remember.
You can hit him
All right.
all the day.
That's not
Wisdom
my
save.
wisdom save, but
Then let me know what your wisdom save is, but I will roll wisdom.
16
Okay, sir.
because of Moonsicle.
Well, he rolls a 15 but doesn't have a modifier, so guess what, you?
He will take min and 1 off of max for
Perfect.
12 necrotic
Perfect
damage.
balance. 12 necrotic will be enough to kill him as well. Since Mallow was beating that guy up
Awesome.
earlier. So,
So you said I moved 5, so 10,
yeah, sure.
15, 20, 25, 30. I'm gonna say,
am here.
why did I just kill that guy?
Fucking Pluzak. Listen, I got myself involved. I'd just like to know why. I took the bag, but what's in it? Basically, you.
So, so nobody answers. I got it.
Oh, God. Does anyone want to answer, Pluzak? Are we going to leave him in the dark?
Freedom.
For capitalism!
For cap.
Uh-oh. All right, Kara, your turn.
Oh man.
America.
The one I grabbed is the more injured of the two, correct?
Yes. That is correct. Oh, actually, did I just... Yeah. I was tracking
I'm
him
going to
for a
use
second.
him as an improvised weapon to hit his friend.
Okay. That's fine, I guess.
D4.
So, yeah, I guess that's fine.
Unless you tell me I can hit him with something harder than that.
No, it's fine. So it's just you're still rolling a strike. So you just have
Yes.
to roll a d20 for me. Add strength modifier. You're not proficient with improvised, right?
I should be because it's a simple and a martial weapon. So
I think improvised weapons are different. There's a feat or
It's
skill
a
for it, I thought.
Improvised weapon would be considered what the closest equivalent would be in this case a club. A club is a simple weapon, therefore I have proficiency.
No. A club is different from an improvised weapon. An improvised weapon is its own thing.
I disagree. Improvised weapon has to have a weapon that is based off whatever the closest.
No.
thing
An
to it
improvised weapon
No.
is an in-rule thing. They exist. It's its
Yeah.
own ruling.
An improvised weapon is its own weapon. You base the
But I'm-
damage off of its closest
relevance, yes.
weapon.
But I'm
right?
proficient in all simple and martial weapons.
Right, but an improvised
therefore
weapon is not a simple or martial weapon. It's its own thing. That's
Right.
what we're saying.
I disagree with that entirely.
That's literally the game rule. Okay, improvised weapons. Sometimes characters don't have their weapons and have to attack with whatever is at hand. Improvised weapon includes whatever you can wield. And at GM's opinion, a character proficiency can be carried over. It depends on what the object is. Now that part, okay, that definitely agrees with what you're saying. But you're swinging a human. What the fuck has ever been in your hands that's similar to a human? You don't have proficiency with this improvised weapon. Feel free to swing it. You get more than a D4 because it's bigger for sure. But it's going to just be a strength addition.
Okay. I
So,
don't hit him with it.
okay. You can still do it with your other. It's just one attack. It counts as an improvised weapon, but it's still you still have 2 attacks per action with it if you want. Okay, going for the spear instead. Probably a good
Yep.
call.
Gonna
Swinging
hit that
at
guy.
the other guy. Gotcha.
Yeah, he's getting Planar Warrior, Giant's Might, and he's getting Fire Rune.
Murder.
That one.
That's the damage for the strike.
God, am I doing
That
backwards twice?
is
Oh no. Okay, got it, finally.
22 plus the Fire Rune.
You're hitting that guy for.
So ignore the 4. I didn't turn anything off for that.
No, no worries.
So he is taking a total of 33 damage, and he is chained to the
22,
floor unless he can meet the strength saving
33.
throw.
Doesn't matter. He's already dead.
Okay.
So once the chains kind of come up, because it is the chain damage that kills him, unless he only takes the damage on this after failure. Takes
you hit
the
a creature
extra
using
and
this
must
tech,
succeed on the
invoke
save.
the
Yeah.
range-
So as long as
Yep.
he takes the damage first, yeah, the chains lash up and
Yeah.
kind of grab at his body and quickly scorch him to death. The 11 damage finishing off the little bit he had remaining after the hit itself. Yeah, his body kind of like falls to the ground, chained. Anything else?
Action, bonus action. No, I'm good where I am. No, I'm not good where I am. I'm gonna fly up 40 feet.
Alrighty.
You're
And
still holding that guy?
I am still holding that guy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, as I'm flying up, look at him and go, you now have the option to choose between falling and potentially dying or giving up. Your choice.
He's gonna remain silent. Just looks at you, stalwart. Anything else?
No, that's everything I can do.
Yep. All right, Mace, you're up.
I mean, there's just this guy that Mal is fighting, right?
Basically,
other than the frightened guy.
there's the frightened one down south and the one in Kara's hand, but the last 3 that you see. Yep.
I'll just do my thing. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anything happens on that one, but
Yeah. So the crit, we'll just go past her a minute. Yeah. So 17 is on that guy. Is you? All right. Good hit for sure. Anything else?
no, that's it.
Alrighty. It is their turn. He's going to choose to disengage at this point. He sees the writing on the wall, this guy. He's just going to try and book it. 15. So he goes about 15 feet to here, and then
I'm gonna
runs
bitch
another
slap him.
15. He disengaged. You cannot. The only one on the squad who might be able to is Leif, and he is not nearby.
Didn't he use his action to attack me?
No, this guy's turn just happened. He just started.
The guy who attacked you, I
Killed at the
Crisp.
end of during
Gotcha.
our time. Yeah. So he just keeps running until he runs off the map. He is about 20 feet away from you currently, Mace. Just so you know. But otherwise is not on the map any longer. Let that happen. Mallow, you are up.
Is he within teleporting distance?
Yes. You could try and teleport to him. I would ask where the shadow is that you're going from.
His shadow. I will walk to Mace's and then teleport to the
Okay.
dude's shadow.
That's fine.
I don't know where you want Mace's to be.
Just
but
do
I'm
your
gonna
rolls
stand-
on them. It's fine.
And then bonus action for that. So then this would be at advantage.
Yep.
24.
24 will hit. Yep.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
It's
Damn.
this
okay,
guy.
fuck me. And I'm gonna push him 5 feet
So
back.
with that, especially when you hit him back, you basically watch him fall to the ground, prone and unmoving.
and I'm gonna attack again. Bash his fucking skull in with my weight.
So
Owl's back.
you warp to him. Okay, another 6.
Don't fuck with the fucking animals.
Okay, so another 6. To be fair, they never did. The only ones they fucked with were you.
Which is an animal, but
I guess
I
that's
mean-
fair to some degree. I mean, you hit him. I don't know what your expectation is. He's still laying on the ground, bleeding heavily.
Okay, no. It doesn't matter. Okay, so he's prone and unlay and just doing nothing on the ground, but not dead.
No, I mean he's unmoving on the ground, bleeding out. I mean,
Okay,
he's as dead as the others seem.
that's all that I can do. So I'm just gonna
You
stand
still
over him.
technically have movement, right? It's your choice.
I'm gonna stand over him to make sure that he doesn't try to run off.
Interesting choice. Okay. This guy is the one in Kara's hand, so he'll just swing, I guess. Unless no, it's that one. Okay, so he'll just swing. First one will miss. 19 plus will probably hit you though. So another 10 damage. With what will likely be the last swing of his life, I had to guess.
Probably, but at least he's going out with a swing.
Mm-hmm.
Or bang.
The last one is going to look around, see its friend has run, kind of see it's being surrounded, and it's going to just try and run the other way, I think. Yeah, should be that. Okay. Yeah. 20 to here. And that leaves 40, so he's just going to run 40 directly south from this location.
Did he run past me where I can hit him?
No, he tried to stay as wide away from you as he could.
There you go.
This one has actually not really ever entered combat.
Oh shit, he's the one who blew up the barrel.
That is true. He fired, but what I mean is he actually has not personally gotten close enough to anyone to be involved, realistically. Where's what I'm looking for? This. So he goes... I just want to remind myself that he's that far down. Okay, so he disappears from line of sight. He's about 40 feet south of you, Leif. But yeah, he runs, and it is now your turn, Leif.
Alright, I'm gonna run 30 feet towards him.
Okay. He's still, not only is he 10 feet away from you southwise, he is also 10 feet away from you to the west. So, when you say 30 feet towards him, are you running
Just
30 feet
like
south,
straight,
or?
30 feet.
So
like
he's
straight
still
line out.
about 10 feet away from you then.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and throw my echo out to
Your
close the
echo.
remaining gap.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna attack him.
Mhm.
Dude, I can't fucking hit
That
shit.
will not hit. That will. Yep.
Okay, that's better. Then we'll go ahead and try and re-roll that
Very
for
nice.
more. And then we're going to what is it?
Leif murder.
D6. Another 3.
Yep. Alrighty.
And then fuck this motherfucker. We're gonna unleash. We're gonna try one more. 20.
Go ahead.
For another 11.
Alrighty. He falls to the ground.
Nice.
Well done. Alright. Just the one Kara's hand, realistically. It is Pluzak's turn.
No.
No,
I don't believe it. So you said just the one in Kara's hand?
It's the only one you see. Everything else is laying down, bleeding out. Corpsey little place you've made.
I guess the
Horsey
same
butthole?
thing. And as I do it, I'm going to say again.
Why am I killing these people?
Why am I doing this?
They wanted to hurt the whale.
Oh, dude,
So,
you finally
DC
rolled high,
16.
so he's probably going to save. Let's see. It's a wisdom
Yeah.
saving throw.
Yep.
Let's see. That's a 3. That's a 3, my friend. He's going to fail.
Nice.
Kara, you are
23
now
necrotic
holding
damage.
a dead man.
That's some nasty like
No way in,
hold the
no
dead
way out.
damage.
Yeah, basically,
It
Kim,
is.
exactly
Almost
that.
max.
He just found the grave with exactly that way.
Indeed.
Almost
Indubitably.
max damage. 1 off from max.
Yes, sir. Biggest roll you've
You know-
probably had with that attack
It never will do that again.
yet. Or if it
Indeed.
does, then they will save.
Yeah.
Well, you beat my cinematic kill because I was gonna let him go, Misty step to the ground, and hold the spear out where he was gonna land.
Oof. That's brutal.
Sorry.
It's
I
a-
mean, you
it's
can
a
still
fi-
technically do that if you
No,
want.
no,
As
it's-
far as
it's-
the party is aware, he's still just being held in your hand. No one else knows he's dead but you. And maybe
That's
Kluzak.
fine.
He might have felt like
That's-
the snap of life under his spell, but
That's fine. I just let go at that point.
corpse just crumples to the ground.
He
Thuds,
comes down to
splat.
dust at that point. He got
It
hit.
like creates a nice splatter of snow that covers the other two corpses next to him.
Arrow will land. Look around. So what happened exactly?
Kluzak's only over here been asking fucking
I'm-
2
I'm
rounds.
just waiting for somebody to answer her, and then me just be like, I'm going back to whatever.
Mace will only say, like, wasn't it pretty obvious they were whalers?
Alright, good enough for me.
Obvious that they were whalers?
Yes, did you not see the whale oil?
No.
Right, I guess that makes sense. I'll go to one of the barrels, shake it a bit to make sure it's like sloshing inside.
That one would slosh, yes.
Yeah, and I would turn it over, like spill it over.
Okay. Are you trying to like open it? Hit it with your hammer and open it or something?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you would find that it has something that seems like oil in there. It's not whale oil though. Not like you were thinking.
But Pluzak doesn't know that.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to find it because I'm pretty sure it says. Yeah, it's actually more akin to like,
Grease?
yeah, like a greasy oil. You might even think that this is something that might be used for like lanterns or even cooking. You can't quite tell. It's just very thick and gross looking.
I mean,
I would
normally
it's
want
not
to
so
come
clean.
and like stop. Like if he knocked it over, like I'm trying to stand it back up. I'm not trying to pour it out all over the ground.
Can I
Yeah.
can I look in the one next to me? See
Absolutely.
what's in it?
How are you going to try and open it? It is kind of a closed barrel.
Firebolt.
Smack it with your stick.
And I
Puncture it with a dagger.
use thaumaturgy, you instantly cause an unlocked door or window
Absolutely.
to fly open or slam
Yeah.
shut.
So the top isn't actually like it's like hit on with a hammer, but it's not like it's
Right.
impossible to remove. So yeah, no problem. It pops open pretty easily under the use of thaumaturgy. Yeah, so you peek inside, and this actually seems to contain what you would believe is essentially a lot of quote-unquote fishing equipment, I guess you could say, but it's massive hooks, like a big net, essentially what looks like fishing things for perhaps larger fishes, maybe whale-sized.
Wink, wink.
Wait, this is slowly making it. This does not look like whalers, but fishers.
Can I open up this one?
Yeah, how are you opening that one up?
Just
Is it
gonna-
a whale just a
Stick your
fish?
fist in it.
A
I'll
whale
probably use a dagger to pry it open.
is a mammal.
Okay, yeah, it's dagger prying it opens, no problem.
They all
Um,
swim in the water.
So you pop that one open and you would just actually find more oil.
Look, I don't care how many lanterns you have to light or how many people you have to cook for. You never take this much oil anywhere.
So at this point, let me ask, you guys intend to go back to Angajuk's, or?
I think so.
Oh, is that one dude dead, by the way?
They're
As far
all
as-
dead.
As far as you can tell.
You wanna collect?
Okay.
I want to. Before we left those crates, I'd want to bring all those barrels with us.
And I
In the
also wanna
bag of
bring
holding
that
they
man with
go.
us.
The oils and all the fishing stuff. I'd definitely be in that fishing stuff, trying to find any ropes or nets or anything that I could have.
So the net that's in there is much more like a large fishing net, kind of what you would need
okay,
to
yeah.
kind of put out from a boat almost. You would believe that a group like them, 8 men, if they were handling it, would probably have been okay, but unlikely something you could use yourself. The hooks as well are kind of these massive things. Again, you probably could bring it with you and find some use, but it's not like a hook that would fit on the end of a fishing rod. It's more like something you'd maybe tie to a rope to stick into a whale's fins per se, and maybe try and keep it stable if needed, or hold it while alive. Something grim like that, as opposed to a useful instrument.
Okay.
I would say the oil is probably not going to fit in the bag. I'm pretty sure a bag of holding still has limit on how big the mouth is. It's not like the like dot that you put down. And that's only because I don't want these casks are not going to be usable past this encounter. So you
That's
can bring
what
them
you
with
think.
you to the Angajuk thing, but I'm not intending to have them be part of going forward.
Can Mallow check to make sure that Can I check pulses on everyone that we?
I mean, I
supposedly
guess
killed?
it's going to take
I just-
you a significant amount of time, and you will need to do an investigation check for every single one of the bodies, or a medicine
Or
check.
just, slit everyone's throat.
Can also
Fuck
try
it
that.
then. We're just
Okay,
gonna
so
slay
I'm
rolls
going to
there.
need attack rolls with a dagger
Added-
for against all of them against AC. I mean, I'm not. It's still the same as normal. It's just if you really
They
want to
would
go
all
through
be
with
at
that.
advantage. I'm weirded out by the fact that it was he's bleeding out, and then it was never stated that he died.
So you can go around and do it. I just need the rolls.
Okay, every single one would be at advantage then, because they're all prone.
Sure.
How many do you need?
How many were there?
4 and 4, 9.
Roll as many as you think you need to hit.
Good night,
How
my
are you
murder hobos.
critting this?
Okay.
23, 26, 26, 22,
You
27.
you got as many as you needed. Yep. Okay. Most of them, yeah, you got all of them that you could. I mean, you went over and stabbed bodies. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
We're-
So
we're back.
Angajuk would have been kind of underwater at this point, though. Seeing movement at the rim, he would come back up, kind of like he told you guys. He was just waiting for the party. We're going to do a little bit of a time skip here. Normally, it would take you a bit of travel, but we'll do that kind of as like a retroactive thing next time. I'm going to get you guys situated with something and then call it there. Let me just find my right page. Alright, perfect. That's what I needed. Okay, so you all pop yourselves onto Angajuk, or I should say, Angajuk kind of lowers into the water enough that the only thing sticking up is that weird ship on its head. After kind of just a weird, like a brief moment, I should say, you see a couple bubbles raised from under the water, but the bubble that is around the ship dissipates, and basically you all are able to just step aboard without issue. The ship is, large enough that there is no issue keeping you all contained on it, but there is no like lower deck or anything. It's just, basically an upper deck that this bubble reforms along, and you realize that it just is its own, self-contained, well-maintained environment. That's what I was trying to say. So it's very comfortable, and you would believe that it would be very easy for you to just kind of exist in this space for as long as it needed. I will tell you the trip itself is going to take about 3 days to get to Orl's Island. Angajuk travels at about 25 miles a day, but he does take a leisurely and meandering route. Not that any of you would necessarily know that. You just kind of see him swimming and would see lots of undersea life. But yeah, for the most part, you're just submerged for almost the entirety of the trip, except for when Angajuk needs to go up for air every once in a while. So you see, all the sea life at the bottom of these frigid depths. You see some of the manatees and dolphins and things that come and swim with Angajuk, and all the schools of fish, and just the majestic nature of undersea life for those who care to enjoy it. And then finally, once you guys get kind of closer, you notice Angajuk, closer to, I should say, what looks to be a giant, island protruding from the ice in front, or from the water in front of you. Angajuk protrudes from the water a couple 100 feet out, and all that you guys can see once you crest out from underneath the water is a dense, fog. It's so thick, in fact, that you actually can't see anything. Not like outside the bubble at all. That is, of course, until finally, about a couple hundred feet, I believe it's 200 feet from Oral's Island, you finally notice that the air is starting to clear at least a little bit. There's still a light fog going on. Keeps things, like I said, about 200 feet out from being visible. But anything within that 200 feet is starting to become noticeable. So the fog that you've been traveling through thins enough for you to see 50-foot high cliffs of solid ice ahead, and jutting out of the water off the coast are bare, weather-beaten masts of sunken ships as you make your way towards this island. Ahead, directly ahead of you, you can make out what appears to be a particularly shattered dock. It is carved out of ice and still seems functional, but clearly has not been maintained or well kept. And as you get closer, it also becomes quite obvious that this dock was actually made, most likely, for something much, much larger than yourselves. So here, let me finally switch you to the Island of Solstice. This is going to be a nice big map, as they always are for these big sections. You will notice in the lower right-hand corner, southeast, there is a section of map that is uncovered. There is a little dock there in the red square. That is correct, good sir. That is the dock that you will be coming in upon on Angajuk's back. Now, when we come back in next session, I'm going to give you back those 3 days of travel to do any sort of long rest activities that you might want. So you'll have 3 days worth, but as it currently stands, the reason I've brought you here is if you look at the top of the map, each one of these squares is equal to 200 feet. So although I've showed you, although I have showed you a lot of the map, each square is basically the extent of what you can see at any given time. That is why there is so much of it blocked right now. You do know
It's
some
like a hex
things.
crawl.
Yeah, you do know some things. You know that the island is kind of shaped in a way that there's these spires coming off the central figure, almost kind of shaped like a snowflake, as you might have been shown on a map before. Pluzak would also know this and be able to fill you in. So you would believe that you're coming to kind of one of the fingers of that snowflake. You know that in the center, which is why it's uncovered, is essentially Arl's fortress. You were told that, especially when Kara was asking about it. But you don't really know what's where on this island. So ultimately, it is going to be up to you guys to choose what sort of direction you're going to head in and what you're going to look out for. So I will remind you, you can travel at up to half a mile a day, half a mile an hour, I should say.
Are we able to
with
cross
snowshoes
between the fingers of the snowflake?
So Angajuk will essentially tell you. It's actually something I forgot because we ran out of time. So I'm just going to give it to you. In the little hut you would have found when you went digging, essentially a tiny version of his bell. This bell is magically enchanted that when you ring it, he will know, and he'll be able to come and help you guys. Angajuk will stay in the waters nearby, but is going to keep himself as safe as possible until that bell is rung. You can use him to leave, but he will not ferry you between the fingers of Arl's Island. Says it's kind of too unsafe for him at that point. He's just going to be kind of a ferry to and from as you would need to leave or come back here, I should say. But yeah, that's about where you'll find yourselves. So, I mean, essentially all you can really do up front is go, kind of this northwest. But I'm going to start unveiling stuff since you're here now and just try and get an idea from you guys which direction you're going to want to head once you are kind of a little deeper into the island. So, let me clear this much. So, that's basically the rest of where the leg you're at is. And then it starts going towards her island. So clearly you can choose to go kind of a more northward path, a southward path. You can go straight towards, I said island, I meant fortress, straight towards Oral's fortress for all I care, if you really want, if that's really what you think is the best idea. I just kind of am looking for some consensus on what that intended path is, and then starting next time, that's what we'll be doing, essentially.
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
There you go. Easy enough.
I'd say let's do it counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise.
That's my vote.
So
I say I
that's
study
fine.
the weather and what's going on around the island before I move anywhere.
So I would tell you, it's very difficult for you to study the weather here, because this thick fog. You really can't see more than 200 feet above you, so you can't really read the patterns of the sky to see what's coming. Even things like blizzards will probably hit you much more suddenly than you're used to, simply because it's very difficult to see what's going on more than 200 feet away from you.
Are there no points of elevation that we can see peeking through all of this, or is it
From
just white wall?
from where you guys come in at, I will tell you, you can't tell. There's no peaks that you can see currently through the fog. I will, I won't say that there's not potentially places out there with higher elevation. I mean, it is kind of topographical. You can see like this is kind of a hill, right, or a mountain of some sort. But without actually going through the steps of finding a high place and seeing, you don't know how high up this fog actually goes. There is an answer. It exists out there, but until you find out.
I'd say we stick to a terrain feature we can actually follow, i.e. the shoreline, and we keep a shore to one of our sides and use that to traverse the island until we find higher ground.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I think that makes sense.
So you're thinking of sticking along the southern shoreline there?
Picking a direction doesn't matter to me, but I do want to keep a terrain feature we won't lose track of on one side of us.
Okay. I think that's fair. Does anyone have a particular preference for south or north shore or anything like that?
Not really.
Okay.
She does.
She does. Yeah. She's upset with that north line.
Was that you want north or south? One bark for north and 2 barks for south.
Oh, now she's quiet. Okay.
Yeah. Get fucked.
I say north.
Okay.
So long as we keep the terrain on one side, I'm fine with either way.
Alrighty. That is fair enough. Alright. That's pretty much what I need to know. Very well done, though. Interesting events today. You guys are finally at Earl's Island. Go for it.
Anybody want? I want to say this during the session. Does anybody want to tell me anything that happened in the conversation with the quote-unquote whalers?
Oh, to tell Pluzak like what happened?
Yes.
Gotcha. He's still out here all confused, really upset over having killed people.
Pluzak. I'm not upset that I killed people. I just want to have an understanding as to why I had to kill people. What did they say
He's just
that made
going,
us kill
why
people?
did I do it?
I mean, I guess
And if you don't want to answer, that's fine too.
I
I
guess
would
any of us
say
would... Go ahead.
they were trying to profit out of Angajuk's suffering.
And attacked us.
Okay. Did they say anything else? Did you learn anything else from them?
That, I mean, other than what you already heard, I think, which is they met the other sentient beast.
Okay. It's good for me.
They easily seemed uninterested in the fact that they were natural. Not only wonders, but maybe oddities.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
Alrighty. You satisfied with that answer, Pluzak?
Yeah, that's what they wanted.
That's all you were looking for. Perfect. But yeah, so that's definitely 100% where we will end it.
All right. And
See
you were
what
saying
happens
it was
next
going to
time.
be 3.5 hours.
Well, I was saying that because it was a matter of how long it took you to get through all that Angajuk stuff. It just happened to take you guys longer because you decided to split the party and do weird stuff.
I would try to talk
You could
about
have
it.
you could have honestly just ignored them and then left on Angajuk and gotten here.
Well, we didn't want Angajuk to have to suffer afterwards.
Yeah.
Angajuk took 3 days to get here and told you they're going to hang around in the water and would take you back. Not that any of you knew that. I'm just pointing out. It actually wouldn't have mattered at that point because even if you were worried, you would have been going back with Angajuk the next time that they were there, technically. Unless, of course, you find another means of leaving this island.
Or they fucking...
We'll put it against
left
you. You guys are pretty creative, but...
Well, they were Japanese, so it's okay.
They were squinty-eyed assholes. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Cut that. Now I can say
all the way
horrible
to the end.
shit.